might have had more
the Thunder
juice.
are the best team.
But I'm going to tell you, Houston got something with them too now.
That dude Sengun.
Sengun can play, man. And you know, Kevin Durant didn't even have to be the closer. Sengun, whatever name.
Goon.
Sengun was getting it. And
they lost, though. I mean, the Thunder.
I know they lost.
Even, like, of the 4 teams that played last night, I think the Thunder are the least interesting, but they're the best and the defending champs.
But hold on, though. They didn't have their second best player on the court. He was in a jacket looking like he was the man from what was that? What was the movie?
Men in Black?
No.
The Matrix.
The Matrix. When he looked like Samuel Jackson. Who was it?
Lawrence
Fishburne in The Matrix.
I'm mad that we're not streaming yet because the people didn't get to see B. Mitch's Matrix impression. That was pretty entertaining, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But dude was sitting, man, you know that dude can play, dog.
Yeah. But, dude, you know, the Thunder just play really good team defense. SGA, Chet.
He's basically unstoppable down the stretch. He, like they say, well, don't let him dribble to his right. He'll hit you. He'll dribble, hit you with that little he'll hit you with that shoulder, and come off, and that thing goes through like it's just dropping. No rim whatsoever.
Smooth with it.
Yes.
I think it was cool to have the NBA back on. Just something else you could bet on. Like, just cool to have it. The Wiz have their season opener tonight, open in Milwaukee. See, Jeff just knocked it over. That thing is a hazard.
Jeff, where's that camera?
We need OSHA in here. I don't know what's supposed to go on that thing. I knock it over 3 times a day now that we're in this studio.
How about y'all just pay attention? You know it's there.
No, Jeff, there was another thing attached to it, dude, right here. We're really firing on all cylinders this morning.
Hey, man.
I'm telling you, that thing is a hazard. I don't know what's supposed to be on there, but it's not performing at a high level. So the Wiz open tonight, much like Jeff's not performing at a high level. Jeffrey, what is going on in here, dude? It's almost like if we're going to get all these video things working, we need to be in here before 10:02. Let's be reasonable about it because we know what the expectations are and aren't. What are your expectations? What do you want to see from the Wiz? Season opener tonight.
Jay, it's kind of hard for me to tell you. That's not how I go, but it's very it's very hard for me to say what I want to see when you know that the whole goal is it's not necessarily to win games. And the goal is they have a plan, and that plan is to not win many games, to make sure that they have a high pick, and to keep doing that. So. I don't know. I'm going to go along with what Dave Aldridge said yesterday. Dave basically said, if the guys are improving at certain skills, be happy. And I'm going to have to just do that. So Bub said he wanted to get better finishing at the rim. A lot of them said they want to get better defensively. So I'm going to be concerned about those things.
I mean, this is laughable.
It is.
Jeff gave up, and now White Brian's in here trying to get B. Mitch's camera on. It was funny. So I don't know if you heard, the Junks this morning were complaining. They were being critical of the Instagram videos the station's been putting out. Uh-huh. Because if you look at them, they are very...
Too damn close.
Yeah, they're very zoomed in. I get their complaints. I also get that that's the style of video, so I'm not too worried about it. Clearly, the whole world is pivoting to video and YouTube and everything, right? The station's correct to be doing that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard to take it seriously when this is the current situation. I don't know. Lou, if you're listening, dog, it ain't going great. I think we should just use our webcams like we were doing because this is just...
once they get up there properly, it'll be okay.
You say once, give it to me. Like that's a certainty. You think you're going to get it done now?
I'm just going to try to work on this part.
B. Mitch currently trying to balance the camera on his coffee cup.
No, not that. It's just this thing. What side it goes?
Do the Junks not stream on YouTube yet? That's not happening until when we go on Monumental? So the only good thing that is coming for these cameras and such is that once the junkies start streaming on YouTube, which I assume is the same day we start simulcasting on Monumental, at least all this will be done because it's already started for the junks at 6 a.m.
You would hope.
Rather than what is currently happening.
Try it like that and
is
just see.
Pretty remarkable right now.
The other way.
Jeff, you should just live stream this on your Instagram page or a farm.
Now push that back part in.
If B does fix it, I'll be very impressed. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Don't worry about it, dog. Call Daniel.
Yeah.
That's who should know about the cameras, right?
Oh, bam! Like Brian.
Let's see if it stays there, though.
You know what? That's a team Brian. But here's the other part. You got to turn that one on me. So are you really going to turn it?
That ain't going to really work.
What do you think is worse? The Instagram videos being, just turn this. Oh, buddy. I think we just give up on this because it's.
I'm not. Listen, my job is to do this. I'm not worried about that.
You got to pick for Eastern Conference champion. Tatum's out. Halliburton's out. Presumably for the year, I assume.
Are they out for the year, Tatum?
I mean, he got hurt in April or May, right?
Yeah, man. They should be able to come back.
Weren't they both Achilles?
Yeah, Tatum is Achilles.
And Halliburton was Achilles.
Yep.
All right, so I'm looking. It says Tatum could be back February or March.
Tatum should be back quicker. Halliburton was real late.
Yeah, I mean, Halliburton was finals in June. I think, wasn't Tatum the Eastern Conference Finals?
I don't recall.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the Eastern Conference Finals. I think both those guys at best is like March. So who's your pick for the Eastern Conference then?
I hate saying this.
Knicks?
Because Yelling A said that. They may be the ones, though, seriously.
So I talked to my boy CJ Holmes yesterday, who's a NBA writer for the New York Daily News. He said a team that you shouldn't sleep on, the Magic. A lot of young talent.
They played tough last year. But the thing about it is, just like what we just said about Marshawn, he was real close. Never made the play.
Right.
They were always tight. They kept losing the games.
The odds makers say Cleveland is the favorite to win the East.
If Mitchell is back.
Then the Knicks, then the Magic, then the Hawks, then the Pistons. So here's what the odds makers are telling you what they believe in Tatum and Halliburton's injury. Mm-hmm. They have the Celtics at plus 1,200. That's 3, 4, 5. That's the sixth highest odds. And then they have the Pacers at plus 3,000. So, odds makers don't think those dudes are going to be healthy.
Well, then again, even if they're healthy, coming back off of Achilles, basketball players lose a lot.
Totally, man.
So you remember KD once he lost his?
Yeah.
And although he still shoot over you,
right,
he still wasn't the guy that he was before.
All right, just as a reference point, Brian, Cleveland is plus 220 to win the East. The Hawks are plus 900. The Celtics are plus 1,200. I kind of like that because I think the Celtics are still a really good team even without Tatum. Mm-hmm. And I guess this is. What do you think the Wizards are? The Celtics have the sixth highest odds at plus 1,200. I'll even give you some information. The Wiz, the Nets
plus 5,000.
You're close.
More than that?
Add a zero.
Plus 50,000?
Yes.
God. Well, yeah, that's about right.
The Wiz, the Nets, and the Hornets.
Listen, bro,
are plus
they are not
50,000
trying to win.
The East.
I mean, listen, I'm serious. I understand what they're doing, man, and they're sticking to their plan, and I can't be mad at it. At least they came in with the plan, and they've stayed with it instead of wavering from it. Now, it may not be something that's conducive to all of us, but it's what the hell they told you they were going to do, and they're sticking to it.
Thunder are the overwhelming favorites to win the West. They're plus 140. After that,
well, they got everybody back on the championship team except one guy.
Right. They're
What you
plus
expect?
140. They have the reigning MVP. The Nuggets are next at plus 400. Then the Rockets, the Clippers,
The Clippers.
the Lakers are clearly overinflated because people just bet on them. T-Wolves, Warriors, Mavs.
What's up with LeBron?
I don't know. Jeff, you got an answer on
'Cause
LeBron?
last night they kept talking about Luka and the other guy that they got to carry in the absence of LeBron, but I don't remember really nothing happening to him.
I mean, he's injured. I know that. I don't know what the injury is. I kind of just, all right, he's got sciatica,
Okay.
back pain, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
He said he'll be
Yeah,
out.
and you're almost 50. That happens. And LeBron is what, 41 now? 40, 41?
Yeah, I feel like LeBron and I are about the same age. My man's got
He's a much
sciatica.
better athlete.
Doctor said I need a backiotomy. So they're saying it's kind of just an open-ended. They say it could be another week, could be longer. LeBron is 40. He will turn 41 on New Year's Eve.
Wow.
Okay. So the NBA's off and running. I'm going to watch the Wiz tonight. I'm probably not going to wager on the Wizards tonight. I really am excited to see Trey Johnson. I believe White Brian called Trey Johnson Rookie of the Year. Is that correct, White Brian? Yeah. He can't figure out the streaming, but he's calling his shot for NBA Rookie of the Year. That'd be exciting.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, listen,
he can shoot, dude, and it's a shooter's
he
league.
can shoot the lights out of it. I just normally when you see the Rookie of the Year and all those type of awards, they normally come from a team that's really, really in the hunt or performing at a high level. And as I remember distinctly going to that game last year, man, and Bub was cooking. And then in the fourth quarter, I'm like, what the hell happened to him? He wasn't hurt. He was just sitting. It was
I told you what you needed to know.
like, Bub, you playing too well. You need to sit down, bro, because we ain't trying to win this game.
Totally, man.
That's basically what happened. So,
before we get into our program, so when I walked in, we were talking with the Junks for a moment, and Bickle asked about Jaden and if I thought Jaden was going to be good to go Monday night. And my honest answer is I don't know.
yeah.
I'm curious if you have a read on it.
I'm like that too. Listen, man, I'm just like you. I watched the game, and then the next time we don't get to see him perform in practice and things like that. Next time we see him is when everybody else see him. Yeah, we go over there. We get to see the part of practice where nobody's doing anything. Hell, in the part of practice we get to see, everybody's available.
Right.
You know?
Well, and
I
that's why it's
understand it.
telling the part of practice we do get to watch. If you're not practicing, you're really not practicing because they're not doing anything while we're out
Yeah,
there.
but I'm saying most of them are just standing around, stretching and doing stuff. So everybody's doing that. So we don't really get a chance to see anything else that nobody else sees.
Right.
You know, you might get a different read if you happen to be walking out and somebody might walk by. You see that stuff, but that's about it.
We're going to dive into Jaden, Terry, Debo, kind of where these guys are. What is the expectation? Looking at these next three games, I do wonder if there's a good spot for Washington. There's a lot for us to kind of examine with this Commander season, and certainly it's not a lost season. Jeff had me do a video yesterday, and I was like, no, it's not a lost season. It's far too early in the season for it to be lost.
Yeah.
The NFL is crazy. You can look at these next three and say they're going to lose them all. Generally, in the NFL, that's not what happens. What you think is going to happen does not happen. So I want to look through these next three and see where I think the best chance for a win is. I did want to make mention of something, though, B.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you knew him. I'm guessing you at least crossed paths with him. Did you know Bob Youngentob?
No.
So when we were at Comcast and then NBC Sports Washington, Bob was our photographer that took stills at the games. Really low key, mild mannered guy, but a really great photographer. And I only knew Bob as a photographer, right? And eventually, you might have known. I'm sure you met his daughter, Lisa. Lisa worked for the Skins for probably 2 or 3 years. And then she also worked at Monumental. Now she's doing a ton of like scoring. Last time I saw Lisa was I went to the AU game where they, you know how AU made the tournament, America made the tournament last year?
Mm-hmm.
I went to, I think, the clinching game for them where they won their conference.
Okay.
Somewhere David Aldridge is screaming at me, not knowing exactly what the game was, as the world's most proud AU alum. But so the last time I saw Lisa was at the AU game, and she was scoring that game. And she does the scoring for WNBA games, NBA games. Like, she's really grown a lot in that level of her career.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I was on Instagram, B, and Lisa's story popped up, and it was an obituary of her father, of Bob Youngentop.
Wow.
And I had no idea he was fighting cancer. And what I came to know with Bob over the years was I knew him as the photographer at Skins games.
Mm-hmm.
He was an immensely successul property developer. Like, the photography wasn't his job.
That was just his fun thing.
It was a passion.
Yeah.
It was something he loved doing. But have you ever seen EYA? Like EYA Homes?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, 6 blocks east of us, where there's all those townhomes that are really beautiful, and it's probably like a 8-block development right by where Cornucopia is.
Yeah.
Like all those homes. That's an EYA development. There's an EYA development going in my neighborhood. Bob was executive chairman and a founding partner of EYA. Like, an incredibly successful guy. Mm-hmm. And I know the development here right down the street in Navy Yard was like at the forefront of mixed use and of building projects specifically to include low-income housing. And just a great man. And when I saw that last night, I was just shocked. And I want to pay my respects to the Youngentop family. That dude is a icon of DC that has built neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. And I just, when cancer comes, rich, poor, whatever it is, man.
Cancer don't care.
So I just wanted to pay my respects to the Youngentop family and wish Bob, who was just an incredibly decent and genuine.
Greg, do EYA Homes.
What's that?
Flooring and stuff. Great.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
EYA is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And you never would have known it with Bob Youngentop. And he loved music and photography and his family. And we're wishing them the best. We're talking Terry and Debo when we return.
And the coach. And you know how yeah, we're good. I said, no, I said, he said, no.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. With the Raiders sitting at 2-5, the trade rumors are already swirling. And if the Raiders are going to sell off parts, one player who could draw some significant attention is Max Crosby. But the Raiders reportedly have no desire to part with their star player. The team has met with Crosby reportedly yesterday to inform him that they are not shopping him and will not deal him at the deadline. That should come as welcome news to Max Crosby, who reportedly wants to stay in Vegas. But that's not the case with everyone on the team. Wide receiver Jacoby Myers reiterated his desire to be traded again yesterday. No word from the team if he's somebody they are willing to shop at the deadline. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. For all the YouTubers out there, chat is up and running. And earlier when it seemed like I was, let me clarify. I wasn't trying to give Jeff and White Brian a hard time. Like the changeover required between shows is just an incredibly small, difficult window. And the ask of those guys in that time frame is pretty difficult.
Those cameras are going to have to become just like the rest, where they're stationary, they're somewhere, and nobody has to worry about moving them around.
Because with this computer, with the call screen software, right, in the morning, Bickle uses it, and Bickle sits over there. In our show, I use it, and they want me sitting here. And then in the afternoon, Grant uses it, and I don't know if he sits here or there. So, like, the call screening computer is constantly getting moved around, so then the cameras are constantly getting moved around, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And the boys get, I don't know, 6 minutes between the two shows to try to get it operational.
Yep, that.
But yeah, ideally, the Junks, I mean, these cameras exist. The Junks are already on Monumental. In 10 days or whatever, we're going to be on Monumental. Just use the cameras. I think that one is the one that's on with the red. So we are on camera, B.
I know that. I'm just saying, like, I was just still worrying about that email I saw where it said the cameras zoom in from behind. Well, like I said, my computer's plugged up to look like I'm really doing some stuff. Half the time it's not even on. So
right. All right. Football talk on the Fan. Dan Quinn was on Sirius yesterday. He went on the Sirius NFL channel, Sirius XM. What do you call it now? I just say satellite radio most of the time.
I say Sirius.
You say Sirius?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to say XM. It's just Sirius. People know what you're talking about.
But I think it's also, you could just say XM.
There used to be a thing called XM Radio.
Right. Then they merged. I think now it's called Sirius XM.
Just call it Sirius.
White Brian works for him. What do you call it, White Brian?
XM.
Ooh, one vote XM. What about you, Jeffrey? I knew you were working there for a while.
All I know is Sirius is on this. Sirius is on this check before XM. You better realize.
I mean, if it's straight alphabetical order, S is before X.
The first name on that check, you better be jumping on that, dog.
And I'm still an employee.
Shout out to, I don't know, I said S and X, and Jeff really perked up. Forgot the E, though. Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was on Sirius XM NFL radio. I'm getting this via Nikki Jabvala, who Nikki just has eyes and ears everywhere all the time. DQ said on Sirius of Debo and Terry, both are trending right, and the plan is to have full weeks of practice for them leading up to Monday night in Kansas City.
Cool.
What does your gut say today, Wednesday, October 22nd, with the game Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 days away, and Washington does not practice today. They'll start practicing tomorrow.
They both play.
They both play? Why?
Debo had been playing, had a kind of a, and I think would have played if he, whatever happened in that game.
I think you saw something happen in the Bears game.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That game made him not play, so they kept him out. I also feel that we felt that the production would be better against that team that was 31st ranked in the run game. And it wasn't. But I think Terry, they were like one more week because you still felt you had the opportunity to win that game. And now, this is a gauntlet they're about to go through. Okay? I don't think anybody added Dallas to the gauntlet. Kansas City, Detroit, Seattle. That's the gauntlet. So, having those guys in those games, I think were, in their eyes, much more important. And you give everybody one more week, which put them farther away from the injury and closer to the health.
I think it's remarkable with McLaurin 1 week after Noah Brown to miss 4 games, and neither of those receivers were put on the IR. Mm-hmm. I get it with Terry. The phrase, the juice is worth the squeeze. The juice of not putting him on IR is absolutely worth the squeeze, because what if you can get him back for the 4th game?
Yeah.
What if he's ready?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, the Noah Brown thing, I think, is a different conversation because the dude had been injured since May. But Terry, I 100% understand it.
Yeah. The whole thing about it, Terry, I understand. The Noah Brown thing, I mean, it's something I'll discuss in the offseason. I care about in the offseason. Right now, we're trying to figure out who the hell could play to win some games. And I still feel they were expecting Debo, Noah, Terry. And look at Debo's been hurt. Debo's been hurt. Terry got hurt. I mean, Noah's been hurt. Debo and Terry got hurt. That you never expect all 3 of them to be out. You know what I'm saying? So I understand. And I know people are, well, look how they put the room. Nobody thought those top 3 guys would be out. Nobody.
And certainly not at the same time.
And I know people, it's really easy.
Dude, the one person, like, Noah has a history of injuries. Debo has a history of being banged up and missing time.
Yeah.
Terry hadn't missed a game in 5 years.
Yeah, but I don't
and if you want to say it's because he's 30, I don't
whether
agree.
or
If you want
not,
to say it's because he
no
held
one
out
expected all 3 guys to be injured
at the same time.
At the same time. No one would have suspected that. That's why so many fans had so many high expectations, because they thought, oh, yeah, we got them now. But nobody thought all 3 of them would get hurt at one time. But things happen.
I mean, especially like at the exact same time, right?
Yeah.
Terry, you'll find no criticism from me about the decision-making process there because I think it was a weird injury and they're not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they knew what was going to happen. I don't think, frankly, that, like, Terry, I mean, remember he was going to different doctors and trying to figure everything out. I think he was trying to figure everything out. Mm-hmm. I do think you get Terry back. The Debo, I think so, but it was odd that the Debo situation seemed to have gotten much worse for him to not practice all of a sudden think about it, they ruled him out Saturday, yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. So they didn't even take that to game time. He didn't even travel.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. It's funny, the lack of traveling when Jaden didn't go to, where were we? Jaden didn't go to week 3. Where were we week 3? I can pull it up.
Nah, week 3 we were here.
So remember, Jaden and Terry didn't go.
The second road trip.
Which was, it all starts to blend together, man.
Because Green Bay was the first.
Atlanta.
Terry
and Jaden didn't go to Atlanta, and everybody's like, oh, what is that? A lot of times hurt guys don't travel. Like Sam Cosmi wasn't traveling, but nobody was too, like Sam Cosmi doesn't move the needle like the quarterback not going. For Debo not to go, though, last week to Dallas, to me just said, okay, this is a little more serious than we understood.
Or they kind of knew he wasn't going to play.
Right. But,
because it wasn't trending properly. The thing of it.
In the same vein, I'm saying, They knew it's not even worth bringing him because he's not going to play.
Yeah.
Nowhere close to a game time decision.
Mm-hmm.
Still, sounds like Terry and Jaden are Terry and Debo are tracking the right way.
Yeah.
I don't think we know what's up with Jaden, though.
We don't.
We had Theismann on the other day. He said with a hamstring, I want him to sit at least a game.
But that's the thing about it. Hamstrings are so different. And that's why you'll never hear me say with this or with that, I think he should. Hamstrings can be tricky. The lower the injury, the less serious.
The lower down on the
on the leg. The higher, the worse. And there are guys that, it's a pain thing too. And sometimes, you have and they have different grades. You have a strain, a smaller strain, or you have a serious one. So I just think people's bodies are all different. So we see how it goes.
For sure. No other choice. We'll get some indication tomorrow. If he's even limited at practice, I think would be a really good indication. I would expect a DNP, though. Listen, the reality with the Commanders is everybody's hoping they turn this thing around, right? And that they're on the upswing. But sometimes there's downswings, too. But if your garage door is all downswings and not going up like it should, that's where you got to call Door Pro America. Whether it's a busted spring, a loud noise, or it just won't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. We got a new garage door at my place. It has been tremendous for our family, especially with all the crazy we got going on. Having the garage door that we can let contractors in and out is super helpful. The MyQ app, you can just open and close your garage door from anywhere. I could do it from right here in the studio. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Not just new installs like I got, but if you just need repairs or maintenance, whatever you need, give them a call, 877-DOOR-PRO. You can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, which includes annual maintenance to keep your garage door on track. You call right now, you get $60 off a repair or a full tune-up for just $89. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. You can check them out online at doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. we get kicked.
It's a hard knock.
This is a good ass song. For him to turn Annie into like an anthem like that, that's musical genius. When did this come out? Mid 2000s? Earlier than that? Jeff will track that down as our musical anthologist. Good poll question from Landfill today. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day asks, what's a successful Wizards season to you? Develop the young guys? Tank for the draft?
Yeah.
Just be watchable? Or the play-in tournament?
Develop the young guys. I'm not looking for no play-in tournament. I don't think the way things are going and what they're trying to do I don't think that's possible.
I agree. I also think, for me, so the AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. So of the four options Landfill gave in the poll of the day, you can vote at B. Mitch and Finley, should you choose to. Develop the young guys, tank for the draft, just be watchable, play-in tournament. Almost 60% voted develop the young guys.
Yeah.
Another 35% just be watchable. 6% said play-in tournament. I think developing the young guys can also help you tank for the draft. So, like, that's a 2-for-1 for me. You want the young guys to get better, but they're probably not good enough to win significantly, so you're going to be fine for the draft anyway.
That's how it is. But I'm expecting them. Let's just develop the young guys. I mean, because if you're going to start competing, you're going to have young guys who are growing and getting there, and you got to go sign some veteran guy and bring them in, 2 or 3 of them.
So
that's how you win.
Agreed.
Not going to be all young guys, and it damn sure going to not be all old guys.
Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post is going to join us next. The Commanders did make a roster move yesterday that I just found this. I mean, this is life on the fringe of NFL rosters. Dorrance Armstrong got moved to IR, understandably, blew out his knees, done for the year. Guess who they brought back?
Who?
Jalen Holmes, who they cut last week.
Yeah.
I don't know why you cut him last week, but he's back now.
Probably cut him to him, stay close.
Probably.
It happens a lot, dog.
Yeah.
People don't believe it, but it does.
Yeah, I mean, that DN room has just gotten wrecked. Wise, Jean-Baptiste, now Armstrong. Going into the season, Wise and Armstrong were your starters. I mean, that's who you were going to lean on most. Von Miller's kind of a spot player, pass rusher. You remember last week when we saw Wagner at playing DN just because they were so jammed up?
Yep.
You think there's a possibility they have to lean on that more?
It's possible. And I think more, as 5'8" keeps playing more, you might do that more. Because he seems, McGee has
speed.
He has some something with him, more than just speed.
Well,
he has some tenacity, too.
I agree. It's also with McGee, maybe they go 3 linebackers. Maybe you get McGee out there with Wagner and it's Luvu rushing the passer more or trying to set the edge. The problem is Wagner and Luvu just don't have the same size as a prototypical DN. And it's one thing if you do it a little bit, but if you have Wagner and Luvu trying to stop the edge.
We were talking about Sirius, and Sirius is calling me.
Do you have a hit that you forgot about?
No.
Can we talk about a hit coming later in the week, or can we just tease it?
Huh?
Can we talk about an interview we have scheduled later in the week?
Yeah.
Let's tease it.
Do it.
B. Mitch got a sick interview set up for Friday. I'll let people guess. We'll tell you who it is before the end of the show.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The NBA has officially returned. Basketball tipped off with an opening night doubleheader last night, and it certainly did not disappoint. First, the reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder picked up an exhilarating 125-124 double overtime victory. In the second game, the Golden State Warriors went on the road and took down the Lakers 119-109, despite a 43-point effort from Luka Doncic with LeBron James sidelined. The Wizards open up their season tonight. They are on the road, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. Moving over to the NFL, the Giants have waived their kicker, Jude McAtamney, 2 days after he contributed to the team's all-time collapse against the Broncos. He missed multiple extra points during that game. He missed 3 extra points in a 2-week period, with the third and final miss helping seal the Giants' doom after blowing that 25-8 lead in the final minutes of Sunday's loss in Denver. And though there has been reported interest, including from the Dallas Cowboys, the Las Vegas Raiders apparently are not interested in trading Max Crosby. The feeling, according to New York NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, is also mutual. Max Crosby doesn't want to leave, and good news, the Raiders not looking to move him despite their slow start. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, you can visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Is that him on line 1? When you hear Ozzy, means it's time to talk to Greenberg. Once you go green, you never go back. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can read all of his work at WashingtonPost.com. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. He joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Neil, what's up, dude? How are you?
I am doing super. I am injury free. How are you?
I'm glad that your hammies are all
I
right.
wish you can help out our team here.
I would be no help, even if I was 100% healthy.
All right, well, that's good to know. We've identified your position here. Dude, I'm almost nervous to ask this because I know you put your own power rankings together every week. How far have the Commanders fallen?
They slipped 5 spots to 15th. They've gone from solid contender to average team pretty quickly. Obviously, a lot of this is injuries, right? I mean, people are losing their mind over Washington's situation, but I mean, they've had cluster injuries at wide receiver.
Yeah.
They've had a major injury at quarterback, and what I don't understand is Baltimore loses their quarterback. They're 1-5, and I think they're still favored to win the division, a slight favorite.
Wow.
Now, I'm not saying that Washington is as good as Baltimore, the division's the same, etc., but it just seems like teams like Baltimore and Cincinnati, they lose their star quarterback. People are freaking out a lot less than what's going on in Washington. And, you know, this team got real lucky on the injury front last year in terms of not losing a lot of impact guys for very long. This year, it's much different. And, you know, I don't know how we can make any sort of sweeping conclusions about this team when the offense is, you know, third string or worse in terms of starting the game.
It is really hard to, I mean, just, you watched the Cowboys game, obviously. What did you make of that mess? What did you make of what they had to offer offensively and then what the defensive performance was?
The defensive performance was not great, but they also, Commanders also had some self-inflicting wounds as well. I mean, the pick six, the Daniels fumble, penalties. I mean, like that's all. If you wash away all the stuff that's fluky, then this game is probably a lot tighter. Maybe we're talking about, I'd estimate the score to be somewhere like 28-24 Dallas. Mm-hmm. So, a narrow loss, which would be pretty good considering the depth chart going into that game. So I think, the pick six, obviously, the fumble, way bigger deals than the defense, which, hasn't played great lately. But again, I mean, if the offense isn't on the field, you're overexerting your defense in a way, and you got to give Dallas credit too. I mean, we talked about this the other week. I mean, they were coming in offensively hot. Dak Prescott playing as good, if not better, than any other quarterback in the league. So it was a tough task on a regular day. But you talk about injuries and just the stuff that they inflicted upon themselves, that becomes a very difficult game for any team to win.
Well, and you look at it, like the thing that kind of, I guess, has raised my eyebrows. We go into games against a team that is horrible against run, and then we can't run the ball. And I think part of that comes down to not having those receivers there as well, because if they now put 8 people in the box and you don't have confidence in your receivers, you got problems.
Absolutely. I mean, you become – look, it's much easier to defend me than it is Terry McLaurin, right? So if you have Terry McLaurin out there, your whole game plan changes compared to if you have me. Now, that's extremes, but that's exactly what we're seeing in the NFL, right? I mean, not to take anything away from guys like Luke McCaffrey and, those guys that are coming in and doing what's asked of them. But again, I mean, this is, these are not your top guys. This isn't your A team, and we haven't really seen the A team for Washington, especially in terms of like wide receivers since the season started. They don't have their quarterback. They don't have receivers. The defense is on the field a lot of the time. They're fumbling. I mean, there's just so much. This blame pie slice is so thin because everything's going wrong at the same time. I mean, look, this could be a throwaway season. I mean, I know expectations were high, but if you don't have your guys on the field,
it's hard to
you're
win.
Not going to win games. I mean, that's just what it is. And it doesn't mean the team stinks or the front office stinks or Adams Peters doesn't know what he's doing or some of his people that he brought in like Lattimore hasn't worked out, but no one gets every decision right. Come on. I mean, the worst thing that happened to this team was that they made it to the NFC Championship game last year because that just completely torpedo expectations and just made it very difficult to figure out where this team should be this year.
I hope some fans were listening to that right there.
So I agree with you to a line. I still don't think it's not the worst thing that they got to the NFC title game. Like if people,
it's the worst. What he's saying is they got there, yes, but it's the worst thing because everybody completely forgot that they are still rebuilding. That's what that.
Right.
No fan came into this year thinking logically. Everybody thought Super Bowl or bust, and that is the wrong way to be thinking.
And I've said on the show, I thought a 10-win season against this schedule and everyone's healthy would be a step forward. They're not healthy. Fourth downs last year, they were awesome on fourth downs last year. They were converting like 87% on fourth down. This year they're closer to the league average at like 55%. There's just look, it's football, stuff happens. I mean, but the injuries and I don't know. I don't. Like I said, there's the expectations coming into the season were so overblown because of what happened last year. It just becomes tough.
I do understand what you're saying. I don't know. I think maybe you listen to the Beltway Football Podcast, but we always play this game called Should and Will. What should happen, what will happen. What do you think should and will happen with Jaden Daniels Monday night?
Look, you're 3-4. You got 3 brutal games ahead of you, and then you got Miami before the bye week. I don't know if the playoffs are a realistic goal for this team right now, because if you only win one of these next 3 games, you're 4-6. I mean, that's tough, and you still have to play the Eagles twice. You got to play Denver after the bye week. That's a tough game. Giants look better. I mean, it's hard. You have to protect Jaden Daniels at all costs. You have to make sure that he's healthy for the next couple of years, not necessarily for the next couple of games. And I just think I do not think he should play if he's not absolutely 100% ready to go. So I think they probably will play him, but I do not think that they should play him if there's any doubt that he's fully healthy.
I think that's correct. Especially, you said it, like the hamstring's just so tricky. Now, it could depend where the injury is. Dan Quinn, though, said should be good news with Terry and Debo. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post, stats, analytics, fantasy, all of it for the Post. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Neil, depending where you look right now, Washington is a 10-point dog. Maybe more, maybe less, depending where you're shopping, right? But it's a big number. I mean, it's a double-digit number on Monday Night Football. I was just looking at the media guide for this week. The Washington organization, Redskins football team, Commanders, all of them have a career 1-10 record against Kansas City, and the organization has never won in Arrowhead. 0-8. They are going into this thing 10.5-point dogs. Do you think that number is baked in with Mariota starting?
I do. Full disclosure, I bet Kansas City minus 9.5 when it opened. Look, these are teams that are going in different directions right now. Kansas City, the offense is finally starting to get the legs under them. Patrick Mahomes is now the favorite, albeit a slight favorite, to win the league's MVP award. This was a team that was down and out and has started to pull it together, the Kansas City Chiefs. They're getting healthier as opposed to what's happening in Washington. This is a tough spot. This is a tough spot on the road. Even though Kansas City hasn't been great at home as of late, but I do think 10 points. I do think Kansas City winning by 10 points is not unreasonable, considering what we know. Now, if Jaden Daniels plays, the number probably moves, but where's it going to move to? Like, it can't move, I don't think, to like minus 6.5, because then the books will just get slammed with middles. So there's just not a lot of room for it to move. I mean, minus 7.5, minus 8.5 is really the same as minus 10 because of the way that points are clustered. Mm-hmm. So I do think it's baked in, but I do think the number is sound. I could easily see this being ugly for a Monday night.
You look at a lot of games just like we do, and you watch this defense. You watch the way that they play. How would you attack Pat? Would you, I'm asking a question I probably know the answer. Would you try and blitz him, or will you sit back and play zone?
Well, they don't throw it deep anymore. Like Patrick Mahomes doesn't throw it deep. He's okay going with the safe pass. So I think you have to do whatever you can to knock him off the game and get to him quick. Because he will live off those short passes. I mean, the league in general is coming down in terms of average depth of target, and Patrick Mahomes has kind of been at the forefront of that for a little bit now. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you have to make it as difficult as you possibly can for him, because if you don't, he's just going to tear you apart. I mean, it's not even going to be. It's not even going to be close. he's not a guy. This isn't like he's not the guy you want to see across from you in a get right game, right? Like you're kind of sputtering. You're coming off some losses. You just got beat down by a division rival. Like, seeing Patrick Mahomes on the other side of the line of scrimmage is not the ideal scenario. So yeah, I mean, you absolutely have to pressure him, and he is comfortable making throws that we kind of look back and say, whoa, how did he make that throw? But more times than not, those throws will turn into turnovers, right? Even if you are Patrick Mahomes. We remember like the really awesome ones, but he's thrown some clunkers there too. And then you have to absolutely capitalize on those mistakes, and obviously you have to not make the same mistakes that as well. I mean, you throw a pick six against Kansas City, just pack it in, right? Like you fumble the ball against Kansas City and give them better field position. I mean, it's going to be a very, very long night for you.
Yeah, this one shapes up bad. Let's be real. Looking at the next three, Greenberg, Seattle's bad on the road. I kind of like the Seattle spot for Washington. Sunday Night Football, they'll be wearing the Super Bowl. They'll be wearing the real uniform as far as I'm concerned. The good old uniform, which I think within 2 or 3 years is just their home white uniform. I think they get rid of the current iteration. But I like that spot. I think this is an incredibly hard spot going to Arrowhead. I wonder if you've run the numbers. Of these next three, what do you think is the most likely record? I mean, they're probably going to be dogs in all three, I imagine. I don't know, home dogs against Seattle, maybe not. What do you look at when you look at this next three games?
I mean, the only soft spot is Seattle, and it's not that soft.
Right.
I would not be surprised if they went 0-3. 1-3 is probably the best case scenario. I mean, if they went 2-3 or even 3-3, 3-0. I mean, 2-1, 3-0. I think that would be we'd be having a much different conversation. I'm not even sure I can get through on my podcast for this station because all the fans would be calling in too much. But Seattle is obviously, the game that feels winnable. And Detroit too, because they did beat Detroit last year. But again, they got to be healthy, right? Like if at the very least, if you don't have Jaden Daniels and Deebo Samuel, it's going to be very tough. If you don't have two of the three of Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuels, I think it's tough as well. I think you need at least two of those three to make it happen, preferably all three. And then, when Terry McLaurin comes back, I mean, how much rust is there? Like he hasn't been on the field in any meaningful way. And there are new players, and there are players that are doing other stuff like Luke McCaffrey. Like, what does that look like? It's a tough spot to be in. That's why, people are really upset, but what are you going to do? I mean, there's injuries in football. Sometimes you get the worst of it, and right now Washington's getting the worst of it.
Yes, they are.
They are. Looking around the league, if you had to bet a future today on a Super Bowl champ, who would it be?
I think the best value is probably Baltimore, only because the odds makers think that they can win the division, and Lamar comes back. And it's absolutely silly. Like it is so comical that we're even having this discussion. But if Lamar Jackson comes back, they're playing Miami, they're playing Cleveland, they're playing the Jets, they're playing the Bengals twice. The only tough games, if you want to call them that, are Green Bay, maybe New England. Like, there aren't a lot of tough games on the schedule for Baltimore, and that's probably why they're favored to win the division.
They're still favored to win the division?
They're a slight favorite, yeah. So,
wow.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now on, what am I on, FanDuel, and it has the Steelers at plus 135 and the Ravens at plus 150.
Okay, so that's pretty close, considering one team is 4-2 and the other one's 1-5, and they play each other twice.
A lot,
that's crazy.
Damn.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
they're expecting Aaron Rodgers to go crazy?
Yeah, they're just expecting Baltimore to
ayahuasca
start
hits.
making hay once they come back. Now, like that to me is probably the best value on the board. Now, would I play that? I don't think so. But still, I mean, that's probably the best value on the board. I think the Rams are looking really good. You're not going to get any value on Kansas City. I think Carolina's interesting, only because you look at where they are in the division compared to like some of the other 4 and 3 teams, and they're probably a pretty decent value there. Buffalo may even be a value depending on how much stock you put into New England, who, by the way, on this show I said, look out for New England. I think they could be probably one of the most improved teams in the league.
Get a real coach, quarterback's playing well,
and
soft schedule.
Yeah. So Baltimore, though, is interesting considering they're 1 and 5.
That's very interesting.
Who would you like out of the NFC? Who would you bet to win the NFC even?
NFC's wide open. I don't know if I trust any of these teams, but right now I think probably the Rams. The Rams are probably my favorite team in the NFC. Green Bay a close second, but no
Detroit.
No faith in Philly. No faith in Detroit. No faith in Tampa. Tampa's winning because that division stinks. Not a big fan of Seattle. San Francisco's hurt. Still 5-2 though. That's the other thing.
What do you make of that Niners team? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, as much as we're talking about Washington being not good and underwhelming with all the injuries, no one's talking about San Francisco keeping it all together with duct tape and glue and 5-2, right? Like, you don't hear a peep about what they're doing in San Francisco. And I actually think Christian McCaffrey probably deserves some MVP talk because of how important he is to that offense, i.e., he is the offense.
Yeah, he's certainly the offense for my fantasy team. I think McCaffrey has been really interesting. It's like nobody's talking about the Niners because everybody keeps expecting it to kind of fall apart, but at some point it hasn't. What about the Colts, dude? Speaking of teams that everybody expects to fall apart.
I tweeted this. I mean, if Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes was the quarterback of the only one-loss team in football and efficiency measures like standard, non-traditional, whatever, were in the top 3, they would overwhelmingly be the MVP favorite of the league. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones is 7th, and everyone's comfort pick, Patrick Mahomes, is 1st, and Josh Allen's up there too. Daniel Jones he's carrying the baggage of his previous seasons. Like,
Totally.
He's not getting full credit for what he's doing in Indianapolis, and neither's the coaching staff. I mean, it just goes to show you put the right guy in the right spot with the right people, and you can make a lot of good things happen in the NFL. It's, there's a lot of moving parts in the NFL,
John Taylor helps
and we saw this last year. And when you get them all right, really good things start to happen.
Hey, real quick, Greenberg, we did this yesterday. Who had the worst loss last Sunday, the Commanders or the Giants?
Oh, the Giants, because the Commanders are injured. Like, I don't even think it's close.
I agree with you.
The Giants was just a debacle. New York sports has been kind of like on a skid lately. But, that was tough.
We got to run next week. Make sure I build in time to talk Caps. They had a big win last night, playing good hockey, scoring a bunch. I've been enjoying watching that. We got to run though, Neil. Thank you for the time, man.
Cool,
as
always.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
I bet.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. In his power rankings, he's got the Commanders at 15. Let's see what NFL.com says. Let's run through the power rankings next. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Washington Nationals outfielder James Wood has been named a finalist for the Louisville Slugger Silver Slugger Award. The other finalists are Corbin Carroll of the D-backs, Pete Crow Armstrong with the Cubs, Juan Soto for the Mets, Kyle Stowers for the Marlins, and Kyle Tucker for the Cubs. Wood finished the season tied for the National League lead among outfielders with 38 doubles this season. Now, the last Nationals player to win a Silver Slugger is Juan Soto back in 2021. The award winners will be announced on November 6th. We'll see if James Wood gets out a little bit of hardware after his first full professional season. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Huey Lewis. Shout out to Huey Lewis and the news. Power of love. Power of love. We're about to give away some tickets, folks. Laney, can you send me the read for the tickets, please? I'm looking. I don't see it. But if you, I got it. I got you right here. Anybody want to go see Government Mule? Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Government Mule, Friday, October 31st at Warner Theater. That'd be a fun show, man. Halloween night at the Warner.
Government
Mule. That would, if I wasn't 44 with 2 kids and have to go trick-or-treating, if I was 23 and had my afro and smoked a ton of weed like I did when I was 23, I'd be pretty into that concert.
The kids, they'll still be rocking after the kids have finished
I'm too
trick-or-treating.
old. You think I'm driving downtown to the Warner?
Stop saying you're too old. You ain't too old, man. Don't let nobody make you think you're old, bro. You only as old as you feel. And you let somebody make you think you're old, you're going to lose a lot of life, homeboy.
If you want to go, 800-636-1067. 2 tickets, Halloween at the Warner. Watch Government Mule. All winners will qualify to win a VIP Ultimate Experience Package, which includes 2 reserved seats, pre-show sound check, which is dope, and some cool swag. This is one I'd actually like to win. Can I win this, Jeff? Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. There's a concert in Baltimore that night that I'd really like to go to that I also won't attend. What's your file on Billy Strings, B? You know any Billy Strings?
Nope.
Really good kind of bluegrassy jam band. He's playing Halloween in Baltimore. Is Baltimore Arena now called CFG Bank Arena? I assume that's kind of the venue.
Asking me about Baltimore.
I think that's the kind of venue he would play. Okay. I'm pissed he's not coming to D.C. or I would see him. Playing 2 nights in Baltimore. Maybe I could convince my wife to let me go on November 1st. I'll keep you updated. You think I'm going November 1st?
If you try and go.
You think I'll actually try?
You'll talk yourself out of it.
I think I already did. Baltimore's kind of far. Brian, you're aware of the NFL as good as anyone in our great nation.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the best team in football?
Detroit. They're going to put Detroit probably.
They put Detroit. Every week we go through the NFL power rankings as determined by NFL.com and Eric Edholm, just for consistency's sake. We also asked Greenberg for his. Edholm has the Lions number 1. Lions are 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Tied for best record in the NFC. Best record in the NFL is the Indianapolis Colts, 6-1.
6-1, baby.
But Edholm has the Lions number 1. I don't hate it. I mean, they've got good wins.
Good wins. And everyone was all over Tampa. They beat the hell out of them. So And your quarterback, he's proving people like don't just knock me. Don't talk bad about me.
I think
I can still play.
I think the talking bad about Jared Goff has subsided.
It has not subsided.
No?
He still don't get the love that all the other quarterbacks get.
You're right.
Yeah, they were giving Baker Mayfield way more love than him.
You're right.
You know, because like they look at him. Listen, and I think when you get to the point where Jared Goff has gotten to a point where nobody, like when he has those great games, nobody really gets excited about it. Well, that just means you're that damn good. Because when Baker has a great game, it's all over the place. People blow it. They never really talk about Jared Goff, but he just puts up numbers.
Who's your second best team in the NFL?
Second best.
I think you're right, though, with Goff. People are, like, dismissive because it's like, oh, look at the weapons. Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's dealing, dude. Goff deals. That's one of very few things I can say. Ryan the Stallion was right. He's been a Jared Goff guy.
He can play. All right. Still in the NFC East? I mean, in the NFC?
No.
It's not. Well, good. I changed my mind then. I don't know.
They got the Colts.
Really?
Colts have the best record and the best point differential.
I look at the best record and stuff like that. I'm still like, you got to prove it to get that love. I guess they're proving it right now. They're sitting at 6-1, but you believe they're gonna be like top 2, top 5 at the end of the season?
I think they're gonna cakewalk win that division. So I think they're gonna be a 2 or 3 seed.
Are they playing people outside of that?
Yeah, I mean
division.
I'm saying,
but I mean at the end of the year, will they be there?
Let me tell you. How about this for a stat? Detroit, actually Dallas. Wow, Dallas has scored the second most points in the NFL with 222.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit is third at 215. The Colts have scored the most points in the NFL by a fairly wide. I mean, they're at 232. Their point differential is 92. Indy's good, man. They have everybody's always said about Ballard that he's a good GM. There's a lot of talent on that roster. They just couldn't figure out a quarterback. And we'll see how long it lasts. But Daniel Jones has been excellent for them. And remember, Jonathan Taylor, he had a 2,000-yard season
he's good.
3 years ago or whatever. Number 3, they have the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right. And what's their record?
4-3.
4-3?
Now, here's my point with the Chiefs, though. Of these top 3 teams per NFL Power Rankings, it goes Lions, Colts, Chiefs. The team I would most comfortably bet to win the Super Bowl is the Chiefs.
Yeah. Because they've done it and they have 15. That makes a world of difference, man.
Totally.
If they're healthy down the stretch, I'll put my money on Pat before I put it on Goff, Jones, whoever.
And think about the quickness that receiver room has now. Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice.
That's the problem. That now, if Kelsey has anything left, it needs to show now. Because with those three guys on the field, he's going to be one-on-one. And he should be cooking people.
Seattle at 4.
I can see it. I mean, what are they, 5-2?
Yep.
5-2. Still is Landfield's favorite quarterback, but their defense is playing tough as hell.
Landfill, at what point can you buy Sam Darnold? I mean, he was really good last year. He's playing quite well.
He was really good till when they counted.
Sure. Landfill is the number 1 Sam Darnold hater. At what point can you buy Darnold, Landy?
I think he's not a despiser, not a hater.
He need to keep it up for the rest of the year. You know, the way he had a good season last year, but like Beamish was talking about, the way that he just kind of collapsed at the end of the season when they really needed him, and then Minnesota couldn't. You know, they let him go. They let him go for
a rookie coming off a knee injury.
For a rookie coming off a knee injury, who when he was in college, you know, Michigan didn't let the guy throw the ball in college, and the Vikings said we'd rather have that guy at quarterback than a guy who just led them to double-digit wins. That doesn't inspire confidence.
That says a lot.
It says a lot, And look, he's having a good year this year, but he needs to not collapse at the end of the season again, and then maybe I'll very reluctantly start to believe.
What's your belief meter in Danny Dimes, Indiana Jones?
I kind of think this is, over the past couple of years in the NFL, we've seen, like Sam Darnold, I think Geno Smith had a season like that a couple years earlier, where one of these guys that is clearly talented because they were fairly high draft picks, but never really pulled it out, manages to, look decent, look like a real NFL quarterback for a season, but then kind of, messes the bed at the end. I frankly still expect that to happen with Danny Dimes. I think that, what are we, 7 games into the season? They play 17.
Yeah. Now, Landfill is the chief Sam Darnold hater. I would put you as the chief Danny Dimes hater, B. How much do you need from Indiana Jones to start buying him?
It has to go beyond this right here. If he goes like this for the half, let's say 8-9 games, I may start believing. But I will say this, even when he had Saquon, if Saquon was effective, he was effective. If anything happened to Taylor, then we'll really know.
Sure. Jeff, you wanted to chime in. Do you think you're the chief? What did you want to say there?
No, I was saying B ultimate nemesis is Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah. Josh Allen is your nemesis, B. How you feeling about him and what the Bills are doing?
What did they do, lost the last 2 games?
I think they won, or maybe they had a bye.
They lost 2 games.
They lost 2 in a row, yeah. Where are you at on Josh Allen? Still not buying him?
I mean, I've always stated the guy is real talented, but I think it gets a little bit overly hyped when he does something good when other people do it on a regular basis.
Bills in Charlotte this week. Bills at Panthers. But no Bryce Young, I think, is going to impact that Carolina team a lot. Carolina 4-3 is a hell of a story, though.
That is. I wouldn't have never thought that.
So the top 5 for NFL.com: Detroit, Indy, KC, Seattle, and then Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons had one of the best defensive games ever, frankly, last week against Arizona. The Packers, though, they have a bad habit of letting bad teams hang around.
Yeah.
And they show up for big games, but until you get over that, I don't necessarily see the same Super Bowl potential in Green Bay that others have. All right, so your top 5, Detroit, Indy, KC, Seattle, Green Bay. When we return, let's take a look at how far Washington has fallen. Where do you think the Commanders are going to land here? I haven't looked, so I don't know. Greenberg had him 15th in his power ranks.
They're probably less than that.
I feel like 17. Doug Williams sounds about right.
17, 18.
All right, we're going to find out how far Washington has fallen when we return, plus some very cool Hall of Fame news. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Running through NFL power rankings from NFL.com. In about 10 minutes, you'll hear from Mike Jones from The Athletic. Had a really excellent column yesterday about this RG3 Jaden Daniels nonsense. I can't wait to talk to Jonesy.
Mike kills it.
I want to talk football with Jonesy, and then I want to talk specifically the RG3 Jaden thing with Jonesy. Throughout the season, Washington has been a top 10 power-ranked team.
Yeah.
Coming off an ass kicking at the hands of the Dallas Cowboys and just a ton of injuries organizationally, receiver position, DN position. I mean, just a wreck on injuries. I think they're going to fall outside of the top 10, certainly. If you missed it, NFL.com has the top team in the NFL in their power rankings. The Lions, Colts, Chiefs, Seahawks, Packers round out the top 5. Then they go Eagles 6, Rams 7, Bucks 8, Bills 9, Denver 10, New England all the way to 11. B, I think Washington's going to land somewhere 17-ish. B might have said 18, somewhere in there. Pats at 11. Pats have been good, and they're also just playing nobodies, so they're going to keep stacking up wins. Niners at 12. Niners deserve credit, man. They gutted out a good win against Atlanta Sunday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hell of a coaching job right now from Kyle Shanahan, and you got young guys stepping up. Like it is one thing with Washington, how they're super injured, and you just don't have guys stepping up. Other teams do. Tampa's beat up. Detroit's beat up. Guys are showing up.
But the difference between those teams and Washington, those teams are established
For a while.
They have a lot
Playoff
of people.
teams. Yeah.
They've been around for like doing this thing now because like look at just 4 years ago. Detroit was in the same situation in their second year. And then all of a sudden, now they're a powerhouse. Tampa, those guys have been around. You know, San Fran, they got the same type of deal. Washington is not equipped at this point to be able to withstand injuries of that magnitude.
Agreed. Niners at 12, Steelers at 13. Steelers are an interesting one because Rodgers is playing pretty well. I mean, they did just lose to Cincinnati, but that was also like a spot where I think the Bengals had the juice that night. Bears at 14. Bears are now 4-2. Running the ball well with DeAndre Swift. Caleb looks pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. 15, the Jags. That game in London was god-awful. I watched far
terrible.
too much of it. McVay, I thought, really kind of mastered and apprenticed Liam Cohen in that matchup. Number 16, B, find the Commanders.
Huh.
I read now from NFL.com. That's 2 straight losses after the big win in L.A., and the Commanders suddenly find themselves in tough shape physically. They were already down their top 3 receivers heading into the loss at Dallas, and Jaden Daniels exited the game early in the third quarter with a hamstring injury. Up next are matchups against the Chiefs, Seahawks, and Lions, followed by a game in Madrid. So it's clear that this is a dangerous time for Washington. The defense hasn't given us any reason to believe it will suddenly start making big plays. When it's not getting sacks, the unit is struggling. The Commanders have forced just 3 turnovers all season and have suffered from major coverage lapses and poor tackling. That is all accurate, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
Like you'd love for this to be inaccurate and you could fight back and be like, nah, that's not right. That's all right.
It is.
Of the injuries we can't fix. Of the defensive issues, lack of pressure, no turnovers, bad tackling, what do you think is the most fixable?
If you fix the lack of pressure, that fixes everything else. I mean, the tackling is the one thing that's easy to fix, but if you can get pressure, hell, they miss quarterbacks, they miss running backs in the backfield. So if they get pressure and they tackle, now you start getting turnovers. You start getting those stops. You know, you have people pressing and you do more. But you got to get pressure. You got to win in the trenches.
Totally.
Right.
I mean, the blitz numbers are they're only sending for 70% of the time. They're just they're relying on their front to win, and it's just not happening.
Yeah.
At some point, try something new. I think it's too early to give up, but at the same time, it's definitely late enough to try something else.
Yeah, you got to try something else. I mean, you can't completely give up at all, ever. But if it's not working, something else has to be implemented quickly.
For sure. Where do you think the Giants land in the power ranks? 16 sounds fair, dude. Middle of the pack.
Yep. The Giants won good game. Then they lost that game. Giants are going to be 18 or 20.
White Brian, where do you think your Giants should be in the power ranks?
23.
26.
Damn.
I think they're just killing them to blow a lead like that. They were up 3 scores with 5 minutes left and lost. 26 sounds too low. That offense, I fear Dart. I fear the way he's playing is a little too risky right now, but that offense has some juice.
They do. But
that defensive coordinator is an idiot. Jets are obviously the worst team in football at 32. Titans at 31. Dolphins at 30. I agree with all that. Raiders at 29. I agree with that. Saints at 28. I get it. We got a break. Sorry, Landfill. I was not looking at the clock. When we return, Mike Jones from The Athletic. Can't wait to talk to Jonesy. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Some NFL business news. The NFL is looking to set a record when the Bears take on the Eagles on Black Friday. The league just announced that fans who want to watch the contest, which is streaming on Prime Video, will not need a subscription to view the game. The league also teased that they want this to be the first NFL event to be presented globally on Prime Video, which is already available in over 240 countries and territories around the world. So tune in if you want to help out the NFL. And amid speculation concerning his availability ahead of the NFL trade deadline, the Raiders met yesterday with All-Pro defensive end Max Crosby to assure him they are not shopping him and they will not trade him. The Raiders meeting with Crosby comes after the four-time Pro Bowler had been linked to other teams via trade rumors that circulated on social media in recent days. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, tune in to listen live as the Wizards begin their season. They're going to open the year on the road facing the Milwaukee Bucks. Tip-off 8 p.m. tonight. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Fenley, 106.7 The Fan. Mike Jones covered the Washington Redskins for a long time. Then he went to USA Today. Then he went to The Athletic. Jonesy is an incredibly qualified NFL reporter.
Jonesy brings it, brother.
Has relationships all over the league. And Mike Jones joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. What's up, Jonesy? How are you, bud?
How we doing, guys?
Good, man.
We're good, man. We're good. I really enjoyed your column yesterday. I want to get to that. But let's start with it's an interesting year in the NFL because I don't think there is a runaway powerhouse team this year like there have been in the past. Do you see it that way too?
Well, I believe that there are two very strong teams and that there are qualified contenders. We saw those very strong teams go through a little adversity to start the season, but strong teams pull their way out of it, and then they get on a roll. We saw that happen with the Patriots every year. We're like, oh, maybe this is the end. This is where they falter, and then they get through October, and then all of a sudden they go on a roll. I still think that the Eagles and the Chiefs are teams that contend for the Super Bowl. I still think that they are cut above everybody else because even despite all of their, shortcomings and warts, they still have the ability to beat anybody on any given Sunday. Now that you look at the Chiefs and they are healthy, even week before last against Detroit, they still didn't have Rashee Rice back, but they had Xavier Worthy, they had Hollywood Brown, they had Juju Smith-Schuster, they had Travis Kelce, and their offense was starting to look like it was with all the crazy misdirections and motions and all kinds of stuff that they do. Then they added Rashee Rice, and then he has 2 touchdown catches, and you have all those guys running all over the place, and it opens up stuff underneath for Kelce. And then they have a run game. I still would like to see if they could add a running back at the trade deadline, but their defense is playing well. So I still think that, the Chiefs are still the AFC team to beat because everybody else has got flaws. You look at the Eagles, they have a new offensive coordinator, breaking him in. It seems like as we look at it, like, why is it so hard? Why can't they get these guys to do what they did last year just because it's, Kellen Moore is gone. You still got all the weapons. Well, it takes time. Every year is a little different. Every year you got to break out some new tweaks because defenses study what you do and try to take things away. But as we saw last week, they can go to Devontae Smith. They can go to A.J. Brown. I still waiting to see Saquon Barkley rip off a 100-yard game, but the ability is there. So, yes, there's a lot of intrigue, a lot of teams that are, really, have my attention, but I still think those two teams right there are the two strongest contenders.
You don't think Detroit can push Philly, though?
Oh, I think they can for sure.
Yeah.
I think that they can. We saw them, though, struggle a little bit once they fell into a hole against Kansas City, and they, struggled to get the running game back on track. If they can storm out of the gates and be explosive, and, then yes, we saw them do that against Tampa Bay, and I wish Tampa had been healthy because I think it would have been a more intriguing game. But I think that Detroit is definitely a team that you have to be scared of. I think Buffalo, even though they've got kind of some hiccups and some things they're trying to work on, they're another quality team. I just think that the Eagles and Chiefs are just a little bit above everybody else.
What do you find more surprising, perhaps, more impressive, perhaps, what the Niners are doing, what Kyle Shanahan's doing out there with all those injuries, or what Indy is doing with Daniel Jones? I mean, they've got the best record in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm stunned by what we're seeing at Daniel Jones, because when they said they were going with him as a starter, I said, we've seen this movie. We know what you're going to get out of Daniel Jones. You're not going to get a lot of touchdown passes. You're going to get fumbles. You're going to get interceptions. He's not going to be able, and he looks like a totally different quarterback than what we saw in New York. I really need to do some digging and would love to sit in on some of these sessions that Kyle Shanahan and Kevin O'Connell and Sean McVay do with their backup quarterbacks, because they help resurrect everybody's careers. Here Daniel Jones is looking like a totally different guy, and it's impressive. Although I will say, who have they beaten? Of the quality teams that they've played, they should have beaten the Rams. Maybe they did not beat them. Everybody else that they've beaten is either not very good or like Denver, who is hot and cold. So I'm really looking at that Pittsburgh game and that Kansas City game in Week 12 to really know if Indy is for real or if they are just, the best in their division. What San Francisco is doing, though, having lost Bosa, having lost Fred Warner, not having Purdy on the field, all the other injuries they got at the wide receiver position, and Kyle Shanahan continues to get it done, really is a testament to the drafting that they do, because they have young guys who fit well into their system, and the preparation that Shanahan and his staff do to get these guys coached up. So really, I would have never expected that they were going to, have the record that they have and still be in the thick of things, and that Mac Jones is going to look as good as he has. Yeah. It's pretty impressive. So I don't know which one of those is more surprising, but it's pretty mind blowing that Kyle Shanahan is getting this thing done.
Don't you think, though, like that team, looking at them, and last year, hell, Detroit was down 20-something guys, and they still were there in the playoffs and all. That they have been around long enough to where they now have a great nucleus. So if somebody get hurt, they can plug somebody in.
Yeah,
Washington don't have that.
Right. Well, look, okay, but like you said, they've been around for a while. What is this, year 8 for Shanahan and Lynch together? Maybe there. And then, like you said, with Detroit, I think this is maybe year 3 or 4 last year was. With their general manager there, drafting the kind of players that they want and having that whole system. This is year 2 in Washington. There's a lot of Band-Aids on that roster, a lot of guys that they were plugging in, even though they are long in the tooth, hoping they could help them. It's going to take some time. They were a little ahead of schedule, surprised us all, raised expectations last year, and now we're seeing a little bit more of a dose of reality here. You're not able to sneak up on anybody, and you definitely have some holes from a lot of bad drafts that added up and left your cupboard kind of bare. So it'll take a little time, but your hope is that, okay, several drafts together with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and you will see what Dan Campbell and the Lions were able to overcome, and what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are able to overcome, because they know the kind of players they want. They're developing in them, and they're bringing them up in the system, and they're ready to step in when a veteran goes down.
Talking with our friend Mike Jones here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the best air conditioning and heating products in the DMV. You can read all of Jonesy's work for The Athletic, national NFL writer for The Athletic. You can give him a follow on Twitter and Instagram at @ByMikeJones. Just real quick before we get deep into Washington, what do you make of Jackson Dart and what he's been doing so far in New York? Obviously, they gave that game away. I'm not talking about Dable. I'm not sure he's the answer. But just what do you think of Dart so far?
Well, I mean, I think that Dable has an understanding of what the kid can do and is letting him be him and structuring the offense in a way that is taking advantage of what he can give you. And then Jackson Dart has the athleticism and ability to make some off-script plays when things start to break down. Can you imagine if he had Malik Neighbors on the field to go to? This team is already kind of causing some headaches for people. But if you had Neighbors, they really would be, a problem. And yeah, long term, I don't know, because I think Brian Dable, why are you throwing the ball with 4 minutes left and they have one timeout? Why aren't you running the ball? And then when you get the ball right down there at the goal line, why are you scoring right away? Why didn't you take a little more time off? So his game management skills, I'm not sure, so I don't know if he's a long-term answer, but Jackson Dart is making him look smart for going to him because of the athleticism. You know, this day and age, you have to have a quarterback that can turn nothing into something, and Jackson Dart has the ability to do that. Even though he's not perfect, he can kind of mask some of the deficiencies.
They cut the kicker. They should have been releasing Dable, I believe, because he made some decisions in that game that cost them.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So. You're exactly right. I feel you.
All right, let's turn our attention to the Burgundy and Gold. Okay. Let's start with kind of what they've done on the field through 7 games. What you think of Washington through 7 games, dealing with all the injuries, everything they've got working?
Well, I mean, the thing is this, and I said this in the preseason, that, look, to be able to top last year, you basically had to make it to the Super Bowl. And so while, the depth might have improved a little bit, because of the draft class, I didn't know this team was going to be better than last year's because it takes some time. And then again, you've got some older guys you've got plugged into spots as bridge guys, and age is a factor. You couldn't have accounted for Terry McLaurin hardly being on the field. He missed a lot of time in the training camp holding out. He got his deal, and then he hasn't been able to be on the field. That's a big thing. Look, Jaden Daniels throwing to Robbie Chosen as his number one option last week. I see people who are down on Daniels, and it's like, what is he having to work with here? And the offensive line is still a work in progress. And if you had half of a defense to get some stops and get you the ball back in some favorable position, it would help a little bit. So I think that some of the frustration is misdirected. I think that it's a process. Sometimes, you have to take a little bit of a step backwards to go forward. It'll really be interesting what they do this offseason because they got to have a good free agency and they got to have a good draft. And then they can bounce back. And look, it's not out of reach. Dallas is, they are up and down. They have talent, but they're flawed as well. But we'll see. And just the defense is the real concerning thing with Washington. Yeah. But again, if you look at that secondary, I never liked that Lattimore trade, and didn't think that giving up all those picks for him was going to pay off here. And that secondary is just there's miscommunications, poor performance, and that's really what's letting this team down because you got to be able to lean on your defense when your offense isn't fully healthy and the defense has not been able to stop you or me.
When you look at all of the miscommunication, because one thing about me, if guys don't know now, they ain't gonna ever know.
Right.
I mean, they've been practicing long enough to where I've always said this in previous regimes as well. If guys don't know, then you need to simplify stuff.
Right.
Point blank.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, but then my thing is this. These are some guys who've been playing football for quite a while. I'm
with that too.
you Lattimore, and them should not be getting confused and running into each other and not knowing where people are supposed to be. There shouldn't be these wide open busted coverages. You're veterans, and sometimes a coach might say something, and you're out there and you look over each other, hey, we got this right here. You kind of point stuff out to each other, and you have to play within the system, but you also can alert each other to different things. I don't see that cohesion, that recognition, that working together, and so maybe it's bad chemistry with some of the pieces that aren't fitting there, and so that's why I don't know if there's a quick fix here. And it's just going to take some time as you continue to try to build this thing. But you just think back of, the defensive backs that were drafted, that linemen that were drafted that, aren't here, didn't pan out. And eventually you can't continue to blame that on excuses for right now. But it's like, man, the cupboard could be a little bit better stocked if they had a hit on some of those draft picks.
Mike, you sound a little bit like me saying that players on the field, you're a professional athlete, you should be able to see things. I said that yesterday, huh?
I've listened to a lot of B. Mitch over my time. I've listened a lot.
All right. Jonesy, I want to get to the column you wrote yesterday. It was brilliant. We're talking with Mike Jones here from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at by Mike Jones. During the RG3 era, I would say probably you and John Keim were closest to it. You saw the highs, the lows, the crash, the burn, everything that happened during the Robert era with the Redskins. And I kind of think there has been a lot of Jaden Daniels, Robert Griffin III comparisons. I think they're baseless. B and I have said that for some time. Kind of hit a new level when Jaden Daniels' mom, Regina Jackson, tweeted on Sunday night, I believe, "Please stop comparing my son with RG3. Please stop trying to manifest his career for this." You wrote just a tremendous column explaining how different these people are and that collectively, everybody's got to chill TF out with these comps. And I'd love to just see what inspired you to write it and kind of how you got there.
Well, I mean, even going back to last year, everybody, was, thinking that, oh, hey, this is RG3, very similar. And look, I know, okay, they're both black, they're both fast, they both have braids, they both won the Heisman, they both have a visible parent, they both helped infuse the franchise of life. But other than mobility, even their mobility is different. They run different. It's not the same thing. And then this year, as he's gotten hurt here and there, the fear and the and the angst, and I was thinking it, and just I go to Twitter and see what fans are thinking, and then all of a sudden popped up. I saw his mom's tweet, and I'm like, good Lord, this is getting really loud. That Mama Bear is having to say, please stop. And so I don't think a lot of people remember that Robert Griffin III's career, that era didn't crash and burn because he tore his ACL. Because Joe Burrow tore his ACL and came back and led his team to the Super Bowl. There have been other quarterbacks that have devastating injuries and they come back and they're okay. Other players. There was so much going on in this organization, so much dissension, so much turmoil, so much dysfunction, and that's why his situation never panned out. It's a totally different organization. And then also you have Jaden Daniels. People say, oh, they rushed Robert back. They chewed him out. Robert rushed himself back.
Yeah.
Robert didn't want to listen to, when Shanahan didn't want to play him, he had taken a hit. It wasn't the Cleveland game. It was the week after that. And Shanahan said, you don't look right. And Robert told him, Shanahan was like, I'm pulling you out. And he's like, no, hey, you ride with me or we're done. And Shanahan was like, all right. Sent him back out there to play because Robert was so afraid of opening the door for Cousins that he wasn't thinking he was going to lose his job. And so he forced himself out there when he wasn't ready. Nobody was forcing him out there. Robert was so paranoid because of the stuff his dad had told him, look, man, they like him better. They had Snyder saying, hey, stand up for yourself against, the coaches and everything. So Robert was poisoned against his coaches, didn't trust them. Jaden Daniels is not paranoid, thinking that they're trying to get him hurt so they can go to another guy. It's a totally different approach. They are patient with this. He would have forced his way back out there if he was Robert Griffin. So even if he did have a more serious injury than a hamstring injury, he does have a chance to still have a quality career here because there is professionalism, there is trust, and there's patience that's at play here, which wasn't the case 12, 13 years ago.
You know what? And I think if people really just wanted to listen to the truth, you remember that? What was that show? Moment of Impact, when he was talking to Trent Williams on the sideline.
Right.
And he told Trent, my leg is hurt, don't say nothing.
Right.
I heard a want. He basically told you, I'm hurt. Then he sat there and ran on the field without the doctor. that was the high sign era, the high sign dilemma.
Yeah.
You know, I gave him a high sign. High sign is what? What the hell is a high sign? The dude, he was hurt. He knew he was hurt. He was afraid of Kirk the whole time.
Yeah. He did not want the doctors to check him because, remember, it was the Cincinnati game, I think, week 3, where they ran a lot of read option stuff, and he got pummeled a lot. And his dad told him, multiple people have told me this, his dad told him, they want to get you hurt so they can go to the white boy. And so that's in the back of his head.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have that in the back of Jaden Daniels' head.
Nope.
You don't have that fear. And so because of that, it's a different approach. And it's unfortunate that people think it was just an injury that ended it, but there was so much dysfunction he didn't have a chance.
As I said before, they gave him
totally
too much too soon when he wasn't matured enough to handle it.
Right. And so because of that, that's why that air crashed and burned. I really would have loved to have seen what happened if, say, there wasn't the influence of the dad or the owner. They stayed out of the way. He trusted Shanahan. When they said, look, we're going to hold you out. You're still our guy, but we've got to wait till you're ready. And then in year 2, instead of rushing himself back when he could hardly still run, and then asking them to change the offense, and when he wasn't ready and not having enough practice time, if he had been patient and he came back in week 3, who knows what could have happened with his career. But he never was right physically. He didn't have the study habits that Jaden Daniels does. That kid gets there early. Robert would get there early and go into the weight room. And he would always time his extra lifting sessions whenever we had press conferences so you could see him working. Where Cousins was sitting on the couch studying his iPad. Jaden Daniels gets there at the crack of dawn studying film. And so he has the opportunity to correct his mistakes and to continue to get better. And so that's why this isn't the same thing. I'm not saying that Jaden is never going to get injured, but I'm just saying the approach of the franchise, the approach of the player, and that's why
It's totally
this isn't
different.
a repeat.
Appreciate you, bro.
Jonesy, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right,
I'll see
brother.
ya.
That's our guy, Mike Jones from The Athletic. Give him a follow at by Mike Jones. I want to talk about this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The RG3 Jaden Daniels comparisons are stupid. We've said it for some time. They're different players, different people. Where does this come from? You let us know next.
Mike told you.
It's 106.7 The Fan.
Bouncing back from a home loss 2 days earlier that snapped their 4-game winning streak, the Capitals defeated the Kraken last night 4-1. Nick Dowd, Ryan Leonard, Jacob Chikrin, and Tom Wilson all scored in the win. We've got another DC team in action tonight. The Wizards are preparing to open up their 2025-26 season against the Milwaukee Bucks. They're going to have to endure their first game without a crucial piece of their starting lineup. Headlining the team's official injury report is forward Bilal Coulibaly, who is the only player listed as out due to recovering from a right hand surgery. In addition to Coulibaly, Wizards guard Will Riley is questionable for tonight's game with a right ankle sprain. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hey, oh, shit. How about this, Brian?
What you got?
Giants just sold a piece of the action. Julia, I think Koch, that super rich family, is that pronounced Cook? Because I'm not doing a bit here. Koch to me is like Koch or cock, but I don't think it's pronounced that way. There's a super rich
I know
political
the
family.
I don't know if it's Cook. It was
Coke, maybe?
Something like that. I don't think it was Cook, though.
Landville, see if you
But I
can
know the
figure
family
that
you're
out.
discussing.
They just bought into the Giants.
All right.
A minority, non-controlling interest in the Giants. That's another super rich family buying into the Giants. You got the Maras, the Tishes, and now the Cokes. We're gonna go with Coke or Koch. That's crazy, man. That's a big money family, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody's, you know what everybody likes?
Money.
Cash, baby.
Straight cash, homie.
All right. I wanted to shout out my man Curtis from Capitol Heights.
Appreciate you, Curtis.
Bought the boys lunch. Thank you. Now, we just had Mike Jones on. If you missed any of that conversation, there was much more of just a football conversation, but then I thought Jonesy did such a great job in his column in The Athletic, ripping apart the
Coke or Koch.
Coke or Koch.
That's
okay.
the two American
Okay.
pronunciations of it. English pronunciation.
Some of Mike's writing in here was so subtly powerful. I truly enjoyed it. He wrote how Jaden Daniels' mother, Regina Jackson, posted on X, "I wish you would stop manifesting RG3 on my son. Words are powerful, and that's all that's talked about." To which Jonesy wrote, "Ever the opportunist," Griffin posted on X, "I have always supported Jaden Daniels and want nothing but the best for him. Being QB1 in Washington, D.C. comes with an intense spotlight that I know well. You love your son, and the real fans do too. I want a long, healthy career for him. He will always have my support."
Listen, I guarantee you the stuff that Mike dealt with, that RGG dealt with, Jaden is not dealing with.
Correct.
See, RG3 was looking for it. Jaden's is in his book and at his house.
Right.
And doesn't really give a damn about what's being posted. And that might piss some people off, okay? Because people will think you really care about what they post all the time. That's why they do it so much, thinking it's getting to people. There are a lot of people that can give a damn about what you say. If you're not the person writing my checks or have something to do with me going into the game or not in the game, I could care less what you're saying.
Jaden loves to play football, and I'm sure he loves the money he's now gotten.
Yeah.
But I think he would do away with the fame in an instant.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about that. Robert was not that dude. Robert liked the fame. Robert liked where the cameras were. Still does.
Yes.
And that's okay. He's making a living.
Do your thing. But the whole thing about it is there are times like, and then again, listen, man. If Sophia Mitchell was living today, and I was playing this game, and people were doing certain things, my mom would say something too. And I have a problem with the people out there who has a problem with a mama caring about her kid. I mean, let's be real. If your parents didn't care about you, then that's your damn problem. But a lot of folks care about their kids, okay? And they will put their hands on you if you say too much. But all she's doing is defending, you know? But people feel they have a right to say whatever they want to say, or they want to be in her position to have some level of control over what the hell he's dealing with. So what, they could rob him, take all his money? That's a woman who's seen some stuff and know what can go down. I don't have a problem with it.
Let's hit these phones. Where does all this madness, where does this desire to compare Robert and Jaden come from?
I told you when he was drafted. Two brothers, Heisman Trophy winners.
Number 2 overall.
Number 2 overall that were athletic. And I said it was going to happen then, before he ever started here. That's all. That's the only comparisons they have.
As players, they are so dramatically different.
100%.
Robert was a track runner. Robert had elite straight line speed.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, we watched, he was not a make you miss guy.
Yes.
Jaden's a make you miss guy. Jaden's a glider. He's not a track guy.
They're not the same people.
And by
but that's
far,
the only comparison they have.
By far the most important comparison, Jaden is 10x the pocket passer Robert was.
Yeah.
Maybe 20x the pocket passer.
Yeah.
Jaden's a pocket passer that has mobility. Robert was a runner that they had to devise a specific offense for.
That he refused to run, that made him.
Are people I swear, just people are overly simplistic. Our guy Drew's been on the line a while.
What up, Drew?
Hey, Drew.
Hey, guys. Hey, JP.
Hey, bud.
I think that the story with RG is irrelevant to this team. It's not that interesting to me. And I really wanted to talk about the game Monday and how we win. You mind if we do? I don't want to comment on that, if that's okay.
Well, we're going to do it for this segment. It's also Wednesday. We got time before Monday.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
appreciate you, though, Drew. Good to hear from you.
All right.
Don is in Ashburn. Don, where does this Robert Jaden stuff come from?
Oh man, you know what? It's sad because the Washington Redskins football team Commanders fan base. Much of it is really dumb and really bad. And I listened to 106.7 all day, from the Junkies all the way through to Grant and Danny.
Appreciate you, dude.
And you get some of the dumbest people on here. But the thing is, in my opinion, is from the time Snyder took this team, even going back to the end of the Gibbs era, this fan base has nothing to look back on except those moments where we had, some glimmers of hope. We've got nothing to look forward to under Snyder the whole time. So any kind of success that we had, people always go back to that for whatever reason. You get callers that talk about, we just need to put the Hogs back in, like we're going to go shopping at Walmart and pick linemen that are going to be as good as the Hogs. And they always go back to Robert because we had that magical year where we won the NFC East, and then we beat the Cowboys in the playoffs, or I think we beat them to go into the playoffs. And so they hold on to all the good stuff, and you got a lot of these guys that think that Robert was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, and that the Shanahans mishandled this, that, and the other, and they always go back to the last good thing that we had, and Robert's one of those good things that we had for that brief period, and it's all they have to grasp, and there is no comparison. I think, Brian, you just said it, it's his athleticism and the fact that he, I forget, you made 2 points that they were similar. Drafted number 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's
Yep.
it. Jaden is head and shoulders over Robert in all categories. But we just, as a fan base, all we ever do is go back to whatever we consider the good times, because that's all we've had since Snyder took over.
All right,
Thanks for the
Good
call, man.
brother.
It was a good call. Appreciate you. Landy, let me know where we're at. We have breaking news on the Fan.
Per Ian Rappaport, he has just tweeted out quarterback Jaden Daniels, who suffered a low-grade hamstring strain on Sunday. He is out for Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Jaden Daniels will not play Monday Night Football, meaning Marcus Mariota will get the start under center. Jaden Daniel will be missing that primetime action due to a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota starting for your Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, B-Mitch, there's the news I kind of think we were expecting. When we saw Jaden go down, they're ruling him out now. It is Wednesday. I think they're better off making the decision now. Probably some rest, some recovery, some tests they did over the last few days, see if it was going to improve. I think it is best for the team to go into a situation like this. At least when practice starts tomorrow ahead of Monday night's game, we know exactly what's going to happen and leave it.
Well, I think the team would have known anyway. The whole thing about when they tell you they're going to tell you later on, they already know most times, and they're going to let the team know who's going to be the guy. I think same situation going to happen for him. Treatment and get some rest. Try to move forward. And just hope that everybody's ready to go.
Phone lines are open. Jaden Daniels out for Monday night's game. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Yeah, the Ruud system really does make such a huge difference. It's just your house is comfortable at all times, whether it's cold in the morning, hot in the afternoon. The Ruud system is the best because they control the humidity. Plus, they're super quiet. You never have to worry about it. It never comes on, goes, none of that, man. It honestly becomes mindless because you don't have to think about it and everything feels perfect all the time. It's pretty hard to argue with that. You know what else is hard to argue with? Cold, hard American currency. If you get a new Ruud system, you could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more about the money.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right. Girls stop by for the summer. God, this song's awful. Abercrombie and Fitch. Kind of catchy, though.
You singing it.
You like this song, B?
Nope. I mean, you don't like it, but you killing it.
Yeah, that's accurate. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. News just broke via Ian Rappaport. I'm sure others had it. I saw it first from Rapp. That Jaden Daniels will not play Monday night in Kansas City. Marcus Mariota is going to get the start. What does it mean for Washington's chances of winning, Brian?
Depending on if they have Terry them back. I mean, if
Terry
you,
and Debo.
If you don't have Terry and Debo, the chances are slim. But if you have Terry and Debo, you give yourself a chance.
Agreed. I want to let the folks on the phones weigh in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What do we make of Marcus Mariota getting the start, not Jaden Daniels? Let's hit these phones. I'm going to go to Lou. Lou, what up, man?
JP, B. Mitch, what's going on, fellas?
What's
Long
up,
time,
brother?
man.
What's been happening with you?
Not much. What's happening, B. Mitch, man? Hey, I hope you get in that Hall of Fame, man, this time, man.
Appreciate
you
it.
deserve it, and yes, sir. Hopefully they get it right this time. But other than that, man, as far as the whole RG3 conversation goes, I think it's night and day. And those people who entertain this type of stuff, I think they either delusional or they're not a fan of the team, or you're not watching football. Like, they not even. I mean, come on, man. You guys had the conversation with Mike Jones, so it's enough said about that because they're not even. Look, man. They're not the same person. They're not the same player. RG3 want the fame. This guy trying to be, in the Hall of Fame. So it's not even close. And as far as the season goes with Jaden, I think I would shut it down because at this point, you ain't.
I wouldn't shut down the season. It's too early to make those kind of declarations.
What do you have any defense? Look at the defense.
Can guys not play better?
You telling Jaden to go do everything like he did a year ago, and he been getting hurt. So at this point, what's the point? Like
it's week 8,
five games.
dude.
That's 4 and 5. You gonna come Monday? We're gonna be 4 and 5. JP, 3 and 5.
3 and 5. I don't agree with you.
So,
you're certainly entitled to your opinion. I think shutting him down for the season talk is very premature.
Too soon for that.
If you say so, but I just don't think it's.
Can I add something though that has been very apparent? Jaden doesn't want to be shut down. Jaden wants to play. If I had to guess, Jaden wants to play this week.
But we don't even have like any receivers. I mean, we trying to get this guy killed and make it look like an RG3 situation all over again. That's the kind of vision that I'm looking at. Like that they don't have receivers. I mean, the defense is horrible. So I'm just kind of like confused. What is the point? Like at this point, you're gonna be 3 and 5, and then you're gonna be 3 and 6. And
what if they win?
You don't really just judge based off of what the record's going to be. You can't stop playing offense because the defense is bad. Because if the offense plays better, the defense may have a little bit more energy to go out there and do something. But the ultimate thing is, I think that talk is too soon right now. Be honest with you.
Thank you for the call, Lou. Always appreciate talking with you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, take care, bud. All right, Jaden Daniels is out Monday night. Marcus Mariota is getting the start. Jaden in Pennsylvania is on the line. What's up, dude?
What up, Jay?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is going to be along maybe the same lines as the previous call. It just takes the sting out of the season. I'm sorry. I get you guys are in it and close to everything. But as a fan now, this thing is done. I mean, I get there's a chance we could win. Mariota could win, but Mariota's not our guy. He's not the guy we drafted. There's no emotional attachment. Like, I'm not even, like, it's funny. I had a buddy that's like, hey, do you want to play golf Monday or Sunday? When the Skins play, I always say no. But now it's like, sure, I'll go. I'm not that, like, when your guy is gone and the team's not good, you're staring, I get it. We could win 2 out of the next 3. It's possible. But that tone's already changed, that we're even talking like that. Like, we're going to Kansas City just kind of, it'd be cool. And with Daniels, it's just kind of disappointing. He's awesome. I get he's different than RG3. RG3 didn't really like the guy. But there are parallels. Like, I love Jaden. He's great. But now there's serious questions. People already questioned coming out of college that he couldn't hold up, and now it's kind of playing out. This will be his third injury in 24 games. That's every 9 games. That's just not sustainable. So now there's questions. Now if he gets injured again,
a hamstring injury can happen to anybody, whether they were in college or not. A hamstring injury happen to anybody. So I'm not going to compare a hamstring injury to a guy that blew out his knee.
But we've gone rib, PCL, knee. Mahomes has only had one injury.
Dude, Mahomes had more than one injury, dude. He had more than one injury.
He didn't miss games, though. Mahomes and Allen don't miss games.
Not in year two, though.
Hold on. Mahomes and
Not in
Allen.
year two, though.
Hold on. Mahomes and Allen don't miss games. Those dudes are in a separate category. Because you look at the best quarterbacks. Is Cincy giving up on Joe Burrow, who misses time every year?
You have to think about it. Yes, you have to think. If you're, I have a friend that's a Bengals fan. I used to live in Columbus. They're thinking about drafting a quarterback. You have to. If a guy can't hold up, that's the main thing of the game in year 2.
I don't think Cincinnati's
not thinking about drafting a quarterback.
Is Baltimore thinking about another quarterback? Lamar misses time.
Lamar has proven, though, he in his first 3 years, he didn't get hurt. He was winning MVPs in year 2. I'm just saying, you guys can question it. It's a question now. He's
I
great.
hear the question.
It's
I
a
just
legitimate question.
I don't agree with it. Thank you for the call, bro. I appreciate it.
I think it's a dumbass question. That's what I think it is.
Okay, there's Brian's opinion. We're going to keep the phone lines open, 800-636-1067. No Jaden Daniels, Monday night in Kansas City. Going to be the Marcus Mariota Show. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Jaden Daniels has been ruled out for Monday night's matchup with the Chiefs. Commanders quarterback exited Sunday's game early in the second half with a hamstring injury. We did get some promising news, though, when head coach Dan Quinn told reporters on Monday that Daniels' MRI indicates this injury won't keep him out long term, but it is going to keep him out this week. Marcus Mariota starting for the Commanders on Monday Night Football as they take on the Chiefs. Speaking of the NFL, they are moving its Pro Bowl festivities to Super Bowl week beginning this February. This is just the latest adjustment to the All-Star game that became a flag football game a few years ago. Roger Goodell announced that change today at the league's annual fall owners meeting. So it's still going to be a flag football game between the AFC and the NFC, though their VP of international events did acknowledge that the format could move to a more internationally focused event in 2028, kind of opening up the Summer Olympics. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. News. Jaden Daniels left Sunday's blowout loss to the Cowboys with a hamstring injury. And it's been reported now, I can confirm it, that Marcus Mariota will start Monday night's game in Kansas City. Jaden's going to be on the bench. They're calling it a hamstring strain. All right? Mm-hmm. Phone lines are lit up. I want to let the folks weigh in. What do you think about Jaden missing Monday night? Mariota gets the start. Eli in D.C., what's up, dude?
What's going on?
What's up, man?
I want to. What's going on? Appreciate you taking my call, man. I want to start by saying, for all the fans, it's like, we have novice, fans taking, novice perspectives from the game and adding this to this, and it's like, just relax, and I think for the team, what we need to do is, even they need to post this around. We walk by faith and not by sight. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things you got to believe in your squad in certain moments. These Philly games are sandwiched in the back of the season for a reason. The league knows how Washington works. You know what I'm saying? So I think, just give it time. The team is more than Jaden. I think of it as, and I'm glad that they rested him because, it's like being like, okay, we can get to Australia, but we don't really have no gas, and we can get there on a patch of wind. And we have this yacht, but we're going to need canoe paddles to move around. And at some point, it's like, it's not safe to even have that investment out there,
Yeah.
So I think that just shows that they understand that it's bigger than these weeks, and you can't let your emotions run this thing. And I'm glad that we have people in place who recognize that they're not going to let their emotions run this team and run the decision making. Because if you want to talk about Robert, a lot of this thing was an ego and emotionally driven. So a lot of these decisions was made from that, and you can't be in business from an emotional and an egotistical standpoint. So when you have those in the mix, it's going to be problems. So they understand they don't have nothing to prove to nobody. They know who's on their team. You rest them for now. And if we have an opportunity to slingshot ourselves in a better position and he's ready, because certain teams, you only either getting better, you either staying the same, or you getting worse. So either we're going to continue to get worse, or this thing is going to start to show itself. And even if we don't make it to the playoffs, at what point, what do we want to see now? I just want to see them be able to hold the line. I want to see the young guys have an opportunity, because I don't want to be in a situation where next year we have guys who aren't ready because we was counting on veterans to make us through a certain point. And then now you got old cats who out of the situation, and then you got young cats who aren't ready for the situation. So they're going to have to really step back and observe this team and see where they really are and how they're going to move forward knowing who can really get them where and knowing where you at. So this is an interesting week for Washington, but on some other terms. I think in-house they're going to be dealing with some other things that don't necessarily have to do with necessarily a win and loss. A win may satisfy us temporarily, but I still think there's some other things that they have to consider when looking at this entire roster and looking at the future. And it's not about could have still gone even when he was beyond his NFL career in the UFL, but it's always about sometimes the younger guys at a certain point. So I think certain cats may just be entering that time when it's just the younger guys need an opportunity so we have a chance to keep the foundation right, because you don't want to just have this big gap where you always are shooting to try to make it up and you can't do it, because at a certain point it's going to get frustrating even for 5. It's cool now, but at certain points it's going to get frustrating if you don't properly tool this team to get you where you need to go.
Appreciate your call, brother.
Man.
Thank you, Elijah.
Basically, what he just talked about what Mike Jones talked about. You have adults in the building that are making adult-type decisions. Yes, Jaden probably wants to play. No, we're not letting you play. And we're not going to let you get closer to this week at the end, and then you force your way onto we're going to say now you're not going. This one game is not going to stop nothing. For the caller that was his name Jaden, I think from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we from, anybody on the football field, kickers get hamstring injuries. Soft tissue injuries happen to everybody on the football field. We're not going to use that and say, oh, well, we know he couldn't hold up. No. If you can run fast, if you're slow as hell, you probably never have a hamstring pull. But if you can run fast, you can get one. And that one was a freak accident, what happened on that hamstring injury. But sometimes you got to realize those things that happen, like I was talking when we talked about people that are hurt now, teams that are banged up, and they can still perform. I would never have a mindset, if my quarterback's not going, let's shut everything down, shut down the whole season. That's a loser's mentality in my book. You still go out there and you try to fight for it. I wonder if he goes to work and if something doesn't go right or the damn manager didn't show up that day, do you shut the whole damn day down? Or do you try to go out there and perform? That's what the hell life is about. You don't just go based off of the average mindset. You go off of I can still get it done mindset.
Let's hit these phones. Ricardo is in La Plata. What's up, Ricardo?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's
JB
up, man?
and oh man, and JB man. For the people who call us, it's a word that JB used, the Bama of the week. We're gonna have to get him the Bama of the week because you can't just let this season go. You can't give it up. Just like last year, we was pretty much in the same predicament. We went on a straight drive. We were one game away from the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't give up on this season. As far as JD, just let the man play. Let him play. Hey, they got stuff out here now. Remember back in the day?
He's not playing. He's not playing this week.
He's out, dog.
He's out. He's out. Oh, I didn't get the update. But
thank you, Ricardo.
They got stuff up. Okay, appreciate it.
Am I JB?
Yeah, you JB.
Bama of the week.
JB.
Jeffrey, your reaction to Jaden going down, Mariota getting the start.
Yes, it happens. That's where I'm at now. Like, I'm not swayed. I'm just like, look, we know. I think since the first 2 games, you can see that the injury bug has started to bite us early in the season. So the next man up just got to make a play. Like y'all said, it's people around the league, it's teams around the league that's getting bit by the injury bug as well. Next player's got to step up. However, one thing I can say about Marcus, he usually steps up when it's his time to step up. Now, that throw he threw when he came in and it got picked off, that's not really one of his characteristics as he's been playing with us. But we'll be all right. Now, also, like y'all said, we got a good chance if we have Terry back. Terry and Debo.
Yeah.
Good chance.
I feel good about Terry and Debo playing this week. I really do. I think that helps a lot. Here's the reality, though. Mariota was excellent last year in spot duty. He played about a game and a quarter. Completed 77% of his passes, 4 touchdowns, no picks. He hasn't been as good this year. 60% of his passes have been complete, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. The pick 6 in Dallas, I can kind of forgive him.
That was a late throw.
He was just trying to make a play.
Yeah.
That was a terrible throw. You can't make that throw. It was late. It floated. I mean, that for Deron Bland, a guy that's a talented corner, that was Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean? Like, that was an easy one. So Mariota's got to be at his best.
Yeah, I mean, but to be honest with you, no one has played like they played last year this year.
Agreed.
So in that situation, I mean, hell, it's not like he just stepped up and he's different. No one has played the way they did last year.
Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, JP. Hey, B-Mitch.
How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good, buddy. Hey, look, man, like I told Jeff, man, I'm calling in to thank you and JP for your candor and keeping it real. Especially you, Brian, because I know you play and you love the team as much as all of us, and I know JP does too, but you kind of take it to heart and battle with these numbskulls that call in and make the bad comments that they make. And don't let them get to you too much. I tried to call you guys 31 times the other day. I was laughing about it this morning. and you guys do one heck of a job as far as keeping it real. And what you're saying is 100% true. And what you said just a minute ago about being quitters is what you're alluding to, Brian, and you're 100% correct. And I would like to say something else, too, if I could, and I'll get off because I know you guys are busy. Man, you have people at your radio station, Brian, saying bad things about Jaden's mom. And it is totally uncalled for. It is inappropriate. And you are 100% right, B. Mitch, to take that as an affront to humanity, the character of people. You don't say that about ladies, especially when all they're doing is exactly what you said, Brian, about looking out for their son and not wanting him to get ripped off or taken advantage of. You know, we should discourage love with the way the world is today. So I'll get off of here, man. And hey, once again, guys, keep it real, and you do one heck of a job, Brian. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you,
Hey, you too, JP, and I mean it, buddy. And hey, you guys make sure you have a wonderful day. And we'll get through this together, brother, like it always happens when you're on a team.
100%,
Thanks, brother.
baby.
Appreciate you, man.
100%.
Thanks, Mark. Big G calling from Sterling. Maybe he has a Buffalo Wing
G.
Factory update. What's up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing today, man? Hey, look, I wish y'all get see. That's our problem with our fans. Now you got people calling in. Oh, our season over with. No, it's not. Our season is not over with. It's like, what are y'all talking about? Oh, we need to sit him down. He need to not play the rest of the season. No, he need to develop with his players. That's what he's talking about. This is a brotherhood, and they made a decision to sit this gentleman down, sit him down, and we play with the players that we got, and we do what we can.
I think we should also be real. I appreciate the call, Big G. Shout out to Buffalo Wing Factory in Sterling, right next to the vape shop.
Yeah, there you go again.
Whenever I see Sterling, that's what I think of. Well, there's a Sheetz that I frequent in Sterling where shoes are optional. Thank you, Big G. Appreciate you. I do think it's important to.
Oh boy.
I do think it's important. Like, how am I going to phrase this? We don't know that they're making a decision to sit him down. It's entirely possible, if not probable, that the injury is severe enough he can't play. I don't think Jaden would just be like, all right, yeah, let's play it safe. I think the injury is such.
But see, that's the thing, though, Jay. It's not about Jaden's decision. It's about the people that are in charge decision. And whether, like you stated earlier, he probably would like to go. But somebody got to say, no, you can't go. So whether it's sitting him down or just making the decision to keep him out of harm's way, the adults are making a decision right now. They're not letting the young dude run it like it used to be. They're not letting somebody tell me, oh, no, I could do this, I could do that. You know, and I agree with that. You know, but it's just, bruh, I hear fans telling me all the time, who's the best fans in the world? some of the stuff I'm hearing lately, you're going to have to second guess that. See if you are or not.
Alton is down in Goochland. What's up, Alton?
Goochland.
What's up, man? How you and B Mitch doing, man?
We good,
We're
brother.
chilling, dude.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of keep hearing this stuff about RG3. Well, two things was wrong with RG3. First, he had attitude and would always taunt these other NFL teams when they played him. Second of all, he was all about himself. Jaden is not like that. Jaden is about the whole team. And as we said coming into the season when they was getting ready to draft Jaden year before last, we said that you need to put pieces around him. Okay, we put the pieces around him. Really, everybody need to just give the stuff time. The guy is small. The guy he's gonna get nicked up and injured. But the thing about it, though, you just can't look at it, well, that's another RG3. That's all he do is get hurt. Was he anything like RG3 last year? Did anybody say that last year? Look at all of the other teams that were struggling like Washington are now. Kansas City was struggling till they got their pieces back. Now look what they doing. So can't everybody keep saying, well, Washington don't have nothing? Look what Dallas did to them. Dallas had a full load of everybody they had. Washington didn't have not one starter in there except Bill and the offensive line and Jay. So before everybody keep bashing Washington could losing against Dallas, they need to realize we played Dallas again, and we also need to realize hopefully everybody be on deck. Because if Terry and Debo was there, it might have been a little different game. Why everybody, Dallas whooped that butt, Dallas did this. Okay, and what Dallas? Dallas 3-3-1, we 3-4. What the difference?
Appreciate the call, man.
All right, man.
Take it easy in Goochland. Gary, this might be our last call. Gary is in Woodbridge. Gary, what's good, man? What do you make of the Jaden situation?
First of all, I appreciate you taking my call. I listen to you guys every day, and it's parts of the best parts of my day.
Thanks for listening, man. Thanks for the kind words.
I think that people need to stop comparing players to other players. This is a different regime and a different player. So trust the people we got there. Second thing, we play the season one game at a time. Anything could happen after this game. To the next game we're playing, we don't know who's going to be injured. And the third thing, I just want to know who's going to back up Marcus Mariota.
Josh Johnson.
Josh.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
man.
bro.
Appreciate
Take care. Professor Landini, haven't heard you on the Jaden news. Curious where you land, concern level, etc.
I mean, honestly, I expected them to lose if Jaden played or not. So, yeah, they'll probably lose by a slightly bigger margin now.
Vegas moved the line from 10.5 to 12.5.
Yeah.
I saw this tweet from Al Galdi. Everybody knows Galdi. I love this tweet. A struggling Washington team starting a backup quarterback against a team with a high-powered offense on the road on Monday Night Football in late October. And he has a picture. You know what the picture is of, Brian?
What?
Colt McCoy winning in Dallas.
Hey, look,
remember that game?
Well, Al Galdi, thank you. Listen, I try to be, I'm going to be mean, but I try to be a little bit less of me sometimes. But I hate a lot of the losing ass talk that I hear on a regular basis. I hate a lot of the, I'm mad that my fantasy football team isn't getting something talk as I'm on this radio station. I hate pansy asses that I hear calling into here on a regular basis. The guys that we cover and the guys that you all talk about, they don't think like y'all. They think that they can win anything. And if they had the mindset that you all have, then I would understand the comments that come in. People want to quit. People want to shut down. That's that BS-ness. That's what that is. We got to stop some of that crap. You know, and let's be real, man. You don't get a right to say whatever the hell you want to say. And people got to just accept it. no matter who it is. So if you call in here from now with some stupidity, I'm coming right back at you with some stupidity. Or we just stop you from calling. We have that way of doing that too. Because I hear stuff that I get sick and tired of hearing. And we're not gonna do it all the time anymore. Point blank.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. The Wizards season does kick off tonight. Gotta at least check in on the Wiz ahead of the season opener. Glenn Consor will join us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. Saw the 2 games last night. You know they were outstanding. So even if you missed the start of the game or you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Jayden Daniels will not play in Monday night's game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Daniels is suffering from a low-grade right hamstring strain. It is not considered a long-term injury, but the Commanders don't want him to tweak it, according to ESPN. Coach Dan Quinn said on Monday that an MRI revealed that Daniels did not suffer any significant damage, which is good move, but Marcus Mariota will be starting against the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Speaking of starters, Jets coach Aaron Glenn said that he knows who's going to start at quarterback on Sunday, but he's not announcing his decision because he doesn't want to give his opponent a competitive advantage. Tyrod Taylor replaced Justin Fields in Sunday's game, and a quarterback change could be coming for good, but Tyrod Taylor is day-to-day with a knee injury, so that's probably complicating things. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From a spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Jayden Daniels is out. Marcus Mariota is in for Monday night in Kansas City. I believe we're trying to reach Glenn Consor, who does Wizards broadcasts right here on Team 980, with our guy Dave Johnson. Glenn also does a ton of monumental work. I want to talk to Glenn. The Wiz do kick off their season tonight. NBA is back. We all watched it last night. I felt very nostalgic watching NBA on NBC, B. We had, we were talking about it yesterday, and it just reminds, David Aldridge was talking about, watching, for me, I just think of MJ. I think of MJ in the Garden.
Did you see him talking to MJ last night?
Yeah.
That was cool.
That was cool.
Yeah, because, it's like, he said, I wish I could just, go back in time and be able to just go out there and play again, one more game. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. He would destroy folks.
Yeah. I mean, I told you about when I was in LA, I had dinner and there was an NBA assistant coach at the table. It was a table of like 10, 12 people. It was a lot of fun. But the LeBron MJ conversation came up and he just laughed. He's like, man, you don't think MJ could play in today's NBA? He's like, MJ could play in the 1940s.
Play whenever.
Yeah. And just
but like people,
his level of competitive desire.
Like to say, well, 3-point shooting. Remember they said he couldn't shoot 3-pointers against Portland?
Not
and
five
on his seventh one, he gave you the, I still can't shoot. The man scored, he averaged 35 in a time when you can take people out the air. You can clothesline him. You think he wouldn't average more than 35 today? I listened to this thing where they go and they talk to Hall of Famers, guys that played against him. And those guys are like, he'll score at least 50 in this day and age. Some guys believe he might score more than that. And then he'll D your ass up, which we don't see happening today. Luka scored 47 last night. I'd like to know what the plus minus was.
I'll try to find that.
Yeah.
Just quickly for season's over. You gotta be worried about Jayden and the injuries. Lamar Jackson not practicing today. All right, let's do some Wiz talk. Our friend Glenn Consor joins the program right now. Glenn, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good. B. Mitch and JP, my two favorites.
How you been, man? We ain't talked to you in a month
I know,
of Sundays, man.
I know. Everything's good, man. We're we're here in Milwaukee. We're getting ready to start up, and we're geared up and ready to go.
Radio party tonight with Glenn and Dave Johnson. Always love the radio party. I feel like you guys are so good at retweeting all the folks listening from various places. I I think everybody has an understanding of what this Wiz season will and won't be. What are you most excited for this Wizards team?
You know, I'm excited to see the development of the young players, which is kind of what the objective is of the season. Look, they want to compete. You know, they want to win. I don't know if they're built to win right now, but, you know, they're built to develop and evolve, you know, with 10 players they have 10 players, guys, that are 22 years or younger.
Damn.
That is like crazy young. And, you know, but they have 7 players that were taken in the first round of the last 3 drafts. So there's some young talent that I think, you know, at least like I'm an old NBA scout, so I like to watch young players develop. And I think we're going to see that this year. I think you're going to see guys taking jumps.
I think you'd like to see that. If you want to listen to the radio party tonight, Dave Johnson, Glenn Consor live in Milwaukee, you can listen right here on 106.7 The Fan, the flagship for all your Wizards games. I'm really excited for Trey Johnson. I think the rookie's got serious game, range. What do you think? How quickly do you think Trey's game can translate to the NBA level?
I think it can. I think, you know, but again, he's so young. I mean, he's 19, you know, so like he should be a sophomore at Texas. I think, you know, with the way he plays, it's going to translate because everyone talks about how he could shoot the lights out, which he can, but he's more than just a shooter. He's a scorer. You know, he's got a snake dribble. If you play him one side, he's going to, you know, drop step, go the other side. He's got crossovers to get him into the paint, and he could finish in the paint too, which is what I like about him. Mm-hmm. But you know what? He's so young. There's got to be a learning curve, and you know, I think he looked good in the preseason. But remember, he went to Texas and as a freshman led the team in scoring.
Wow.
You know, and they had upperclassmen on that team, you know, that were looking to be quote unquote the guy. Well, you know, he comes in as a freshman and he was the guy. And you know, and he's a gym rat. You know, yeah. You know, the big thing with him is he doesn't have hobbies. You know, like you ask him, like, what do you like to do? He just likes to ball. I mean, he's a baller.
Yeah,
old school.
Then, like, the thing about it, people try to say, like, you know, defense. People don't play defense anymore. There are people that play defense, and when you look at the games last night, hell, Houston played. The score ended up being 125-124. They had double overtime. But you watch both of those teams, Thunder and also Houston, they are playing defense. Who are those guys on this team you think can help this team be good on the defensive side as well?
Well, that's a good question because, you know, you saw the game last night, B. Mitch and JP. Yeah. Those guys, how physical were those games?
Yes.
I mean, they got bodybuilders that are body slamming guys. I'm exaggerating, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, they're getting after it. It's like, you know, and I think it's going to take time to learn the mentality of defending in the NBA with this young team. But I really like the way Keyshawn George defends. You know, he's now 6'9". He came in, you know, smaller, but he's got a great, you know how they say you got a great feel for offense? He's got a great feel for defense. He's long, gets his hands on balls. You know, he gets deflections, plays passing lanes real well. He's tough. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a little taste of Giannis tonight. So that'll be an interesting matchup with him and Giannis. These guys are getting baptized, you know, in the NBA defensively. Alex Sarr is really good on defense. Yes. He's got good instincts. Bilal's really good on defense. And I think someone who reminds me a lot, JP, of B. Mitch, he's a fullback and a basketball body. Cam Whitmore, if he could translate his body style and his explosiveness to the defensive end, potentially he could be a very good defensive player.
I like that.
My new favorite player now.
Picture B. Mitch, 6'4", like 260, with a Wizards uniform on. In B. Mitch's heyday.
Wow.
That's him.
That's no joke.
All right.
Hey, JP, you get a visual of that, JP?
I got you, man. I think I got it. I like it. That's an imposing fella.
I know, man.
Dude, how's Bub's development? What do you want to see for Bub? He's a really fun, exciting player.
Yes.
He really is. I mean, I think what you got in Bub is, man, he's like a sponge. First of all, I will tell you, he has tapped into C.J. McCollum really well. Like, you always see C.J. talking to him. I got to believe those two guys are going to start in the backcourt together tonight. But Bub's got a real nice feel for the game as another young player in this league. From a point guard standpoint, it's not an easy position to play, but he's got the ball in his hands. I think what I like best about Bub is he plays with an edge.
Definitely.
You need dogs out there, DAWG or DOGG, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those guys that could play with an edge on defense and get after you. I think he's an improved three-point shooter. I like his mid-range. He plays really well. He's one of the rare young guys that came into the league with a real good feel of how to play the pick-and-roll game, which, as you guys know, is like 70% of offensive sets in the NBA. So he really has a good feel for that, when to pull up, when to keep it, when to dish, when to lob. I like, and I think you're going to see a more vocal Bub this year, which I think he's developing beautifully.
And you say you want to see the development of the young guys, but one thing as a team thing that you would like to see.
I think as a team, you're going to see these guys that like to play together. It's funny. They're all so young. It's almost like a collegiate, jovial atmosphere that they like playing together. And I think you're going to see them evolve as a team of connecting with the youth and sprinkled in with the C.J. McCollums and Chris Middletons and Marvin Bagley and Corey Kispert of the world. And, those guys, I think to see the mixture of those guys as the season progresses is going to be fun to watch. But look, it's going to be a tough year. You guys know that.
Yeah, certainly. Glenn, we're excited for tonight. We're excited to just have Wiz basketball back in our lives. Excited for the radio party. If you want to listen to Wizards Bucks tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, the flagship for Wizards basketball. Watch it on Monumental with Chris and Drew on the call. Thanks for making time for us, Glenn. Hope you're enjoying Milwaukee, dude.
I am. Great to talk to you guys, always.
Likewise.
All right, man. Take care.
That's Glenn Consor. Give him a follow at Glenn Consor. 2 N's in Glenn, Consor. Of course, Glenn joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. B, you know what I was thinking about this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Driving my Toyota 4Runner down Independence. Traffic wasn't too bad. When do I get a new car? I don't know. But I know when I get a new car, there's only one place I go with, and that is Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They've been selling cars in the DMV for over 100 years.
100.
When you go for a Century Plus, means you're doing something right. They've got all the brands you want: Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Jeep, Ram trucks, which are dope. Kerwin got one.
Mm-hmm.
They've got great selection. They've got the quality certified used cars, and they've got really good financing rates, which is massively important in the current climate. But B, what stands out for you? That Lifetime Edge, right?
Yep, and that's probably best of all. Every vehicle sold is back with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. You have a car to sell? Take it to Oarsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
We got news out of Baltimore. Lamar Jackson is back at practice. It was previously reported he wasn't. That was incorrect. I see video of him running around at practice. B, let's all make a pick here before we get to our actual picks. The Wizards open the season tonight, 8 o'clock against the Bucks. I believe it's 8 o'clock. You can listen right here on 106.7 The Fan for the radio party, the flagship station for Washington Wizards coverage. What's the win total for the Wiz? According to ESPN, it's not a big number.
Yeah.
They play 82 games. What do you think the total is set at? 20?
How many they won last year? 19?
I think so.
I'll say about 20, 21.
So the bet total, like the season total that you could bet on is 20.5.
Right in between 20 and 21, right?
Yo, ESPN's analytics, you know what they project the Wiz to get?
How many?
14. That'd be what? 82 minus 14, 14 and 68. Damn. According to ESPN,
don't want to see that.
This is from ESPN Analytics. Given how the model tends to compress the expected standings to avoid bad misses, this is a shockingly low projection for the Wizards. In fact, it's the worst ever calculated for a team since adopting this model in 2010. After trading away veterans at the deadline and again this past summer, Washington doesn't have a single player who rates in the league's top 130. Damn. That's rough. All right, Landfill, let's make some bets.
Gather around, gather around.
Okay. Probably the thing I'm most excited to watch is inside the NBA, Barkley, Kenny, Ernie, Shaq, or maybe not Ernie, but they're on ESPN tonight, 6 o'clock. And I'm very curious to see Sir Charles be on ESPN. He's taking a lot of shots at the four-letter.
He's not changing.
No.
He gonna take shots at him while he's on the air. He's kind of just like this dude I work with.
Correct. All right. White Brian, how'd we do last night?
Landfill and Beamage got wins. JP, you and I lost.
Jeff lost too.
Jeff lost too, yeah.
Yeah.
Just so he knows.
Jeff just gave me the most.
So what is Beamage, 3-0?
finger.
That's what I'm talking about, son.
Yeah, you're 3-0.
Woo!
Wizards plus 10 tonight, baby. Yeah, we gotta stick with it.
I'm
Just
taking
opening day.
I'm taking Sarr 26 or more points, rebounds, and assists.
Ballsy, Landfill. All right. We do have college football tonight.
It's points, rebounds, and assists, JP.
Middle Tennessee taking on Delaware. Can you name the mascots, B? You got to know Delaware.
No, I don't.
You don't know Delaware?
Blue Hens.
The only female
I was about
mascot.
to say a hen, but I didn't know it was a blue hen.
The only female mascot in D1.
You think I really go around trying to learn mascots?
Middle Tennessee State, the Blue Raiders, Jeffrey, favored. They're 9.5-point dogs against Delaware tonight, fighting Blue Hens. You could also wager, should you choose to, Brian, Missouri State against New Mexico State. The Aggies of New Mexico State are getting 1.5 at home against Missouri State. Some may tell you that's a system pick. Confession, left hand up. I don't know enough about Missouri State or New Mexico State to put my system.
I don't think I'm going
to
be looking at either one of them.
You laying the points with the Bucks?
With the who?
With the Bucks.
No, I'm going to look over here in this NBA. See what's happening.
I got a curious line.
What's a curious line?
I believe this is the Eastern Conference opener. Last night, both games were Western Conference games. Cleveland in the Garden playing the Knicks. What do you think that line would be? Cleveland's good, but the Knicks are pretty good too.
Cleveland and the Knicks? It's minus 3.5, huh?
The Knicks are getting points at home in the Garden.
Yeah.
In a season opener?
Yeah.
I might have just talked myself into that.
Somebody hurt?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Josh Hart is out.
Okay.
Has to be something.
I am taking Delaware tonight.
I'm taking the Celtics -4.5.
I know somebody's hurting that one.
I know they hurt, but they're playing the Sixers.
No baseball till
I know
Friday
it's going to be
night.
hurt before the game's over.
No Caps hockey tonight. What do you got, Landfill? Oh, you took SAR, points, rebounds, assists?
Yeah.
What about you, White Brian?
Taking the Knicks.
I kind of like the Knicks in that
Go
spot.
head to head with him, B. Go ahead.
I would be
Get
on the
him,
Knicks
Jay.
too,
Go.
though.
Oh, man.
I never do this. Parlay season. I'm taking the Knicks and the Delaware Blue Hens. Shout out to Parker Williams and Trip Pierce. Very proud Delaware alums.
Give
And
me
Joe
the Celtics,
Flacco.
Man, I'm taking the Celtics.
The Blue Hens ain't losing with Flacco riding hot. Are you looking for the other leg of your parlay, or you want me to close out the
No,
show?
I'm good, bro.
Okay. Something's weird today that I'm putting parlays in and you're just one single bet.
I mean, I'm 3-0 this week so far. I'm just saying.
I just went on an 8-game winning streak.
Yeah, you went on one a while ago. You have
It
not
was
done
last
that since.
week.
So, I mean, what you
That's
done?
not a while ago.
What you done since then?
What have I done since then, White Brian?
Lost a lot.
1-1?
2-1. I mean, 1-4.
2-1.
Thank you to everybody that
I was
listened to
guessing on that.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Mike Jones for joining us. Thank you to Glenn Consor for joining us. Thank you to all the callers today, except the ones that made me mad. Grant and Danny.
I'm not mad. I'm just frustrated with stupidity.
He's not mad. He's just frustrated with stupidity. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders have ruled out starting quarterback Jaden Daniels for Week 8's Monday Night Football contest against the Chiefs. This now marks the third game missed for Daniels this season, having already sat out Weeks 3 and 4 with a hamstring issue. Veteran Marcus Mariota will be getting the start in his place, having gone 1-1 in his 2 previous starts for Daniels this season. There's some huge baseball news happening. Tennessee coach Tony Vitello is finalizing a deal to become the next manager of the San Francisco Giants. This is the first time a big league team has plucked a manager directly from a college program without any experience as a professional coach. Vitello was regarded as one of the best coaches in college baseball, so now we'll see if that transfers over to the pros. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, tune in to listen live. The Wizards are starting their season. They're opening the year on the road, facing the Milwaukee Bucks at 8 p.m. Forward Bilal Coulibaly is the only player listed as out. He's still recovering from right-hand surgery. Now, in addition to Coulibaly, Wizards guard Will Riley is questionable for tonight's matchup with a right ankle sprain. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan, October 22nd, 2025. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. In 2 hours, we've got Caps tickets. We'll give those away right at 4 o'clock. They could be yours. And at 3 o'clock, John Keim of ESPN, who covers the Commanders, stops by with the latest on Washington as they get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Danny, you and I are going to Arrowhead Stadium for the first time.
That's right.
We will be in Kansas City on Monday night doing our show live, and we will be watching Marcus Mariota play quarterback. The Commanders not wasting any time, not doing the Willy Woney dance, not having everyone bring their binoculars and sit in the parking lot to see if Jaden Daniels is at practice, sitting in the trees like a little Giants practice. They have ruled their starting quarterback out for Monday night. Jaden Daniels will miss a third game out of 8 this football season.
It made sense always, right? Even if it's the mildest of strains, right? Even if it's at the lowest level, it still is bad enough where you're required to have some recovery. Like it's going to take some time for him to get back up to full speed. So I like the idea of just saying we're not doing the mystery dance, we're not doing the Willie or Woney, or he's trending towards, or we've got milestones in the return to play that we're not going to miss. No doing that dance, because we've done that dance, frankly, for months, it feels like. We did it with McLaurin and his non-ankle injury. We did it with Daniels multiple times over. We're doing it with Debo. Like, enough of it. I think it's exhausting for the fans, for people that are really into this thing. So I'll give them credit for saying, you know what? Maybe people are tired of hearing the chorus to this song. We'll just say, he's out. We're going to go to war with Marcus. And I love it.
I do, too. I do find it exhausting. I did find it annoying. I think the Willie won't he element of the injuries is actually more exasperating than the injuries themselves in some ways. You'd rather just know. But that's not why they're announcing it today, I don't think. It's not because, they don't want the fans or the media to be annoyed. I think what they decided was, and they have enough experience this year trying it both ways, they want Marcus Mariota to have the full week as the guy in the building, on the practice field. It's only right to try to rally around him when you're David and you're taking on Goliath. All hands have to be on deck here. Also, is the juice worth the squeeze for an organization to pretend like a guy might play all week long? Don't you lose something by doing that? Whether it's the amount of time spent answering questions as a coach and as players about the guy that's hurt, in this case, Daniels. Don't you lose something from just that sheer distraction? Whether it is Mariota's practice time and or ability to just take the reins and become the guy and to run the building all week long and to be the number one from Wednesday on. I don't know that there's a benefit in terms of making the Chiefs prepare that outweighs whatever drawback there is to them knowing who the quarterback is. Because let's face it, it's not like you're starting a pocket passer instead of Jaden Daniels. They're very, very similar guys. Daniels is a better player, but in terms of play style, it's the same thing. You're getting ready for a dual threat quarterback who's going to carry the football some on design runs and who's going to make the same types of throws in the same offense being run by Cliff Kingsbury. It's not like if Jaden's out, then you go to, Paxton Lynch or something that doesn't leave the pocket. That's not what this is. So I've never really understood the fascination with trying to trick the opponent. It's the same prep. It's going to be a little bit harder to defend Daniels, or it's not when he's out there. But it's not like your meetings change at all, in my opinion.
No, I smell what you're cooking there. I mean, to me, there's enough subtle differences. It's above my pay grade to be able to tell. But I think in general, your point's right. Athletic quarterback who's going to make some throws designed in the offense. Yeah, okay, there we go. Daniels has more, frankly, just a higher ceiling than Mariota. It's why he's the starter. It's why Mariota's on team number whatever it is, 4 or 5 at this point. But to me, the bigger deal is McLaurin and Deebo Samuel coming back. Right, I care more about that, and I'm probably not supposed to say this just because it's Jaden Daniels and he's the sun that the whole solar system revolves around. But to me, I'm way more interested in that if you're going to have a chance this week. Because I've seen what it looks like with Jaden Daniels, without Jaden Daniels, when you don't have any weaponry on the outside that scares the opponent. Terrible defenses, objectively bad defenses that can't stop the run, stopped it just fine because they committed. They said, we are not scared of you. We're going to walk right up here, play a bunch of man coverage, and dare Zach Ertz to create some separation. I challenged Luke McCaffrey to get wide open and run free in our secondary. You can't do that to Dallas with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, but you sure as bleep could do it to Washington this past week. So I care about weapons coming back a lot more than a hobbled or a compromised Jaden Daniels coming back.
Grant and Danny, news of the day, no Jaden Daniels in Kansas City. If you're locked into the Fan today, all the way up to 6:30, we're going to be reacting to this news. There are other elements of this team that we've got to cover, though. There's other things going on in town that we will discuss, but we'll do the heavy lifting on Jaden Daniels. We'll get the latest from John Keim coming up at 3 o'clock. Just a little lay of the land here, though, and some house cleaning. Friday, we are going to be out and about, and we have not been in Fairfax in a little while. I had a couple people chirping us last week about not coming out to Fairfax.
That is true.
That changes. We're going to be at Kraft House in Fairfax for a live show leading up to Monday Night Football, the Commanders and the Chiefs, starting at 2 o'clock. So if you want to kick it with us, have something to eat, get some drinks, a little happy hour with the boys or the girls, and watch Grant and Danny, you can come on out on Friday and do that. Kraft House, we are in Fairfax. That's going to be a good time. And then you and I are flying out to Kansas City on Saturday. I was texting this morning with Kandori and Murad, our buddies, the lawyers who sponsor our road trips here on the show. I don't even know what to say about the difference in this trip from when it was booked at the beginning of the year. Doesn't change how excited I am to see Arrowhead, to be in that atmosphere, to see a primetime game.
It's a great experience either way, man.
It's NFL football, and I am jacked up. But when we booked this thing, we're like hand-picking games out of a whole schedule. Mahomes, the chosen one. Daniels, the next chosen one. Kansas City might come out of the AFC.
Again.
Washington might come out of the NFC.
Uh-huh.
And now the Commanders, as double-digit point favorites like they're the Cleveland Browns, are starting Marcus Mariota in a game to save their bacon on the entire season. And this thing could be over before it started. We haven't even gotten candy passed out yet. My kids haven't even put on their costumes and said trick or treat. Or as my little son says, pick or Pete.
Pick or Pete.
They haven't even gone pick or Peting yet. And this thing might be over on Monday night.
How many teams would be larger underdogs than Washington is this weekend or this Monday? It's not a lot.
Say that again. In this game?
In this game.
Got it.
How many teams would be larger underdogs? Top of your head, Jets, Browns,
Miami.
It's you could think of them right away. It's like 5 or 6 teams. Right? Maybe a couple more.
Okay, let's do it. So NFC, the Saints are bigger underdogs
Saints
in Kansas City.
That's one.
Are the Giants? I don't think they would be.
Not right now.
The way Jackson Dart's playing?
Not right now. After what they just did to the Broncos on the road?
By the way, they hung with KC recently. Didn't they just play that game? I remember watching it.
It was a few weeks ago with
competitive.
old Russell Wilson throwing it out of the end zone on 4th down.
All right, so that would be a smaller line right now.
Yes.
The Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah, I buy that.
Similar, but I don't know that I would
Maybe it's 10.5. Last I saw. Would it be larger?
I don't know. I don't think it would be, honestly. With a veteran backup quarterback like Mariota and less injury problems, and, by the way, much better defense.
By the way, now it's 11.5.
I'll bet you it's going to be 12 or 12.5 before the game kicks off.
It's 12.5 in a couple books. Yeah. I think, so Arizona would be less. That's I've got New Orleans as one.
But if we're saying definitively, the Saints so far in the NFC, that's it.
Yep.
Okay, AFC, Jets, definitely.
Yes, 2.
Titans, definitely.
3.
Dolphins, I think absolutely.
4.
We keep saying the Browns. How sure are we about that?
Pretty sure. Because it's once every 3 games the Browns are frisky and a pain in the butt.
But here's the difference.
Defensively, they're good.
Their defense is actually good. Solid maybe is better and more accurate.
It's better than this one.
But when you make this line, you're banking on a Chiefs offense that is now rolling, that has scored 61 points in the last 2 games, that is coming off of a 30-burger, that moves the ball with ease now with Rashee Rice, against what has recently been, just recency effect last month or so, the worst defense maybe in the conference, and certainly the worst passing defense in the NFL. They're number 32 right now, dead last in yards per play through the air. So I think a Browns team with like a Myles Garrett and some dudes like Denzel Ward in coverage, I don't know, can't you keep that game a little closer?
I think you're making a decent case here because they've got, in my mind, I remember those where they're just not competitive, 41-10 loss type things that they did to the Ravens early this year, that they did to Detroit when they go up against a good team, and it's like, okay, this team can't compete. And that's what this would feel like. But you know what? Your case is good enough where I bet you it wouldn't be bigger than 11.5.
And this is not Cleveland. An indictment on me saying that the Commanders are like a bottom 3 team in the NFL. Well, I think it's about this week. It's about the
it's about right now.
This second. A month from now, sure, they're a better team and a tougher route, and with a healthy Daniels and a healthy Debo and a healthy Terry and Noah Brown. Noah Brown playing football.
When Noah Brown comes back.
Danny, you're silly.
I'm going to try it again. Listen, when they get Noah Brown back, I can't. Sorry, that's mean. That's mean. But it's not going to happen. Ravens are getting Lamar back, so they wouldn't be a bigger dog.
Nope. That's
Houston wouldn't be bigger.
We have made the list.
It's 4 teams right now.
But yeah, that's what's happening, guys. No Jaden Daniels in Kansas City. Season on the line in a lot of ways, it feels like, before you finish the gauntlet with 2 at home against the NFC. And those are the bigger games, if we're being honest, because you're 1-4 in the conference. And talking about tiebreakers in the playoffs right now feels futile and silly. But Seattle, then Detroit. If you're winning 2 out of the 3, you'd rather get those anyway. I don't know if Jaden plays against Seattle. How could anyone know that right now? There are 2 possibilities. He's ruled out on the Wednesday before the game because it's so obvious that he's not playing. It's so clear based on the severity of the hamstring injury that maybe he doesn't go next week. Or the other option, and I tend to lean this way, honestly, which is you want to give Marcus Mariota the week to himself. You realize that the way you did it before was a gigantic distraction, and it was super annoying to Dan Quinn and everybody else. And so this is the way you're rolling, and you still think behind the scenes there's a really good chance Daniels could come back. We had the orthopedic surgeon call in. He didn't look at his hamstring, so he doesn't know anything necessarily, but he knows about injuries. And he said if you have even a minor hamstring injury that shows up on an MRI, you guys are asking the wrong question. It's not about this week. It's about next week.
Mm-hmm.
That is what the orthopedic surgeon who deals with sports injuries and hamstrings told us on the Grant and Danny radio program yesterday afternoon right here on The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, this week always seemed obvious that this was going to happen. It was just a matter of when. But yeah, I mean, when you have
but
an
are you
injury,
surprised they did it now?
A little bit.
I love that they did it today, but I did not think they would.
Yes, given their recent history, because it's not like we've dealt with this multiple times this year. Given the recent history, I thought they'd drag it out and be Friday, and we're not going to miss a single beat, Candy, on return to play. It's a great question for you, Candy, but I think we're going to make sure we meet all the milestones on the return to play metrics and whatever the things that they have hid behind multiple times over, because Dan Quinn doesn't want to answer those questions. I thought they were going to do that, so I am surprised. But to me, this wasn't. I don't know anything. I'm not an orthopedic surgeon or anybody that knows anything really at all. But it was never really about this week. It has always been that, where this is a hamstring injury of some kind. The severity of the strain, the pull, the whatever you want to call it, always said to me this is going to be a multiple week thing potentially. Does that mean at the end of the second week you can go with a little wrapping on, or you're out for 2 weeks? I don't know.
I'm looking at EPA per play, which was a very Daniels-friendly metric last year, basically does as good a job as we have at finding individual value at any given moment. And it takes everything into account. It's the passing, it's the running, it's what he means to the offense, right? And in this stat, where every stat's a little bit flawed, I'm sure, I've always kind of liked this. And again, last year it was as Daniels-friendly as it gets. He's number 23 in the NFL right now among quarterbacks who have played a requisite number of snaps this season. 20. Actually, I'm gonna take Tyson Bagent out because he's in here for some reason, and Andy Dalton. So he's actually 21 based on qualifying numbers of quarterbacks. But Marcus Mariota, at the same time, is 27. The gap is not as massive as you really think about how the two guys have played this year. The question is, which Marcus Mariota do you get? Last year when he came in against Carolina, he dealt. They scored 40. When he came in the second half against the Cowboys, their offense got rolling. He dealt. They came back and won the football game. This year against the Raiders, and I will gladly tell you that was the worst defense on that day that they played all year. You see what the Chiefs just did to them and other teams have done. Kansas City had 30 first downs against them. In that game, Mariota was great. That was probably the best 4 quarters of football they've gotten out of the quarterback position this year. He was not nearly as good in Atlanta. I thought he was solid. I think after the game, you and I both said he played a winning-ish, fine football
game. It was
game.
good enough if there was anything from the defense.
But I think if you have Daniels, he would have done better in that game, obviously. He's a starter. Mariota's not. Daniels is a stud. Mariota's not. But if you just look at this year, EPA per play, Daniels is about 0.05. Mariota's is negative 0.02. It's pretty close. And so my point is, while I don't think they can beat the Chiefs with Marcus Mariota, it's not like they were favorites with Daniels either. If anything, maybe Kansas City takes you a little lighter. Maybe the Chiefs look at you and go, wait, these guys? You guys watching this tape? You see what George Pickens did to this guy? You see what CeeDee Lamb did to this guy? And now they're playing Marcus Mariota. You see the pick 6 he threw as soon as he came out there? By the way, I wonder what his EPA per play was before the snaps against Dallas. Not that
I bet you it was better.
It's a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, it went down.
But my point is, if it was a little bit better, it might have been almost equal to what you've gotten out of Daniels this year. So I guess what I'm saying is, I didn't have him winning anyway. You have a worse chance to win without Daniels. My grandma could tell you that. But how much so? This is not last year where you go from top 5 quarterback to backup. You're going from number 20 quarterback to number 27 quarterback. And if you get McLaurin back, sounds like you're going to. If you get Debo back, sounds like you're going to. Aren't you going to be better on offense than you were this past week? I actually think the offense will look way better than it did against Dallas. Not a knock on Daniels or an endorsement of Mariota, because you're getting your receivers back.
Yes.
You're going to have the 1 and 2 receiver options in your offense. The two
If it comes to fruition, then yes.
Well, I guess I should say that, because we have been told before.
Yeah, we have trended in the right direction many times over, you and I have, and we've our hopes are up now for true. You'll see, 17 will be back on that field. He'll be running streaks, those stutter goes, those slants. He'll be catching first downs by the bushel. You'll see, our number will come in. We'll get first downs all day. 4th downs, doesn't matter. We're going for it. Anybody, any place, anytime, anywhere. That's our slogan. We'll get after it.
How do we change that slogan? Nobody, never, nowhere.
Please don't at any time.
Can we make those T-shirts? I mean, because I don't want to play a game anytime. Yeah. Can we have a couple of bye weeks in a row?
Very few teams under certain circumstances, if everything's right.
Nobody, never, at no place.
Yep.
Let's do that
instead. At no time. Oh, my
That's
God.
Funny. Very few teams, very few stadiums.
Yeah.
Only at home.
Yeah, very few teams in the right circumstances.
At 1 p.m. at home.
Yep.
If Geno Smith or Russell Wilson are your quarterbacks. That could be the slogan. It's frustrating.
It doesn't flow as well.
You know what stinks? This is such a kick to the shins. Last year was so fun.
Yep.
So fun.
We were just eating sugar, dude, and now we're stepping on the scale.
But you act like because of last year we deserve this.
No, it's not a deserved thing. It's as Unforgiven and In the Wire. Deserve got nothing to do with it. Just saying, we got so fat. We were eating delicious food, and now we're stepping on the scale. Wait, what? How did this happen?
Weird. I went on vacation and ate donuts every morning for 4 days, and I gained 14.2 pounds.
But they called me the Cookie Monster at the hotel I was staying at.
Yes.
And I came back heavier?
I was the Cookie Monster on my honeymoon. I don't know, Danny. The lads could be in trouble in Kansas City. But this is also one of those times in this league where when everyone's sure, that's when it happens. Sounds like everyone's pretty sure. Darius is giving him no chance. Toby's giving him zero chance. Ryan says they don't have a shot. Danny's got him losing by 30. I don't think they're going to win. When the graphic all says the same thing, that's when it happens. And by the way, that is the only logic I can provide.
Yeah.
That is the argument for how they can beat the Chiefs because none of you think they're going to.
It's the weird shrug where crazy stuff happens in the league. That's your hope.
You need the Browns over Packers game.
Right.
You just need the second quarter and you're up by 3.
I just don't do that in general. Where it's
I don't either.
No, I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying when like someone goes, listen, lightning struck in that field. It struck right there. Let's put the bottle down because it'll probably strike there again. That's just not how you want to live. Like your financial plan shouldn't be just winning the lottery. You see what I'm saying? Like it'd be nice if you did, but don't count on it. Have a couple stocks, a couple ETFs, maybe a 401k mixed in for your long-term future.
All right, let's hit the phone lines on this. We'll open up the listener lines first time today. Do you give the Commanders any chance to beat the Chiefs with Daniels out on Monday night as double-digit point dogs? And if you do, why and how? 800-636-1067. Do you give them a shot? Can they win this football game and how? 800-636-1067. You can listen all over the DMV on 1067. Coast to coast with the Odyssey app, wherever you are. Pause and rewind as you're taking care of errands if you're listening on the app. And, of course, you can watch us in high definition on the 1067 The Fan YouTube channel. With Danny, I'm Grant on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commander's going to be without Jaden Daniels on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. He has been ruled out with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to start for the Burgundy and Gold. Other news around the league, the Giants are expected to sign wide receiver Ray McLeod, who was released from the Falcons. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson back at practice, his first practice since injuring his hamstring on September 28th. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on a fractured collarbone. He should be back in 8 weeks or fewer. Last night, as heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1 tonight. Season opener for the Wizards as they'll take on the Bucks in Milwaukee. You can hear it right here on The Fan, 8 o'clock tip-off. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
ESPN's John Kimes on the show at 3. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4. That's in 30 minutes and 90 minutes, respectively. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Our football conversation today and every day is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're asking you, do you give the Commanders a chance at Arrowhead Stadium Monday Night Football against the Chiefs with Marcus Mariota getting the nod? I almost said under center, but Washington hasn't been
they don't do that.
Under center since 1914. In the gun is I guess, the updated way to reference that. By the way, have you seen the all-time numbers of the Commanders-Chiefs series?
It's not kind if you're a Washington fan.
They've never won in Kansas City. It's not like they play there a lot. You're talking about probably every 8 years, so over 40 years or so. It's a handful of games. But on the all-time ledger, Commanders-Chiefs, Washington is 1-10, and they're 0-8 at Arrowhead Stadium.
They haven't won there in, what is it? How many decades is it? I mean, it's a long time.
Ever? I don't know.
I thought, didn't they win there like before the Ford Pass or something?
Before Arrowhead, that's true.
Okay.
In Kansas City.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's been decades ago. But, yeah, at Arrowhead, they're over. Well, let's go to the phones and see what the people think. We'll start with Dylan in Charlotte. Hello, Dylan. Listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, I mean, they better be going through that locker room with some sage. They might be burning some chairs, doing something to get some magic going. I don't give them much of a chance without Jaden. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is going to be sitting there playing 7-on-7 football. We can't get to the quarterback, especially with all the injuries on the line. So
yeah, their leading sack artist, Dorrance Armstrong's out for the year.
Gone.
Dylan, let me ask you, though, what percentage chance would you have given him with Daniels? And now that he's out, what would be the answer to that?
I mean, before the season, I looked at it and I still figured a loss, but I would have given him at least a 40% chance, and now I've got him probably at a 10% chance, if that, really.
I've gone from 25% to 15%. Maybe I'll even go lower. Like 20 to 10% before and after Jaden Daniels not being available. And probably should have been higher than 20 or 25 if they do get Debo and Terry McLaurin back. Because we've seen them win shootouts, and it's not like the Chiefs are some insurmountable force. The Jaguars beat them there a couple weeks ago in a primetime game.
Yeah, I mean, they're better now than they were a month ago, talking about the Chiefs.
1,000%.
My percentage is, I was thinking about this, assuming, which by the way is so folly, but assuming Debo Samuel plays, and assuming Terry McLaurin plays, and they're themselves, which again I think is also a giant leap, but let's do that, plus Jaden Daniels, also himself, I had it like 30-35%, meaning it's that superhero time, put the cape on, back and forth. It's one of those games for the ages. It's like a game that changes the league, the way that Kansas City Rams game did so many years ago. It was like 50-49 or whatever. That's the path.
Maybe you get a lost fumble or two along the way.
That's allowed, right? I had it there. I'm now in the 4% range, where if they did this 100 times, Washington might, maybe there's food poisoning.
So that's the question: is if they played 100 times, Little Giant style. Do you ever beat Kevin O'Shea down Cherry Hill? I think, 30 to 35% with Daniels and a healthy receiver core probably checks out. 35%. And now without it, considerably lower. Let's go to Steve in Orlando. The Odyssey app is playing today. What's up, bud?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I'm an eternal optimist, but, man, I got to tell you, with no Jaden, and even if we do get Terry and Debo back, my question, like Danny said, if they're themselves, I can't believe that they're going to be, game ready completely, 100% good to go. So I don't give them a lot of bad things have to happen to the Chiefs, I think, for Washington to win. But, with Jaden, I'd give it maybe 20%. Without him, 5 to 10%. Lest we forget that we've still got the same defense on the field.
Yes, and that defense lost maybe its best player for the rest of the season in Dorrance Armstrong. I do think they're going to play a lot better defensively than they did last week. I don't know that the results will look that different. I'm assuming they will. They're playing a really good offense. But they played a terrible game on defense. They're running into each other. 74-yard touchdowns are given up.
Is that matchup related, or is it you just think they can't be that bad?
I think the second one.
Okay.
Also, when you go back and watch, they didn't look the same at the line of scrimmage, sans Daron Payne and Jacob Martin, really, as they have for most of the year in terms of just violence and physicality and aggression. And I never question effort or want to or any of that stuff. That, to me, sitting in this chair doing that is ridiculous. But it did not look the same off the ball, up front, for most of those guys as it has for a lot of the year.
Agreed.
It was just kind of a lackluster effort. I don't know how it happened, but there's the urgency that you saw against the Giants and the Raiders and some of these other games this year. And I'm not just saying because the personnel was worse, but it wasn't there.
I wish I had, because I'm with you, I wish I had better words for it.
I just think that, you're going to do a show and I'm going to do a show sometimes that's worse than our normal show.
Precisely.
Every person that has a job, if you deliver food for Uber Eats or whatever, you're going to have days where, damn, I didn't pick up the straw. Oh, you know what? I left it and didn't knock, or whatever it is. That was a day where defensively, in addition to just getting waxed by one of the most elite offenses in the league, the things that they can control, they did a worse job of.
And I don't have a better term for it, but I know what it looks like. I know when fans will talk about that, it just looks like as you said, urgency wasn't there. The effort wasn't there. It's what it looks like. And obviously these guys are trying. You know what I mean? There's, Albert Haynesworth laid down on the field. That wasn't trying. I get, the difference, but your analogy for us, I think, is perfect, because I can't tell you how many times the show's been over and I go, God, I was terrible today. And it wasn't because I didn't care. It's just I didn't do very good. I stuttered over this and couldn't think of an analogy, and my references were off and nothing was sharp. That happens despite best laid plans. So maybe that's the hope, is that it can't be that bad again. I don't have the same confidence, though.
Let's go to Will in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels out, Marcus Mariota in. Do you give him a shot?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Money.
Good, man. First-time caller. Hey, with a healthy Daniels, I would have given him 30%. You got a healthy Daniels, you got Terry, you got Debo, you got your weapons. But, let's be honest. Marcus played well against, Las Vegas. He managed the game, the Falcons, that one bad pick. But, come on, guys. We don't stand a chance. Especially, I don't think we're going to have Terry and Debo back, to be honest. I don't think Quinn is going to want to put him on the field. I think you're going to want to get him back.
He said otherwise, for the record. There's no reason. Thank you for the call. It's a good call. By the way, is Jim Zorn taking the week off, or what's happening here? We're I
felt like the era where just everything was off.
The interview he did on Sirius XM on Monday, Dan Quinn said he is anticipating a full week of practice for McLaurin and Debo Samuel. He would not say that if that wasn't the case. Now, could he be wrong? I guess so. But I know for a fact they thought McLaurin was going to be ready for the Dallas game. I think there was hope, based on what we heard publicly, that he could have even been ready for the Bears game. It didn't happen. They are sure as hell banking on him. Whether they'll be right or not, we'll find out. Being ready for this game. So I know that there's this skepticism of, I don't know. I just don't expect it. And it's the easy thing that, of course, they haven't played. So it's like a straw man thing where you're like, Oh, you think they're going to play? They haven't been playing. But they do expect that those guys are going to be on the field on Monday night, for what that's worth. Could change.
And just to clarify my position, that's worth less to me than having I done this dance a couple different times.
Sure, but you really haven't with Deebo Samuel. He's missed a game.
Fair.
The better question with Deebo Samuel is, does he look like he did against the Bears where his heel's jacked up?
Yep.
Or is he healthy now? That's the question I
Yes,
have
it
for
is.
Deebo. With Terry, I think it's more of a question of, is he going to come back and just beat McLaurin, or is he...
Can he make it through a full allotment?
Well, I just mean, is he easing back into it?
Right.
Is he... Like, people always used to say... I remember there was this one Nats season where like 4 or 5 guys were hurt, but they were all going to get back for the playoffs. It was like, as soon as you get Worth back, and Zim back, and Rondon back, and this guy back, then you got your whole team, and you're going to go win the World Series. But what we realized was all those guys came back, and they went like 2 for 29. It's like, oh, it's almost like you don't just get to come back and be the best version of yourself the second you return. What does Terry look like? We really have no idea. So, yeah, the idea of having them both back is amazing. How do they actually play? How capable are they? How healthy is Deebo? I think Terry's far enough removed from his injury that they're counting on him being pretty healthy. Kerry's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Kerry, no Jaden Daniels. Everybody seems to think the Commanders are going to Kansas City for their funeral. What do you make?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I'm looking at this like a fight of Buster Douglas and Tyson. And I know everybody's thinking that we're going to just fall and come in there and we might as well just pack our bag. I mean, okay, Jaden Daniel ain't there. You think Dan Quinn is just sitting up there thinking that we going in there, walking in and lose? Come on, man. He got a little more power than that. Them boys got to look at the man in the mirror. Somebody got to step up. Somebody got to do something crazy. Somebody got to shake this team up. And I guarantee you, I think it's going to start this week. You may think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, this is a setup.
So you think they're going to win in Kansas City?
I think they're going to win this game in Kansas City. Kansas City saying the same thing y'all saying. Everybody else saying. We coming in there and just walk in and lay down. I think we really going, I don't know who going to do it, which player going to show up. I just think some things going to happen.
You heard it here first. Kerry in D.C. says the Commanders have the Chiefs right where they want them.
But you heard it. He goes, I don't know who, but something's going to happen. That's the argument here. And by the way, I'm not ripping him. That's the hope, is that weird bleep happens in this league every week.
I don't know who, I don't know how, and I don't know why. But sometimes it
something.
happens.
It's where you take your hand and kind of gently wave it towards the game and go, something.
But look, that's not the analysis we do on this show. It's not the world I live in. But it does occasionally happen.
Yes.
And on a game like this, it's all you got. I mean, how often have the Commanders been this big of an underdog? Really? Like, if the game kicks off at 12 points, when is the last time? I mean, the end of the Rivera era, I'm sure there were a couple of those. But, like, it's 5 or 6 times over probably 7 or 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a massive point spread. Huge. I'm looking for a cover. I'm not looking for a win. I'm going to Kansas City, and I'm coming home with barbecue in my stomach and a cover.
Dan Quinn's pregame speech.
Yeah. I don't need you guys to win the game. But in this brotherhood, we cover.
We cover.
Great teams win. Teams that try really hard cover. That's what I want him to say pregame.
That's right.
If they do somehow find a way to play really good football, how'd they do it? And am I crazy in saying Mariota's going to go down there and play all right? 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. At least we've got the Washington Capitals. I was at Capital One Arena last night. The good guys get a 4-1 win. They just blew out the Seattle Kraken, as they should. Kraken end of a long road trip, playing back-to-back nights. Washington jumped all over him, outshot him 3-1, outscored him by 3. You know who looks amazing early this year is Ryan Leonard.
Little Ryan Leonard.
Little kid Leno, already with 3 goals, 4 in his career now. We could be staring down the barrel of a 20-goal season for young Ryan Leonard.
I could certainly use that. It feels like they need that kind of next generation, like another Protus, like another 2 or 3 Protuses. Obviously, they don't make 6'6" guys that move around like that all that often, but you know what I mean? Like that, the young player that makes a leap, whether it's LaPierre or Leonard, certainly early on, or the returns are good, but they could use the next generation to kind of keep this thing going.
I think people sleep so much on how good a shape they're in long term, in terms of this window. In the sense of, I don't know what's going to happen with Ovi, but this is going to sound crazy. Best case scenario is probably Ovi has a 30-goal season and says goodbye at the end of the year and retires. That money comes off the books, and now you're aggressive with a bunch of money to spend in free agency. Tom Wilson's your captain moving forward. You're building this thing around, the core of him and Strome and the young star that is Alexi Protas, and you've got Chychrun under contract. I don't know what you do with Carlson, who told me when I was out there interviewing him a couple weeks ago, he wants to keep playing, and he's nowhere near the end of his career. But he's helpful. 5 points in the early going through 7 games on the blue line this season. But with Leonard and Protas and some of the youth that they have developed, Connor McMichael, who's got just 1 point so far, but is a really, really good player. And then they got more coming. Little Pro, Alexi's little brother.
Wee Pro.
This kid, Andrew Crystal, is a stud. Wait till you see the talent that they've got in Cole Hudson, who was on Team USA last year, is 19 years old, and is going to be in the National Hockey League in the next couple of years. Like, they are really good right now, and they are well built to have this thing sustainably be good for a long time. But they are the product that just keeps on giving, man. Other teams, we ride the wave. We're like really happy for a little while, and then we're down, and then we're happy again. The Caps, are you going to Capital One Arena? There's a really good chance, about 80% of the time, you're going to see a great product.
Yeah, high percentage chance that there's a W in your future.
Question right now is about the Commanders and the Chiefs. Nobody's given Washington a shot. Doesn't that kind of make it feel like maybe, just maybe, this thing could work out in our favor? Ryan in Culpeper, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Are you saying it's 1 out of 10? 1 out of 100? 1 out of a million? So you're saying there's a chance?
So you're saying this is a Lloyd Christmas game. Let's be clear.
I think Dallas should have scored 60 or 70. I think Kansas City has averaged 30 the last 5 weeks, and I think they're going to put up big numbers. But hold on, Darius, hit record.
Okay,
I want to trademark this.
Darius is recording.
I think we're going into CJ5 land. That's where I think we're heading. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Sophomore slump. I was like, I remember before the season, you guys were like, this guy is slump-proof because he can throw. He can do everything. He'll never be like C.J. Stroud. So I'm calling him CJ5 from now on. So
so he's way better than C.J. Stroud is. Let's start with that. We said this a couple days ago, and we could talk more about this idea of a slump. He has taken a sizable step back from last year. I think there are a lot of reasons for that, but he has. And yet, it's still really good. You know what I mean? And yet, he doesn't turn the ball over, and you're moving the football, and he completes upper 60s, 70% of his passes, and has a 4-to-1 touchdown interception ratio or whatever. Like, C.J. Stroud, watch him. That guy...
It doesn't look... It's not the same.
Other night. Yeah. He holds them back, and they're bad around him, too. It's not all him, but I don't want to argue with just like the 1 point, because I think he's making a larger, reasonable point. But if you're saying, well, you guys said he wasn't as bad as C.J. Stroud, and I'll double down right now. I don't know how C.J. Stroud did what he did in year 1. This second, based only on this year, I think if you watch their games, you'd go, forget last year. This year, you'd say Jaden Daniels is a second contract quarterback and a franchise QB. You like the upside at his age, this deep into his career, without even last year, if this was his rookie season.
Right, that's a great way to put it. Right, C.J. Stroud is still the arrow is not only trending down, which it is for Daniels in the moment, right, with the second injury already this year, and the play hasn't matched last year. But let's see a full complement. Let's see a healthy McLaurin and Samuel for a few weeks at a time. There are a lot of reasons potentially why this hasn't happened yet. Better opponents, defensive schemes, limited weaponry around him, offensive line kind of in flux. Before we start slamming the gavel and saying, hey, this is a CJ Stroud situation. That was the cautionary tale that I had for the team for the year, where everybody expected this giant leap forward that, hey, maybe not so fast, maybe they're not quite ready for that yet. And that's kind of come to fruition.
The analogy I'm using that I came up with the other day is last year he got a 98 in the class, an A+. This year, right now, he's getting, an 86. He's a B+. But I'll give him a solid B. A B ain't bad. Still pretty good grade. If you're looking for top 5 MVP candidate like last year, that's not happening for sure. Hasn't yet. Appreciate the phone call. John Keim of ESPN with the latest on the Commanders, the Daniels injury. Are we sure he'll be back against Seattle? We'll find out next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to be without their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, on Sunday. He's going to be out with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to get the start for the Commanders in Kansas City on Monday Night Football. Other moves around the league, the Giants are going to sign wide receiver Ray McCloud a day after he was released by the Falcons. Other injuries, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was back at practice for the first time since injuring his hamstring on September 28th. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on his fractured collarbone. He should be back in 8 weeks or fewer. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving going to be out for this Sunday's game once again. In hockey last night, as heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1. In the NBA, the Wizards in action tonight. It's their season opener. They're out in Milwaukee taking on the Bucks. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Wizards will be back after 2 games for their home opener on Sunday. The World Series going to get underway on Friday night. The Dodgers will take on the Blue Jays at 8 o'clock. If your office is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You can listen to the show all over D.C. on our flagship, 106.7 The Fan, or in the Richmond area on AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, we're available to you wherever you are, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app. It's free, it's available, and it allows you to pause and rewind the show at your convenience. So check that out. And if you want to watch us, you can do so on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Show's brought to you by our good friends who we'll be hanging out with in Kansas City this weekend and for Monday Night Football, the law firm Condori & Murray.
They do estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Before we fly to Kansas City on Saturday, we will drive to Fairfax on Friday. We'll be doing the show live from Craft House in Fairfax, 2 to 6:30. Come on out and kick it with us ahead of a huge Week 8 in the NFL. Good college slate as well. We're getting you ready for a big pigskin weekend. Friday, all day long, the Grant and Danny Show. It's a Friday field trip out and about in Fairfax.
That's a good little spot, Craft House.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our guy, John Keim, covers the Commanders for ESPN. John, let's start with the news of the day. Jaden Daniels has been ruled out. He will not play in Kansas City against the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. What can you tell us?
That it was expected, because first of all, like when Dan Quinn talked about on Monday that, the good thing is it's not significant, not long term, but you still know with hamstrings they're tricky. And then, certainly I would talk to other people who yesterday did not expect him to play. So not surprising, the right move, just to get him, make sure he's right, because with hamstrings, you go back out there, you do more damage, you got a lot worse road ahead of you. So not a surprise, unfortunately.
Seattle? Question mark?
I think that would be more likely, yeah. I don't think that is out of the question at all.
So what do you make of the timing? For the record, I love that they did this today, not only for your sanity and my sanity and the sanity of fans. I hate the Willie Woney.
Yeah,
is he practicing? Yeah. I think it's actually counterproductive for the team, and I like giving Marcus the week to be the guy and seeing what that looks like. Having said all that, I do wonder, like a little bit, is the fact that they just announced it today an indicator of severity in some way?
I don't think so, because I have yet to hear that it's anything long-term. Again, like Quinn said that, but even talking to other people yesterday, like not the sense that I got. I do think that a lot of it was they knew he wasn't going to play, and that, like, why go through the charade? And I don't think he wants that, will he or won't he play this week? So I think that's part of it. But listen, like, we all know what's gone on this year. Like, nothing has gone as they hoped. So I can say that, certainly Seattle's in question is in play, but we won't know until next week for sure. And then next week we'll get an update on Wednesday and then an update on Friday. So, yeah. So but I don't think it means that it's going to be some long-term thing by any means. Mahomes at all.
Is this a bigger picture concern here? It was mine, John, for the record. I love Jaden Daniels, the prospect. And by the way, this kind of analysis, this genius level stuff here from 2 to 6:30 every day. But he was my favorite quarterback in that draft. Yeah. That includes Caleb Williams, by the way. Just I loved him so much.
Yeah.
This was the thing I was worried about. That frame, the injuries, the hits he was inevitably going to take just playing the position. Then you add in some of the running. I'm just nervous about it. This is now 3 pretty significant time missing injuries. I guess he missed time with 2 of them. Wasn't himself last year for that broken rib for a little while. Is this a bigger picture concern?
I don't know that I want to go there just yet. I do think, like, for any quarterback, I mean, Lamar's had issues. Joe Burrow's had issues. There are a few guys who haven't. And so it's like, obviously Mahomes has had a couple blips, right? But that's it. So, perhaps, I don't know that I'd like to see more, I guess, time to really weigh that, because like you said, like last year, he had to come out of a game, but he didn't miss a game. And I don't think, like, even in that Dallas game, I'm quite sure, like, if they had to win that game, that he wouldn't have come out. I think that was a, little bit of soreness, get them ready for the playoffs, that kind of thing. The knee, that's a scramble thing, right? The rib was a scramble thing. So, like, those things are going to happen, right? And that's the hard part, is weighing that against, like, this is the quote-unquote superpower that he offers, like that ability. So you're going to, that you run a risk with that whenever you have a quarterback who does. But then, I say that, and like Joe Burrow's getting pummeled mostly in the pocket. And the play the other day was a free blitzer that I think that fooled them completely. And that's just, I kind of put that in a separate category. I think the other two are a result of the legs the dynamic ability that he offers. The other one the other day was just an unfortunate play. So I'm kind of talking around it a little bit, because I don't know. I mean, I think anybody had that concern about the durability, and when you see the way he played in college, but I think I would be more concerned if I felt like he was being reckless on some of those, rather than just sometimes, unfortunately, like the one in Green Bay, it's a helmet to the knee. That's, like, you know what I mean? So I don't know yet if it is, but I understand why you might feel that way for sure.
John Keim of ESPN. Yeah, because I think this is so fascinating, and this is like the biggest kind of story of the week in this sense. Because I think there's a difference, just to workshop this out loud and get your reaction, between, like, I'm concerned about the durability, 3 injuries, 24 regular season games in, but I don't necessarily think he's going to be injury prone, if that makes sense. But, like, when you looked at his size, his height and weight, like his frame, there aren't guys that get drafted at the top of the board with that height and weight necessarily. That was something that was covered and written about, and it's a very small group of players. And then you add in some of the contact he's going to take, and the fact that he has the highest scramble rate in the league. But you're right, he didn't miss games last year. He probably should have missed a month, because he wasn't Jaden Daniels while he was playing through the rib. And I don't know if that's better, like if he's going to be banged up because he's super tough but playing through it. So I don't even know if I have a question, but we're getting to a point now, and I don't know what the line of demarcation is, where you go, is durability something that becomes a concern? And I'm with you. I don't think yet it is, but it's certainly got to. Eventually it is. I don't know what that line looks like.
Well, I think the only way to disprove it is by being durable, right? So I don't know that, even last year with the rib, I mean, the next week he came back against New York and played a pretty good game, in the first game with that. So I don't, you know what I mean? So I don't, but then something was off after that, right? And we know there was an injury there. So I don't know. Like I'm with you. I'd like to see more time and see how it is, because, there are a lot of quarterbacks who have enough quarterbacks, high level quarterbacks, who have had some of these issues. Now you don't see it with Josh Allen, who plays a certain way as well. But that dude is big, and he's different because of that, and I think that helps him, So I don't know, man. I think I want to see more, but again, I think you have to wonder, because he's more narrow than he is, like, just skinny. You know what I mean? And you've been around him. He's more narrow, and I think, like, when it's going to make it tough, right? It's just the reason why you want him is because of that ability, but that ability also puts you into some more vulnerable spots. But again, on Sunday, I put that in a different category because that was a guy in the pocket putting the ball down because you got a free blitzer in his face, and just kind of unfortunate. But having said that, it still happened. Whatever the circumstance, it still happened.
John Keim, ESPN, with us here on G&D. So you referenced this earlier. I want to go to, again, a big macro picture thing. It has not gone like a lot of us thought. I don't think it's going how they thought, certainly, in terms of whether it's injuries or some uninspired play or how bad the defense has been, et cetera. What's the biggest slice of blame pie here? What's the biggest reason why they're off to this 3-4 start, coming off one of the worst losses of the Dan Quinn era?
So you guys give me till 4:00?
That's right, as long as you want.
Yeah, I think you parcel it out, right? And like, I'm going to bring up injuries, and they're going to say injuries aren't an excuse. Well, for the offense, when you lose Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, and then you have to throw Noah Brown in there, we all know Noah Brown has had durability issues, sure. But they didn't anticipate, I think, being at least out for 8 games, right? So, like, he was someone they were at least hoping would contribute for at least 12 games. But you lose Deebo and Terry. Well, that's going to, and then McLaurin missing all of training camp. Like, there has been no rhythm in the passing game since the start of training camp. Then there at times, like, they still move the ball. They were still putting up points despite that. But at some point, it really hurts you. And then when you're trotting out some players that were on the street or on the practice squad, for most of the season, that's a tough way to live. And it's, you see defenses adjusting to them. In Dallas, a team that plays heavy zone went heavy man the other day because they weren't threatened by it. And it's a way that you can then bring an extra safety up to help stop the run. So I think like that, there's a cumulative effect there. Now, we all know other teams have had injuries and still managed to succeed. So like, you can't just blame it on that. And I think defensively, maybe some of it is, did you have the right personnel? Do you have, is the scheme the right way? Are you asking on the run fits? Are they doing the right things, or is there something that needs to be tweaked there? Right. So there's all across the board in that area. And, they wanted to play heavy press man, but then are those corners capable of that? And I think they shifted away from that after a couple games for that reason, because they haven't been. So, I think there's a lot of reasons. And then the other part is the schedule is tougher. But, Chicago, Dallas back-to-back, you got to split that at worst. Right? And so I think, that is part of it too. Like there is a tougher schedule, but the toughest part is coming up. So it's not like it's been, you know what I mean? So yeah. I think that's going to contribute when you look at the final record. You look at the second half of the season, like all these the games they have, like that's part of the reason. But to this point, I don't think, it is a next man up league, but you're talking with the receivers, it's a next unit up, right? You don't just replace, everybody, if Terry McLaurin's wanting a certain amount of money, getting paid a certain amount of money, they don't have another guy on the roster like that you say, who's a budding star or anything like that. So it just, there's that toll. And then Jaden in and out now. And, so I think like that all adds up. But defensively, it's just been, similar issues to last year, whether it's miscommunications, get that fixed, then it's something else, then it's something else, and then it's something else. But it's still the same result.
Do you see what I see when you watch these games back, that they really lack team speed? And is that something they can fix in the short term?
In the short term, I mean, yes, I do think whether it's playing fast or having speedier players out there, like, and the guy that I always point to that I think others would is Jordan McGee. Like when he plays, you feel that speed, that energy. And right now he's their third linebacker. So, I think, going into the year, it was like he would be, if you had to say who's the heir apparent to Wagner on the staff, on this team, it would be him because of that. But where is he at with all that? And like, if people want to know, can you replace him? Could you replace him on pass downs, perhaps, and get some more speed out there? I don't know. You have to know more. Like, I would want to know more about how he is. Like, it's one thing to be out there with Louvu and Wagner. It's another thing to be out there being the guy to make the calls and to be the guy in charge. That's something different. Is he ready for that? And are they ready for that? So, but like, he's the guy that you could put out there that would offer some more of that. But I don't know who else. I know Kane Madrano ran a fast time, but does he play to that speed at this point? That's the key. Like, are you playing to your speed? And I don't know that we saw evidence in the preseason that he was ready for that. And then it was also like about the tackling, consistent tackling, et cetera. So is he ready for that? I can't say he's not because we haven't seen him since the preseason. But in the preseason, I don't know that you saw guys like, oh, he's ready to go right now, right? So I don't know what he's done since then as far as like the progression. But so I don't know that there's a lot on the staff or on the roster that you say, okay, you could bring these guys in and add a lot more to that. Percy Butler is fast, but Jeremy Reeves plays fast because that's just how he is. So, overall, I agree with you, Grant, that, you just, whether it's adding more speed or getting guys to play to their speed, they could use more of that.
Hard to answer here, but take a crack at it. Let's say Terry McLaurin does play this weekend. What version of him do we expect, and when do we expect him to actually be Terry McLaurin?
That's a great question. That's something I tried to figure out myself as well, Danny, because he came into the year, and when you miss all of camp, he and Jaden had banked a lot of reps, as they like to say, a lot of really good chemistry last year. But it had been a long, you're talking 6-7 months between games. And then, you miss all of camp. And so you don't have that timing down. And it showed early on. But Mariota came in and connected with them right away against the Raiders on a deep ball, right? So maybe he can come in and give you something. I think what you at least get is the threat. And I think that's what they need. And he can still, as long as he can go out there and run, he's a threat. And, and then it's a matter of, are they connecting on it? And so I don't know though, that's the question I wonder about too, because it did take him a few weeks to get back to a certain point this season. And now you're missed 4 more games. That's not easy. So I think the good thing is Mariota being a veteran helps. And they have worked together. That helps. But I'm with you. I just don't know. I don't have a good answer for that because, I'm curious to see that as well.
John Keim of ESPN on Grant and Danny. Commanders getting ready to go to Kansas City this weekend. They play the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Cakes, what about Dorrance Armstrong's injury? He was leading them in almost every pass rushing category. They're a top 10 pressure group still, sacks per pass attempt group still. I think some of that is just a small sample in giant games against the Giants and the Raiders. That said, what's your plan now without Armstrong if you're Joe Witt, do you think?
Well, Jacob Martin, for a guy who came in as a backup, I think for his role has done a good job, right? But he's not, you didn't bring him in here to be a starter, although he has started games. So I think you just have to be extremely creative, whether it's sending more pressures that maybe you've cut back on a little bit. And I'd have to look at the numbers recently. So this is generally, I'd like to know more of the numbers today, and I just don't have them about how much they've blitzed or sent 5 in the last couple of weeks compared to early on. But I know there was cutting back because, you wanted more in coverage and trying to get more with 4. And it's not like they didn't send somebody. It's just, can you do that a little bit more often? Do you feel comfortable enough to do that with the coverage to do that? So could you, send Luvu maybe a little bit more often as well? And then maybe some creative lineups on the front, after Dorrance went out, there were times where you'd have it'd be a 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4, where the only true defensive lineman on the field was Daron Payne. And, can you do some things like that to generate some pressure? Or can you do things like you have Jalen Holmes and Javon Kinlaw, both of whom can play inside and then sometimes at end? And can you do those, a lineup of Martin, Daron Payne, another tackle, Johnny Newton or somebody, or Holmes, and then Kinlaw as an end, so you can do a little bit more of that as well. So I just think you have to be a little bit creative and make sure that the coverage holds up better than it has. And that coverage, I include linebackers in that, of course.
John, you mentioned Luvu. Pace-wise, it's not too far off of last year. A couple sacks through 7 games. You get a sack and a half in a game, and all of a sudden you're right back on what he did last year. But as you're watching, it doesn't look the same with him in terms of his impact. Maybe it's more attention. I don't know. What do you make of his season to this point? And especially without Armstrong, now's the time, right?
Yeah, and that's where yes. And I think he's had some really good games against the run, really good, and made impactful plays there. Those aren't the ones right now that, first of all, they get teams into 2nd long, and it hasn't helped them.
That's a death sentence for some reason.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of been a problem, and but so you see him do that, and he was making some impact plays in the run game, And I think yes, could you see maybe a little bit more of that? You almost have to figure that, because what else are you going to do? And you can, like, Bobby Wagner's a good blitzer. Can you do more of that, right? So, yeah, I would think so. And one of the things that they liked with Louisville is this year with the lineup they initially had was they felt like they could move him around even a little bit more than they did last year. Some of that is lost because you don't have that, because with losing a guy like Armstrong. But yeah, you're going to have if they want to go anywhere or turn this around in any fashion, a lot of it has to come from the defense. Whether or not you stop them consistently, I don't know that we're going to see that. But can you make more plays, and who can make them? And he'd be one of those guys.
John, thank you. Much appreciated. Insights excellent as always.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
you, buddy.
Be good. Check him out. ESPN is where John Keim plies his trade, covers the team, longest tenured member of the beat out there in Ashburn. You just heard us talking to Cakes about this. We should get into this, and maybe we can open up the phones on this as well. Is it too early to say that you're worried about Jaden's durability? 800-636-1067. It's the 2 injuries this season. He did not miss a single start last year, but he was hurt with a rib injury that cost him playing at the level that he normally does for about a month. He could have easily been sat for 2, 3, 4 games and probably should have been in hindsight. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders going to be without their quarterback, Jaden Daniels, on Monday Night Football. He's out with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to be under center for the Burgundy and Gold at Arrowhead Stadium on Monday Night Football. Other news around the league, the Giants are going to be signing wide receiver Ray McCloud after he was released by the Falcons yesterday. Some injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is back at practice for the first time since injuring his hamstring on September 28th. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on his fractured collarbone and should be back in 8 weeks or fewer. And the Buccaneers still going to be without wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving for their game on Sunday. In hockey, as heard right here on the Fan last night, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1. Tonight, the Wizards begin their season. 8 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Wizards out in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Well, I think the only way to disprove it is by being durable, right? So I don't know that, even last year with the rib, the next week he came back against New York and played a pretty good game, in the first game with that. So I don't, you know what I mean? So but then something was off after that, right? And we know there was an injury there. So I don't know. Like I'm with you. I'd like to see more time and see how it is because, there are a lot of quarterbacks who have enough quarterbacks, high-level quarterbacks who have had some of these issues. Now, you don't.
That's John Keim on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. As heard minutes ago, discussing Jaden Daniels, who will not play in Kansas City. He has been ruled out. We'll take your calls on this at 800-636-1067, but I want to dive into his durability and our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. With Daniels set to miss a game for a third time in a half season here with a second injury, where is your level of concern on how available he's going to be moving forward and for the long term? It's a third injury in 24 regular season games. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. Right now, 45% of people are saying kind of concerned, and 36% are saying very concerned. Just 19% are not concerned at all. So here's how I'm going to pose this to you, Danny, just to kick this ball into the air and get this started. Is it too early to start to fear that this is a player that will not be able to stay healthy?
No, that's not too early at all. What you need, and John said this very well, you need a sustained period where he just plays all the games. When that happens, all this stuff gets put to bed.
Okay, well, someone could say he played all the games last year.
Someone could say that, and I would go, and he's getting wrapped on the sideline like he's Brendan Fraser in The Mummy, just because his rib was broken, and he had to leave a game, and probably could have left others because his bell was wrong, and his helmet turned sideways, and had to go to the blue tent. Yes, like a third significant injury in less than a season and a half. Yeah. It is not too early to be concerned about it. Again, the concern goes away when you get a long-established pattern of something else. I don't have that long-established pattern of something else. I have this.
So I also think that prologue here matters. Track record prior to the NFL matters. In that, one of the massive stories about him as a draft prospect was, based on frame specifically, whether you think that's misguided or not, and based on play style, and there are some that may think that too is misguided, that he was going to be a guy that was on the injury report a bunch. There were games, you think about the Alabama game, where he would get these massive hits and take on huge blows and a concussion, and he's out of the game or what have you. And while, yes, injuries happen at the quarterback position, that was one of the main reservations and holdups, really the only significant reservations and holdups that I think a lot of people had about Jaden Daniels that loved the prospect coming out. And yes, last year he played in every single game, but I do think that that's misleading because knowing what we know now about how Mariota played when he got to last year and even this year to an extent, he should not have played in that stretch where, he was playing through the injuries after the Carolina game against like Pittsburgh and Philly, probably even the Bears game, the Hail Mary game, where offensively they should have won that game, and the Hail Mary allowed them to win that game. That they actually outplayed Chicago, but he was not on his normal level for that stretch. It's almost a quarter of a season, by the way. We're talking about like 4 games after that where he was completely compromised. He missed 3 quarters of the Carolina game, and then Chicago, New York, Philly, and Pittsburgh. That 4-game stretch, if you take those numbers out, he basically was an MVP of the league statistically. You take the 4 games back and put them in, and it's like, okay, now he fell out of the MVP convo, and he's just regular, an unbelievable, incredible top 5-ish quarterback. So, yes, he played in every game, but we all know that he was compromised for about a quarter of last season. So you've got that, and then a half season now where it's 2 different injuries, so it's 3 in 24 games. I had the nerves about it coming in. He quelled a lot of those last year, being able to play through the rib injury because it didn't rear its head as the year went on. As the second half of the season dragged on, things didn't pile up. And I kind of said, okay, I'll put this on the back burner. But it's back on the front burner now.
100%. And there's a difference and a distinction. Steven Strasburg graduated from this, okay? But remember, he was the orchid. It was, well, the wind's blowing from east to west. I can't go today. I got icy hot in my jock. There's mold in the air conditioning vents in Chicago until, Max Scherzer, whoever shook him, was like, come on, dude, we need you. And he goes out and shoves. And then he turned into a warrior, right? So this is not that. This is not a toughness question. He answered those last year with that broken rib. This is not me saying, oh, he's one of those guys that if he doesn't feel perfect, is he just going to ride the stationary bike until he does. I am not saying that at all. This is he's vulnerable to these injuries that are going to keep him out, not because of his lack of desire to get back on the field, not because he's taking his sweet-ass time, not because he's got to feel perfect, simply because he's vulnerable. I don't have a better way to say it. The hits that come part and parcel with playing quarterback are already there. The one I always pointed to was last year against Cincinnati. The perfect throw he delivers to Terry McLaurin, what ultimately is the game-sealing, ending, winning, whatever you want to call it, touchdown. He knows he's going to get clocked, steps into the throw, drops in a bucket perfect, gets blasted right under the chin, knocked 6 weeks from Sunday, pops back up. That's going to happen regardless. That's the position. You add in trying to run away from Micah Parsons when nothing's happening on offense. You add in being in the pocket in shotgun with a little bit less deception maybe than a lot of other offenses, right? Running things to slow the defense down. If they guess right, they can hit you more. Trying to escape. Extending plays. The thing that makes him magical also makes him vulnerable to that much more contact. We've talked about it a billion times. How everybody now, it seems, when it's a quarterback run, a designed one, has it sniffed out, and he's getting gang tackled by the line of scrimmage. There's no room to run for him in some of these pull downs where he's putting the ball in the belly of the running back and then he decides to keep it around the edge. There's nothing doing there when he's going. So he's vulnerable to this. I need an extended period of time. So remember it's my Curtis Samuel rule. Curtis Samuel, for 2 years, it was constant. He was fine. Ron Rivera's even on the phone with us. I'm asking him, hey, what's going on with Curtis Samuel? He's okay. Then he was literally put on IR 5 minutes later when he couldn't run in the spring, couldn't run in the summer, couldn't run at training camp, couldn't run at all, and now he's on the bike for 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks. It took 2 years of that constant BS. I didn't believe Curtis Samuel was going to be healthy anymore. His last year here, he finally started to play some and put a few weeks together, and it's like, can you put this Curtis Samuel thing to bed? No! I just went through this 7th circle of hell waiting for that guy to get back on the football field. I'm not mad at him. It's just, I did this dance. It's the same principle. Until there is an extended, I'm talking about seasons where he's fine silly, Danny. You're concerned about a hamstring strain in week 6 or whatever. Until that happens, until it's ancient history and we chuckle about it later, this is the risk. This is the worry.
I mean, I can't convince you otherwise, right? Season seems crazy to me because guys get dinged at that position constantly. But on a binary, at the beginning of last year, did I think this was going to be a problem? Yes. By the end of last year, even with the rib injury, which cost him about a quarter of the year at a high level, I was willing to say on a binary, all right, going into the season, I'm not going to talk about this a lot. But in the offseason, we did bring it up. Why are we so sure? It was the biggest story about the team last August. Can Jayden Daniels stay healthy? Can Jayden Daniels stay on the field? Is this quarterback going to be durable? It's all anyone talked about all summer. And then he plays 17 games, albeit 4 of them with a broken rib. And it was never brought up really at all. It was like, you just have a durable quarterback who's not going to miss any time. I never really believed that was how this was going to go, but I'm pretty stunned. Here we are halfway through the year that it's 2 different things with different legs. And now it gives you kind of this hesitation, reservation about where we're headed. Bobby's in Warsaw. What's up, Bobby? How are you?
Oh, doing good. I hope y'all are too. I hope Jaden is doing better in the next few days too. But it was a problem with me right from the first time I saw him out of pads in an interview. I said, this kid looks like his shoulders are no wider than my daughter's, and his body is like some undernourished kid from Somalia or something. I mean, it just was so skinny. And I said, how is he going to hold up against these big defensive linemen and stuff unless they give him ironclad protection, which they have not? And, I mean, just
But it's not like their O-line's bad, and he's not tiny. I mean, that's the other thing. And I know Bobby probably hasn't stood next to him and had that opportunity or whatever. From a height standpoint, he's actually a average NFL quarterback, or probably even a hair above it. He's a big dude when you stand next to him, but he is very slender. It's just like a wiry frame, the way he's put together. I'll have to find the stat, but I remember mentioning it 8,000 times before the draft.
Like that body comp has never existed at that position.
Yeah, it's a height, weight, body composition thing. And the point was, here are like the three guys in the early part of the first round that were ever drafted at this size.
Yeah, he's built like Paul Richardson, the super thin receiver, where you and I couldn't stop talking about how thin that guy was.
There was just no precedent for taking someone at his height who was also his weight at that spot in the draft who would go on to have a long, healthy career. And that's not even to talk about the fact that he leaves the pocket at a higher rate than anybody else on passing plays, which just generally means you're going to take more hits. What was the stat? This was a couple weeks ago. I got to find this now. In terms of contact on the quarterback, like hits taken, he was number one in the NFL since the beginning of last season or whatever. And you're adding in basically hits in the pocket plus being tackled. Yep. He was number one in the league. Now, I don't think he is now because he's missed, after this weekend, 3 games during that time. There are other guys that have just played more snaps, more games. But yes, when you get hit more, you're going to get hurt more. That's just how it works, regardless of what size you are. And everyone says, oh, well, Joe Burrow gets hurt too. Yeah, no kidding. He's hurt all the time. It's a big freaking problem for the Bengals, by the way. But because other big guys get hurt does not change the conversation about his frame. That one I don't understand. People are like, well, I'm picture a big, like Tom Brady is 6'5". He had an ACL tear one time.
Yeah, Joe Burrow gets hurt.
That's what I was just talking about. Right. But like, yeah, that happens. Also, new sentence, if you are not very thick and you get hit a lot, you might get dinged. Let's go to Jason in Odenton. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call so quickly.
Got it.
Hey, so I think there's a delineation here, and I'm going to play a little semantics between being hurt and being injured, right? I think one thing we got to unpack as fans is Jaden wants to play, right? If Jaden was injured, right, I think that we'd be in a different conversation with his ability to actually go out there to play because he is injured. Whereas right now, he's in a situation where the training staff is holding him back because he is hurt. I think we're all falling into the same category with Terry and the same category with Debo, where if the training staff were allowing them to play, they would play. But the training staff is holding them back. So I think the conversation with Jaden is kind of not going the right way right now with him. And I think if he was able to play, if you asked him, could he play, it'd be a situation where he did that, in that press conference where he said, yes, I can play, and I'm frustrated they're not allowing me.
So let me ask you, why does that matter? In other words, like you're saying you think he's healthy enough to play and they don't let him with their season on the line? I don't know if I buy that.
I don't think we're at the point where the season's on the line. I think if you ask Dan Quinn, if you ask him, you say, okay, we're 3-5. Yeah, 3-4 right now. Yeah, that stinks. But we're not at the point where we need to risk the biscuit with Jaden. We're not even, and with your Joe Burrows. Sorry, go ahead, Dan. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. I'm listening. Go for it.
Yeah. So then, to your point you were making with Joe Burrow is injured, right? There's a surgical procedure that needs to happen, right? So that comparison, in my humble opinion, is Jaden Daniels wouldn't necessarily fall in that category because he would be listed as hurt again, semantics, and not injured.
It's a good phone call. I don't necessarily believe. I'm not buying what you're selling in this regard. Number one, the idea that he could have played and they just kept him out of the games with the knee, I don't agree with that. I don't think that was a precaution thing. I think he hurt his knee pretty badly. When I originally heard he had the MRI and that it was banged up, I originally heard there was a chance he could be out a month, right? It didn't work out that way. They never saw it that way. I think they got him back as soon as they could get him back. It just so happened that he was not quite right, and it lingered and what have you. Yes, he's going to tell you he's going to play. By the way, he played with a broken rib. not very well, or up to his standards, I should say, in some of those games. He played through the knee thing.
Yeah, he had a tough thing, man.
The Green Bay game. Of course he's going to play. Cool, I guess. But if you're leaving the game screaming and grabbing the back of your leg and stiff-legging your way into the blue tent, I'm sorry, man. Like, you hurt your hamstring. We had an orthopedic surgeon call in yesterday and said, if anything shows up on an MRI, you shouldn't play in a football game the following week. You're risking a much more serious injury. So you're saying, he might not be that injured. He's just hurt right now, which is kind of normal. So it's not an injury-prone thing. That's not happening with the guys in the league that are starting week in and week out. They're not on the injury report, and their team doesn't have to protect them. So it's kind of just semantics to me of like, I don't know how injured he is. I know that, again, for the third time in 8 weeks, they're choosing to start Marcus Mariota, who's their backup. You tell me what that means.
Right. And it's not like they're 7-0.
I don't think they would choose to start Marcus Mariota if Jaden Daniels was healthy.
Pretty good summation.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Double play, going to be crowbarred in. And at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, we're giving away Caps tickets on G&D. Hey guys, it's Grant from Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They are the unofficial moving and storage company of the Fan. They have moved me a couple of times over many, many years. In fact, they've moved just about everybody at the station at least once. JP Flame, check. Myself, check. CK, yep. Danny Hute, yep. Danny's dad, my in-laws, you name it, they've moved them. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they're recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients. They know where to go. It's DC Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They will stage your home. They will pack your boxes. They build custom crates. I've seen them do it for chandeliers and sculptures and nice art. They will even send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss your move. And they can move you anywhere. Take it from me. You will love Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Call them, 301-279-0090. 301-279-0090. Go to DCMetropolitanMoving.com. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for making the show part of your day. Who's the best team in the NFL right now? A lot of people feel like with all the momentum Kansas City has, having ripped off now the winning streak that they've put together, 2 in a row, 4 of their last 5, with only the 3-point loss to the Jaguars. Maybe it's Kansas City who Washington's getting ready to play on the road at Arrowhead this week. But if you were doing a power rankings right now, what does that look like for you?
I put Detroit first, even though they lost to the aforementioned Kansas City Chiefs on the road a couple of weeks ago and were clearly the second best team in that game. I actually came away mildly impressed with them. It took a weird Amon-Ra St. Brown drop to sort of skew the way that game flow was going, and then Kansas City added a late score. To me, Detroit has the highest ceiling of anybody. I know they're banged up on defense, but I feel like we did this last year. I think they'll tread water, maybe get a couple of guys back here and there. I still put Detroit number 1. They don't have the best resume, though. I can comfortably tell you that. There are a couple other teams. You might mention one of them. But I still think Detroit, I would take them over anybody else on a neutral site this week.
So the team with the best record in the NFL right now is the Colts at 6-1.
Yep.
I like Indy. I just can't quite buy them as the best in football. Although I'll tell you, from a net touchdowns standpoint, the Packers are the 1 seed in the NFC, and they're +5 net touchdowns. The Colts are +11.
Yeah. Best point differential in the league. They're 6-1. Their one loss was crazy and fluky.
Yeah, true.
Like they've had the best resume.
They could absolutely be 7-0. So I'm going to kind of be boring here and kind of circle back to the Chiefs. There's not a team that I would pick to beat Kansas City this weekend the way they're playing. I just think the inevitable Shredder punching through the ground at the end of the Ninja Turtles movie where the hands back up and you didn't kill him again. You thought you buried him. You thought he was cold and gone in the ground, but he's not. That's the Chiefs. They're inevitable, and they're back. And so right now I would put them number 1 in terms of, not resume, they're like number 10 in terms of resume. But I would put them number 1 in terms of best teams going into the weekend. And it's the team, Washington, led by Marcus Mariota, has to play on Monday Night Football. We will be in Kansas City. Let's get to our double play, though. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Quick reminder for everyone, Fairfax on Friday for a field trip. We're going to be at Craft House in Fairfax. We'll be doing the show live from 2 to 6:30, so come on out, have something to eat, have something to drink, talk some football, get ready for the Commanders and the Chiefs.
Boys did a little Fitness Wednesday today, Tobias, Rhino, and myself. We are all, I think, I don't want to speak for everybody, I'll tag you guys in here in a second. I feel terrible. I'm really sore and really tired, and everything hurts. But I will say this, we added in some of the same stuff that we did the first week that Toby puked. And Toby did not puke this time.
Good job.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
Wait, seriously?
No.
Wait, seriously?
I didn't have anything to eat beforehand. So there was no like previous foods, but there was a little bit of upchuckage.
Oh no. I'm sitting here singing. Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious.
This is a bit, just like the bit you guys did the last commercial break, or is this real?
This is 100% serious. 100% serious.
When?
You guys were still finishing up. So I was going
to... I guess you were finishing up too.
Like, this is what you said. You texted our chat at 11:30. We unleash hell. I said at 11:45. I was actually wrong. It should have been 12:45. I puke. And it was 12:45. And I was in the bathroom by myself. And I was sitting there. I was like, I don't think I can hold it. I wanted to hold it. And I was like, I'm just going to feel better if I just let it go.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
I walked in before you walked into the locker room, and Toby was not in good shape, and I was like, did it happen? And he goes, yeah, I did.
Oh,
and I was like, we should go shame Danny. And he was like, no, let's wait for the double play.
Oh,
I mean, the fact that you just teed it up.
I literally didn't know that. I'm not even doing a bit. I know it seems like a work, then I'm like, actually, I had no idea.
How many weeks in are we? Like 6 weeks in?
No, so here's the thing. We were money, and we had not done the row machine since the first workout. So we did the row machine
so
today.
the row machine's your
No, hold on.
I think it's
I felt good after the row machine. Those stupid crunches, Danny. I felt it immediately. I was like, oh. And I felt bad because we're doing it as a circuit. We're all working together, and you're waiting on the other guy to finish the crunches. So I'm sitting here screwing Danny and Ryan because I'm taking so long.
Yeah, we can't stop. So that's the rule. When we're doing the three-way partner finisher, get your mind out of the gutter, Grant. Get it right out of that gutter. I saw the look go over your face. It's not like you think, okay? So the person on the row machine can't finish till the other partners do the jump overs and 20 air squats, and then the sit-up person does 30 crunches and 30 scissors. So you got to keep rowing until someone finishes. And Toby's like taking his time, and Ryan goes, "Come on, Toby! Come on, Toby!"
This sounds terrible.
Yeah, so
Everything about
I
this
felt
sounds
bad, and I was like, I got to push through. I actually cut my reps in half on that because I was like, otherwise Ryan's going to be there for all day. So I was like, that's not going to happen. But afterwards, like I told you, I was like,
no,
Danny, I think I'm done.
Well,
I think I'm done. And I was done.
And you were. And here's what's unbelievable. I haven't seen the guy that came out the first time we did this who said, "Hey, is that guy with you? I think you pushed him a little too hard because he's not doing so good in the bathroom." I literally hadn't seen that guy in 6 weeks. And I saw him today.
Maybe Toby's just allergic to that guy. Have we considered it? It has nothing to do with the workout.
I think it's got something
just
to do.
that guy's near him and Toby.
Oh, I feel so
well,
terrible.
so at least there was no one else there. So it was literally me by myself. So it was all good. There was not going to be anyone coming out. Hey, Danny, I think you worked that guy too hard. Like, there's none of that. It's all good.
You pushed him a little too hard.
I felt fine. Like it was. Again, you didn't do anything wrong.
Oh my God,
it's all good.
Wow.
Is it though, Tobes?
I mean, it's going to be fine. And also, I mean, we did this once. Nothing changed. You're just going to keep chopping wood here. You're going to keep it moving.
Well, yeah. This is the whole point was, and I was literally excited to pump Tobes and Rhino up. This to me was a big milestone. Like he couldn't have done that 6 weeks ago, and he did it this time, right?
I'm telling you what, Danny. I was 98% finished, and we were good. And then those crunches hit, and it was like, yep, there it was.
The Vomitov
That was the
cocktail.
line. I crossed it.
Oh, son of a bitch!
You were close. So you're getting closer.
Yeah, very much so.
There
I
you
mean, it wasn't as bad today as the first time, so we're good.
I feel terrible about that. That sucks.
I'll make you feel better. We're giving somebody Caps tickets
There we go.
as soon as we return ahead of the Beltway Blitz.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. In the NFL, the Commanders going to be taking on the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, but they're going to be without their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels. He's out with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Other NFL news, the Giants are expected to sign wide receiver Ray McCloud. He was just released from the Falcons yesterday, now going to sign with the New York Giants. Injuries around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson's back at practice today. It's the first practice since injuring his hamstring on September 28th. They'll look to get him back in the lineup as they are now 1-5 on the season. They'll take on the Bears on Sunday. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on his fractured collarbone. He should be back in 8 weeks or fewer. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving still going to be out for Sunday's game. In hockey, as heard right here on The Fan last night, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1. In the NBA, the Wizards open their season tonight. They're on the road taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game right here on The Fan with the season preview show beforehand with Nick Ashew, again, right here on The Fan following Grant and Danny. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? Well, that's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The 10th caller at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals this Saturday, October 25th, 3 days from now. Their next home game is against Ottawa. It's Oktoberfest with the Caps. All tickets purchased through the special link include the Capitals Oktoberfest Beer Stein. For tickets and the complete Capitals schedule, go to thefandc.com/events.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
You can listen to us all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We're also available for you all over Richmond if you're down in the capital of Virginia. AM 910, FM 105.1, and of course, coast to coast, the Odyssey app. Take us with you on the move, pause, and rewind the show. A lot of different ways to listen, to watch. Means a lot that you choose us. Let's get you a Beltway Blitz, shall we? Varun Shankar, Washington Post, covers the Wiz as they get ready to kick off a brand new season tonight. Bruins going to be fun. We're excited. Set the table for the 25-26 campaign.
It will be another season of rebuilding for the Wizards. They have been pretty explicit about the fact that they still believe they are early in this rebuild, but there's a lot more young pieces for them to work with this year, and so it will be a season of competition. It will be a season of exploration, and what the Wizards hope is a season of separation where they start to see some stratification between the young players on this roster.
I'm a little bit pre-worried, if that's a thing, Varun, about Trey Johnson being brought along too slowly. I want that young man thrown into the deep end with all the pool toys, and I want to let him explore the space. But I'm worried it's going to be a lot more C.J. McCollum or a lot of veterans that aren't part of the long-term plan here for a little bit too long, and I might be frustrated by that early season. Give me your reaction.
I think it's fine that the veterans are playing. I think it's good for the young guys on the team to have an infrastructure to work around with. It's helpful for Trey Johnson to play alongside C.J. McCollum, in addition to playing alongside a guy like Bub Carrington, because when you have two young guards out there, it can get really frenetic. It can get really hectic, and you might get yourself into a position where you're just playing disorganized offense, and it's kind of all over the place. And having a more veteran guy can slow it down a little bit, get things more organized, and help you have a more functional offense. That can only help a guy like Trey Johnson, who at this point in his career is still going to be a primarily off-the-ball player who's going to need to have looks generated for him.
What should we expect from the top pick, and what kind of minutes should we anticipate in the early going here?
I would anticipate around like 20, 25 minutes. He'll be one of the first guys off the bench for Brian Keith. We'll see how that progresses along the season. There's a chance that he might get a starter's job before the end of the year. There's a chance that, the return of Bilal Coulibaly could throw things off a little bit, but I expect him to play a lot. The Wizards need his shooting, and they also have obviously invested a lot in him and believe that playing is the best way for a player like him to improve. He's so young, of course. Expectations, I think you want to see him shoot the ball well. It's going to be tough. There's obviously an adjustment that comes with coming to the NBA, but that's his go-to skill, and you want to see that translate to a certain degree. He doesn't need to shoot 40% out the gate, but if he's shooting in the mid-30s, that's a positive sign from three.
What's the 2.0 version of Alex Sarr looking like here?
I would like to see the 2.0 version of Alex Sarr be a lot of the same things we saw last year, where you saw the rim protection, you saw the ability to switch out into the perimeter on defense. I'd like to see him be better as a defensive rebounder. That's not just him, that's the entire team, but it's also something that he in particular needs to get better at as a big man. I'd like to see him be more forceful inside when he gets the ball. That comes with rolling hard after he sets a screen. He popped a lot last year to the perimeter, and that got him open three-pointers, but at this point in career, he's not a dynamic three-point shooter. That's something that could come with time, but when he rolls to the rim, he's going to draw the defense in, and that's going to open up shots outside for other players and also help him. But when he rolls, he also needs to be more aggressive with his finishing, going straight up rather than fading away like he did at times last season. So those are the things I'd like to see.
Varun, Bucks tonight. Give us a little idea of what Washington's in for in Game 1 with Milwaukee.
I mean, it all starts and ends with Giannis there right now. They have Miles Turner, who's a pretty decent player, but again, it is all about Giannis Antetokounmpo, and he is going to give the Wizards fits like he does for every team.
As we look at this rotation, in terms of some of the veterans who are here right now, I know you mentioned it's good for them to have some of the structure, but guys like Chris Middleton, guys like CJ McCollum and company, how long are they going to be here, do you think? And I don't mean that in like a get out of here kind of way, but like they're probably not part of the long-term plan here, Varun. What do you think their role is this year, and how will they kind of be passing the torch and so on?
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys are on expiring contracts. There's a chance that one of them or two of them gets traded at the deadline. I think that's still pretty unlikely just because they do command pretty high salaries. And they are here as players on the court, obviously, to help give a little bit more structure to the offense, but they're also here, and I think they're pretty cognizant of it, as mentors and examples for these younger players.
Varun, thank you, buddy. We'll check you out in the Washington Post and Everybody Eats. Thanks, man.
Thank you so much. Check out the podcast, Everybody Eats.
Let's go.
Thank you, buddy.
Varun Shankar on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. All right, let's keep it moving. The National Football League right now is led by the Indianapolis Colts at 6-1, and they're doing it with Daniel Jones at quarterback. They started 3-0. They lost to the Rams. They've won 3 since. Now they get the Titans. They're going to be 7-1 at the end of this weekend, Danny.
It's pretty unbelievable. I mean, it really goes to fit. Like, that is something I've underestimated at times, and I keep promising myself I will never do it again. You look at Bo Nix with Sean Payton, perfect marriage. Daniel Jones now with Shane Steichen, perfect marriage. You saw it years ago where Rich Gannon was Johnny the Journeyman, all of a sudden found the right secret sauce with John Gruden. It happens. This is happening right now before our very eyes. That it's always been a really competitive, solid roster that's probably better built than they got credit for because they just couldn't get QB right. I don't think Daniel Jones is particularly good. That doesn't matter. He's good for them, and it works.
Thursday Night Football coming up tomorrow. Nice little matchup. A couple of teams who are playoff caliber. The Vikings, elite defensively. Brian Flores calling plays. Kevin O'Connell on offense. One of the better staffs in the league, but they have a major QB problem. And the Chargers don't have a quarterback problem, but they got 99 other issues. Justin Herbert's not one of them. So kind of opposites of each other in LA. Chargers hosting the Vikings. This is a game I don't really have a good feel on. I'm going to pick Minnesota probably on the road, but it's just because I think the Chargers are so banged up and the Vikings probably need the game a little more.
Yeah, both of them need it as you look at an all of a sudden increasingly crowded playoff picture, especially Minnesota. Everyone in their division is 4-2, 5-2, or 4-1-1, which is so annoying as what Green Bay is. But the AFC playoff picture all of a sudden is starting to get muddled and complicated, especially with Kansas City coming on. You go rewind 3 weeks ago, Denver and the Chargers were right there looking eyeball to eyeball. Now all of a sudden here comes Kansas City like a freight train. You get the New England Patriots renaissance. They're going to win a whole bunch of games. It's going to be hotly competitive, I think, to get into that back end of the playoffs in the AFC as well, which I didn't think was going to be the case a couple of weeks ago. I have no feel for that game. I have no idea what to expect from the Chargers week to week.
Couple of quarterback notes for this week. Kirk Cousins might start for Atlanta. Michael Penix not practicing today, dealing with an injury for 3-3 Atlanta. They are hosting a bad Dolphins team. And then Lamar Jackson finally back at practice for the Ravens off of a bye, trending in the right direction. They are playing the Bears in Baltimore on Sunday. Chicago's won 4 in a row. The Ravens are playing, basically trying to keep their playoff hopes alive here in late October so that they don't fall to 1-6. A team that almost certainly will be in the playoffs this year based on what they look like is our local hockey outfit. How good are the Caps? Well, they allowed the fewest shots through a 4-game span that they've allowed in decades. They're playing buttoned-up defensive hockey. Another 3-goal win last night where they outshot their opponents 3-1. Mike Vogel is with us, washcaps.com. Vogues, I love the way they've played. Barring, I guess if I could take back that first period from Sunday afternoon, it's hard to disagree with much we've seen since the opener.
Yeah, Grant. I mean, 7 games, that's 21 periods, and I think that one against Vancouver, the first period Sunday afternoon, is probably the only stinker in the bunch. There are a couple other ones that are relatively flat, but they kind of look like they picked up where they left off last year. They got the exact same record they had through 7 games. The goaltending and the defense have been excellent. They're not giving up goals when they have the lead. Another hallmark of last year's team, they're getting offense from the defense. Some of the scoring regression that we heard people talking about has come, but they're actually dealing in volume. And to your point about the fewest shots allowed over a 4-game span, through last night, there's 107 games played in the league this year. Season's only a couple weeks old. But of those 107 games, the Caps have 3 of the top 20 in terms of domination of shot attempts. And those 3 are the last 3 games. So it supports the point that you made earlier. So I think what they're doing here is they're dealing in volume. They're creating more scoring chances than they were last year. They just aren't finishing on as many of them. Unfortunately for them, their defense and their goaltending have been every bit as good as they were last year.
Vogues, power play goals for the Washington Capitals? I mean, listen, the start was so crummy that, I think they're middle of the pack, 16 or 17, something like that, with only 4. But last year, I'm old enough to remember when they were down at the very bottom of the league for a long, huge portion of the season before kind of getting going. I'm hoping that maybe this is the start of something here. Have they found something on this power play?
No, I think you might be right, Danny. They've tried, they've experimented with a few different looks, and the goal they scored last night, was an actual set play that worked. So I think they may be onto a little something. They've been messing around with a bunch of different personnel and formations and such, but they've struck in 4 straight games now. And like you said last year, despite the great start, I want to say they were 7-2 at one point early in the season, but they started last year 2 for 25, 26, something like that on the power play in their first 6 or 8 games. So as bad as it looked early this year, it was still a little bit better than last year's group. So yeah, special teams haven't been perfect so far, either one of them. But again, the rest of their body of work has been more than enough to keep them keep their record up and their points percentage right up where it was last year.
Caps are 5-2. Hey, Vokes, how about Ryan Leonard? Little kid Leno has 3 goals. The goalie didn't score last night where he hit a post. Yeah. It was one of the most ridiculous releases. I'm not just saying this as a homer, although I am one of those, but I haven't seen that in a long, long time from anybody on this team. I mean, that was ridiculous.
It was so ridiculous that I had to ask John Carlson about it after the game last night. As a defenseman, how you deal with, because there's not a lot of guys in the league that can do that. What he did was he changed the point of the release angle at full speed, and he got max velocity on that shot. Usually when you're moving the puck to a different part of your blade or you're trying to toe drag, you may not get all the elements of your normal shot. And Carlson compared it to Alexander Semin, saying that, he had the wrist roll. Leno has the wrist roll that he's only seen, and you're talking about a guy who's been in the league for a decade and a half, from a guy like Alexander Semin. Connor Bedard can do it too in Chicago. He's the one that kind of opened my eyes to it a couple of years ago when he came into the league. But yeah, that shot was something. I'm really glad to see him get rewarded with the goal early in the next period because, man, he's rang some iron. Even going back to last year, he looked a little snake bit And you know what? He's the kind of guy that you see him, you watch him, and it seems like every time he's on the ice, you notice him. So you naturally think, wow, he was around the puck. He was visible. He was noticeable. He must have played 15, 16 minutes. And then you look at the score sheet and you see that he played like 10. So I think this kid, he's going to be something else. And we're just starting to see him scratch the surface of what he's going to be able to do in this league.
Folks, thank you as always, buddy.
Yep. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Talk soon, dude. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. Ryan Fowler joins us to talk about the Local 53 from Fansided. Do they have a chance to beat Kansas City this Monday, Ryan?
With Marcus Mariota under center, guys, it's going to be tough. You got to run the ball well. Hasn't been able to happen. They're going to stack the box again. Steve Spagnuolo is going to mix up looks. I think we could all praise Marcus Mariota for the luxury that Washington does have, right, as their QB2. But it's going to be a hell of a battle there, Arrowhead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But it was going to be tough anyway. I mean, this defense has to deal with Patrick Mahomes and a Chiefs offense that suddenly hangs 30 when it plays, and Rashee Rice is back. And if you look at their usage of him in this first game, he was heavily involved. He played on just 30 of 62 offensive snaps in those 3 quarters of the competitive part of the game he was back for, and he was targeted on 10 of 16 routes. So my guess is he's going to have a big day. What do you make of slowing him down?
I completely agree with you, Grant. I think when you look at Washington's defense right now, I think if you describe it with one word, it's slow. And Kansas City is fast, and they attack you horizontally and they attack you vertically. So Commanders are going to have to switch it up, what they're doing, whether it's personnel, whether it's scheme, whether it's a little bit of both. End of the first half last week, as far as one-on-one, Marshawn Lattimore against George Pickens, that's just something, obviously, you brought him in to do, but that's not something to match up right now that he's just going to win. So they're going to have to mix up looks. They're going to have to obviously get pressure if they can on Patrick Mahomes and be unique in what they're doing. But overall, you're just going to have to ask different players to step up at all 3 different levels, and that starts on defense. But I think right now, guys, you're going to have to score probably 30. They're on Monday night, and I have a hard time thinking that's going to happen.
Why, in your view, has this defense been this horrendous?
Yeah, I think overall, guys, it's really the mediocre level of talent. And I think right now it's just you're getting to a point where, I feel like week after week we've been talking about, it's still early in the season. It's still early. Well, no, it's not. It's week 8, and you're now below 500. And we've seen that experiment in years past, but specifically with Ron Rivera. Now, I know the Adam Peters stuff with trying to find patch holes on defense specifically, but you've lost 3 core contributors, or 2 core contributors on the defensive line. And now you're going to ask 240-pound Vaughn Miller and Jacob Martin now to set the edge, which is a complete nightmare, in my opinion. And then you look at the back end where it's mediocre with Marshawn Lattimore. Mikey Sanders still isn't trusting his technique, in my opinion. Trey Amos, I think, has been the best perimeter corner, but he hasn't been perfect at all. And you're asking a special teams core contributor in Jeremy Reeves that has played a lot of pop, but overall, that's not a guy you want there 80% of the snaps. So I think overall, guys, at all 3 levels, the talent is still extremely mediocre. And at the end of the day, you're not allowing some young players to play. You drafted Jordan McGee for a reason. You drafted Kane Madrano for a reason. And you drafted a guy like Tyler Owens for a reason. Let the young guys play, see what you have. And there's not a single defense in football, bottom line. I think we all love Bobby Wagner. But putting Bobby Wagner in long third down distances and having him cover guys like Bijan Robinson and man is just not a successful route.
How about on the offensive side of the ball? What do you see from Zach Ertz? Like, we talk about the lack of speed on defense. I see that on offense as well. And how do they get things going? If Debo's back, if Terry's back, that helps. But there's got to be more than those couple of guys.
Yeah, I agree. And I think some teams are doing a good job, guys, with how they're even bracketing at times with an inside-out defender with Zach Ertz over the middle of the field. When you don't have Terry McLaurin out there, or even last week without Deebo Samuel as well, you can play inside out in the middle of your defense and force guys like Zach Ertz to where sometimes he can bully you, or the old angle route over the middle of the field, the goal line we've seen time after time. He isn't having that free access. Then you have some more of these more athletic backers and safeties come under the contact window and force him to get off the line of scrimmage. So they mix up looks defensively. They're forcing other guys like Robbie Chosen and Chris Moore to separate. I mean, those guys, they're a bunch of jags on the outside. I think we can all accept that. And I feel bad for Jaden Daniels and his ability to try to force those guys targets without having guys like Jalen Lane, Luke McCaffrey try to step up for you. But just right now, specifically with Zach Ertz, where really, guys, it's a position massively of need because behind them, John Bates blocks his tail off. But what's the future for Ben Simmons as well? Because the guy you've gotten absolutely nothing as a day 2 pick that you expected to be a nice flex weapon for your offense.
Ryan, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, absolutely. Good energy, good opinions. Ryan Fowler, fan-sided on the Beltway Blitz. So there you go. All the teams you care the most about jammed into one segment. How sure are we that Jaden Daniels will be back next week? And why the timing of making the announcement that he's out today, which I like? Why did they do it this time, this way, though? We'll try to dive into that next on Grant and Danny. Hello, friends. Jim Nance style. I'm Grant. What's up? FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan, and it is NBA tip-off week. How good were the games last night? Steph late into the evening against the Lakers. You had the double overtime tip to get the whole season started with the Thunder and the Rockets. FanDuel is your home for live betting. Even if you missed the start of a game, that doesn't matter. Ride a hot hand. FanDuel's going to let you live bet on everything from who's going to score the next bucket to fourth quarter comeback. So if you're in on FanDuel, or if you're not yet, now is the time to play NBA action on the FanDuel Sportsbook. Get a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, this is the time to join. FanDuel's giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online, no money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Jaden Daniels not going to play on Monday Night Football. He's dealing with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to get the start for the Burgundy and Gold. Other news in the league, the Giants are expected to sign wide receiver Ray McCloud. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was back at practice today for the first time since September 28th. He was limited, though. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on his fractured collarbone. Should be back in 8 weeks or fewer. In hockey last night, heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1 tonight. The Wizards open up their season against the Bucks in Milwaukee. 8 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new vehicles. Each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're on social at Grant H. Paulson for me, at Funny Danny for DR. Monday night's going to be a problem for this defense. Patrick Mahomes on the run, the best quarterback in the league this year. 12.8 yards per attempt on the run. The NFL average is about 6.5. He's produced 36.1 expected points added on dropbacks where he moves around. Other quarterbacks plus 24.3. Fewer. As a maximum. He has been elite when he gets out of the pocket. I just don't trust Washington to keep him in the pocket. He's thrown for 181 more yards on the move this year than any other QB in the league.
Sounds about right. I mean, it passes the eye test, right?
You know it's just going to be the back-breaking scramble or the big, the 3rd and 6 where he just keeps a play alive forever and finds Rashee Rice. How about the numbers I brought up to Fowler, though? He was targeted on 10 of 16 routes run. Over 70% of his routes. Caught 7 balls on 10 targets. They wasted no time getting back to Rashee Rice.
And I think part of that's purposeful. A lot of that's purposeful. Just reminding everybody that this weapon is A, effective, B, going to be utilized, hoping to take some pressure off some of their other guys too, whether it's, Worthy or Kelsey or, Pacheco out of the backfield, or whatever they want to do. He's their engine. I think he's their best offensive player, non-Mahomes division. The no one in the running backfield scares you. Kelsey doesn't scare you anymore. Still effective in kind of that Zach Ertzian sort of crafty veteran type way, but that's the most explosive player. Didn't go for a bunch of big yards last week, but on those 7 catches, I think it was 40-some yards. But you could see he can win in small areas. He's big and physical. He's fast. He is really good.
86 years ago today. Big anniversary today, Danny. 86 years, if my math is correct, because once you get to almost 100 and you go back
carry over,
into the 1900s, it gets complicated. NBC broadcasted the first televised NFL game, televising a matchup between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Brooklyn Dodgers. Now, that seems too early for me, 1939, because I thought TV started as a thing. Like, I remember people started getting TVs. Wasn't it the mid-50s, I thought?
That's when it became like you could get them at home more often.
So when was color TV? Like, The Wizard of Oz is supposedly the first thing that was in color for a lot of people.
So The Wizard of Oz predates that by a lot, like in the movie theater.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. But the technology to do it at home was a massive leap forward.
When did people start getting TVs in their house?
I think the 50s.
So who's televising a football game in 1939?
That's my question.
Where is that going to?
I don't know.
Dad, look that up for me, please. Let's get AI on this if we could. The researcher that is artificial intelligence. When did average people who didn't have a lot of money, probably in the 50s, when did people with money first start getting TVs?
Think of Back to the Future when Marty goes back to 1955. And his granddad, I guess at that point, is fiddling with the TV. And he's like, oh, look at her roll. Now we can watch Jackie Gleason while we eat. 1955. That was the regular family getting a television.
That's 16 years after they televised a football game between the Eagles and the Brooklyn Dodgers. So again, I ask, who's the audience for that game? How many people? I'll bet you 26 million people weren't tuned in to watch Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady.
No, not like that.
I don't think they were getting numbies like that. What'd you find there, Dad? What do you got on televisions coming into homes?
So it looks like the first coast to coast broadcast was in 1953. U.S. televisions were first starting to be developed in the country in the 1930s. That's all I see so far.
Yeah, so like the first CD player, like one of my rich buddies got one. Like I know this is obsolete to all you young people, so bear with me. The first guy to get a CD player, like, what are you doing? Cassettes are awesome. You don't need a CD player. Like CDs cost $50.
So you think the elites of the Rockefellers had a television?
Exactly. Like the first guy to get a CD player, like a regular, just it played one CD, like had a little like one disc changer. That was like $1,500. You know what I mean? Like it was outrageously expensive. And then you could get a 300 disc changer for $100 when they were pretty much obsolete because of the iPad.
We've come a long way. I know that.
Yeah.
Because I bet you look at that video. It doesn't even look like anybody's moving.
No, you can't tell the difference between the teams.
Blur on the screen.
Yeah.
Nowadays, 5K, the highest of definition.
Yeah, look at a game of Pong on like the ColecoVision or Atari versus like games now are immersive.
When CBS like college football on a Saturday afternoon shows the crowd in 5K, you can see what condiments are on hot dogs. I'd be like, why didn't that guy put mustard? Why is he only doing ketchup? I mean, the TV is that good. The thing that always stuns me too about looking back at television broadcasts of yesteryear, and I'm not talking about the 1930s, but like even watch highlights from then FedEx Field, like Jason Campbell throwing to Santana Moss or something, like our era, 2006, 2008, whatever. If you watch those highlights, the TV looks terrible. It's like, how did we watch this? How is this? And I think it's because the actual like technology then is no longer practical now. So when you look at it now through the technology we have, it doesn't really compute. So it's worse than what we were seeing in real time. But my point is just, like 5 years from now, we're going to be like, how did we watch that picture?
Yep.
It's going to be so much clearer and so much more amazing. It's like we're constantly getting LASIK eye surgery for everything that we watch every couple of years.
So I've always had this theory about this, by the way, that one of the reasons hockey is such a distant fourth, not just because Americans don't grow up playing it by and large and it's sort of like a Canadian import, but because early TV coverage of hockey, there's nothing you could do about it. When I watched hockey games on grainy home team sports back in the day, people my age understand this. You could not find the puck. You couldn't. The technology wasn't there for you to find the puck. You could see where the basketball was.
You remember when they started highlighting the puck with like a color and it would go around your screen?
Everyone made fun of it on Fox because they were doing that, but like I was like, that helps me. Honestly, now when it went fast, it would glow red and the laser tail was too far and they couldn't keep up. But watching those grainy hockey games, you couldn't see the puck, and it wasn't that much fun of an experience to watch. Whereas with basketball, you could see everybody's face. It's 5-on-5. You know where the ball is. Football, you could run a trick play and you'd lose the fumble-rooski here and there. But again, you could always kind of tell. Baseball was the same way. You couldn't follow the puck. And I really think that hurt hockey sort of catching on in a lot of ways as a TV sport by and large in America.
Well, if that's the case, then that's not a problem anymore.
Not anymore. Now it's amazing with HD.
Oh, it's so good. So I got a tweet here from someone who says, my grandfather built a TV in 1940. It was the first in his whole neighborhood. By the way, can you imagine how awesome that guy was? He built a damn television.
So I need a couple of Ray tubes, a vacuum tube, and a beer that opens with like a pull top and a wrench.
That is a real
That's a man. That's a man.
That is a skilled, smart person who could do things with his hands. Now, I couldn't currently, in my current being, build a TV now in 2025, knowing everything I know. Nobody had ever even seen one at that time. Right. In 1940, again, there was zero in his neighborhood. It was a thing he heard about on the news once, where this guy was like, there's these things called televisions, you hear? And they're coming to a neighborhood near you. This guy builds an bleeping television.
Yeah, Nate Bargatze has a great joke about what would happen if you went back in time.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
It's a 10, but that's the point of that, where it's like, I know about all this stuff. It's like, well, how do you build an iPhone? Right. I don't know.
But it's so true.
Yes.
Like, if you send me back right now to 1910, I would tell everyone, I'd be like, all right, we need cell phones. And they're like, perfect, what's that? And I'm like, okay, so you call people, you text people, you take videos, pictures, And they're like, how do we do it? And I would say, I have no idea.
What you need is this glass.
We need it. Yeah.
Where you can touch it.
Here's what I would say. It's a square, it's glass, and you put your finger on it and things move around.
Mm-hmm.
Isolate that. But I don't know what I would be telling anyone.
Right. I go, okay, let's do some incremental progress. First of all, the phone. The regular old phone is pretty silly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just go there.
Phones, man.
Phones. You don't need a rotary dial. Just hit up beep. That's a dial tone.
I believe Darius has more information on why a football game was broadcast in 1939 if no one had TVs.
Yeah, so TVs didn't become popular in U.S. homes until the late 1940s. The first big boom of televisions were in 1948, and then by 1951, over 12 million households finally had TVs. Color television didn't even make it popular, even though it was invented in 1953. Color televisions weren't popular in homes because of high prices until the 1960s.
So, and I'm pretty sure I have this right. Most people's first thing they ever saw in color was The Wizard of Oz. I don't know how or why. My dad's told me about this, or maybe I'm making up this memory with my dad, but I think this is a thing. I know he loves Wizard of Oz, but I think it was like a televised event that they did where they're like, it's in color now, or something. There's something to that. I don't know. But 1939, man. I'm going to say something that's a hot take.
Okay.
It probably is ridiculous. I don't know if I would have wanted to live before then. Like, you ever thought about living? I'm not even doing this. Is not like a bit. I'm being dead serious. Pre-air conditioning. Like, what a grind that was back then. Now, I guess you don't know what you know now to go back in time.
Uh-huh.
And if you're saying you never get to live, or you had to live from like 1879 to 1906 when you got whatever you got and then you were pummeled because doctors didn't know anything, then I would probably prefer that. But how much better is it to live right here and right now? As much as we complain about everything, and things suck for the most part. Everything's so expensive. There's a lot going on that's not great. But isn't this just so much better than that? People didn't even have TVs, man. Steph Curry had never played basketball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. There's a great movie.
You would live and you'd go, can't wait for Sunday. And people would go, why? And you'd be like, can't wait for all the NFL games. Like,
yeah.
Let's see if Daniel Jones can keep
And
it up.
they're like, NFL? What are you talking about?
What a terrible time to be alive.
Football's amazing. It's not just Army versus like Harvard. There's so much better out there.
The best baseball player wasn't Shohei Ohtani. It's some guy named like Scuffy Magoo who threw 41.
Stockings Hightower, who's fastball arced. But like, there's a great movie, Midnight in Paris, where Owen Wilson is in Paris. He's like, oh, wow. And he goes back in time to like different eras. And the whole point of the movie is that everybody in each era has this romanticism for the previous era, right? Where they're like, what I wouldn't give to be, alive in the 1920s and meet Ernest Hemingway. And Hemingway's like, what I wouldn't give to be alive in the 1800s and meet this poet or whatever. And like, my wife has this kind of nostalgia. Wouldn't it be great to live in a simpler time? And I'm like, you mean you just get taken up by typhoid at like 31 years old? Like I'd be an old man in previous times. I'd be like 4'11" and have some terrible disease where they just go, oh, stay away from him. He's got spirits in his brain. Let's put a leech on it.
Right.
You want that?
Awful disease. Josh in Rockville is apparently an old head. He says he grew up in a new TV era. What's up, Josh? How are you?
This conversation really resonated with me because I'm old, and I can tell you I grew up in what you would probably call a middle to upper middle class in neighborhood in Montgomery County in the 60s. And I would say in the 60s, everybody had a TV, but probably just one of them. It was black and white. In our particular neighborhood, there was one woman who had a color TV.
No way.
Seriously.
So was that a different purchase? Like the equivalent of me buying...
Like the first person to get a big screen.
Right, I was going to say like a curved TV or something.
This woman, it was probably, 24-inch Motorola color TV, whatever. But she was a very nice lady. She was a widow. She would let the neighborhood kids come down on Sunday evening to watch Wonderful World of Disney and Bonanza, which were the only two shows in color, I think, back then. This is like mid-60s.
Wow.
That's it.
So am I right about anything with Wizard of Oz in color? Is there something to that?
Wizard of Oz is 1939.
So, according to the Google, it's not technically the first thing that was ever in color, but it was the first widespread thing that everybody saw that was in color.
Okay.
1939 was the year of the great movie in color. Like, that's also Gone with the Wind. Is 1930, and that's all in color. Wizard of Oz half black and white and half color.
Got it.
But that came along much earlier in movies than in television.
So do you remember when you guys got your first TV, or you're not old enough to remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. It was like in the late 60s.
Wow.
Well, no, our first TV we got in the early '60s, but everybody had one. I think back when I was raising my kids, probably had 5 TVs in the house, and they were all, big as Delaware or Rhode Island.
If it was up to me, we'd have one in the bathroom. We'd have one in the my wife's biggest rule is no TV in the bedroom, which I hate that rule. Hate that rule. But I don't have one there currently. But we don't want the kids to have one. So we have living room, basement, and that's it. But if I was kind of in charge of anything, which I'm not, pretty clearly.
Let's say you were. What would it look like?
Oh.
I've been in your house. Walk me through it.
Every single room would have a TV.
I open the front door. I can go.
You would have one in the dining room.
Yep.
On the dining room table on the left. You'd have one in the living room further back on the left.
Which you already do. That one you have.
One in the kitchen. I want one in the bathroom.
Is it a small one in the kitchen? Just like the little one where you can watch while you're cooking?
46.
Okay.
46 inches.
Small one, yeah.
Yeah. Then we're going to go one in the bathroom.
Okay.
Downstairs. That could be like 14 inches, like on the wall right in front of the toilet.
Yeah.
And then basement, I got 2 TVs down there. We'll do that. Upstairs, every room gets one.
That's quick count. That's what, 13?
Ish.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Reasonable number.
Yep.
Can you imagine not having a TV?
Yes.
That would be terrible.
I mean, the hell on earth.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's talk Jaden Daniels next. We will use our televisions to not watch him on Monday night when Marcus Mariota gets the call.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Bring in that trade-in. I'm serious. Right now, it's worth more now than ever at Ted Britt Ford. Let them show you how much. Get top dollar for your trade-in offer. Put that bad Jackson, towards new ride from Ted Britt Ford before October's over, and the deals are going to vanish into the fog. I got a couple examples of some deals for you. How about a new 2025 Explorer from Ted Britt? Over $6,300 off, plus no payments for 90 days. More space, more savings, and less fright when that first payment hits. Not till next year. How about over $7,000 off a new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor? I saw one of these things in the wild the other day. They are awesome. How about $5,000 off for Bronco Sport? Both no payments for 90 days. Scary good markdowns and built for whatever monster you've got to wrangle in your own family, of course. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's it. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaner, Virginia State inspection, and so much more. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them that Danny sent you.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The Commanders play the Chiefs on Monday Night Football in Week 8. And the news of the day is that Jayden Daniels will not be participating in that game, ruled out today. So the question becomes, they did not do what they did in the 3 other previous weeks where his status was in question with an injury earlier this year, where they let this linger all the way to Friday and they play the guessing game. And we're all wondering, is he or isn't he? And we're wondering if he's going to practice. They just came right out. They weren't even practicing today, so they didn't have to do anything today. Nobody was at the facility because it's a Monday night, so this is like your day off Tuesday, so to speak. And on Wednesday, basically the Tuesday, 3 days earlier than they had been, they just send Ian Rappaport or however they got the word out, hey, Jayden Daniels is not going to go on Monday night. I like that they handled it this way. My question is, why did they? Why did they do it differently this time? As recently as just a few weeks ago, Danny, with the exact same situation, they chose to do something very, very different. So either they didn't like how that played out or how they were, cast publicly or the way that maybe Dan Quinn had to deal with the questions over and over got to him or something. But they have chosen to do it very differently this time.
Here is my working theory on this, and I'd like to see what you think. I think this means next week's in doubt too. Here's why. If you're doing this dance that they've already done a bunch of times where they've led us to believe we're ramping up, we're not going to miss a milestone, but the return to play, and it's looking good, they're back to practice, we're going to do it, and then he's not in. And then if he misses next week too, you got people rightly going, what the hell? We were ramping up to play a week ago, and now we're still out? Like, what's going on? Do you guys not know what you're doing, etc.? By doing it now, I think you're basically saying, don't get your hopes up for next week either. It might happen next week, he might play. But we don't like how that went these past couple of times, both with Terry, with Noah Brown ramping up, then going on IR, with Daniels himself. The nebulous, and we're trending, we're getting there, we're so close, and then had the rug pulled a couple of times. The worst thing you can do is disappoint people in terms of pro sports. Whatever the expectation is. If you tell me he's out for a month, I'm annoyed that day, but then I move on. When you tell me each week, we're getting there, we're so damn close, it's almost going to happen, and then it doesn't again for 3, 4, 5 weeks against Steve McLaurin, people consistently ask you questions. I think it basically is setting the stage for the fact that next week is very much in doubt, and by doing this now, instead of doing the dance where we're almost there, maybe he plays Monday, maybe he's inactive, you avoid some of that controversy.
So my guess is that they feel pretty good about him playing against Seattle. Those are kind of the rumblings of what I'm hearing from over there, is that they feel pretty good about the possibility that he could play against Seattle, but also they have no idea that so far away, there's a lot of healing that has to happen between now and then. How could you possibly know right now with a hamstring? But I think based on what they perceive the severity to be, and based on what they perceive the MRI to be saying, I do think they have a lot of hope that he could play against Seattle. So I don't know that this is a severity thing. I certainly understand what you're saying, and it was the first thought I had, by the way. It's the first thing I thought about. I think they decided we didn't like last time. That was not fun for us either. The million questions asked to Dan Quinn, every player who got grilled in the locker room at receiver, at running back, and on the offensive line, maybe even defensive players, honestly, oddly enough, being asked over and over again about Daniels and is he playing and what if he does and what if he doesn't and how different is it? Nobody enjoyed that, and they didn't get anything out of it. There might be times maybe where you can convince me as a team that you're better off keeping the mystery alive and keeping the suspense going. This is not one of those times, in my opinion. Because, number one, I think with a hamstring injury, as obvious as the one he suffered this past weekend, most teams are going to assume you're not going anyway. Time came on with us today. If you missed it in the 3 o'clock hour and effectively said this was not a surprise at all, this should have been the default expectation. I think that's true. But also, on top of that, it's not like the backup quarterback that you're going to is a completely different style of play that you have to prepare for. It's just a different, watered-down version of Daniel, so to speak. But it's a dual threat. It's a mobile guy. It's a guy who's going to get out of pistol and read option and run a little bit. So you're doing the same prep Monday through Friday. So there's just not enough juice to be squeezed out of this letting it ride thing that maybe they thought there was the last time, and they went, you know what? Not again. Let's not bring the circus to town. We invited the circus last time. We're not putting up the tent and putting out paint for people to paint.
Yeah, because there's such limited upside to it. I'm with you on that.
What did you get out of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way we differ is that I take the leap. That means next week is uncertain. And it doesn't sound like you do.
Yeah, well, I think it's uncertain because we're far enough away. Like, how could they know right now?
Right.
But I guess the way I would say it is, you think there's a legit, like a pretty solid chance he can miss next
Yeah,
week.
to me, it sets the table for don't be disappointed next week. Because if you do the
That's
lead up
fair.
this week,
Yeah.
and then he doesn't play next week, you got people like me going, do you guys know what you're doing?
Well, look at Terry.
And that's my point.
Terry and Debo
Yeah.
are the same way. You're right. Because last week they thought they'd play and we expected more and more and more as the week went along. Now I'm like, well, they'll definitely play next week. By ruling him out Wednesday, if he doesn't practice the week from Wednesday, it's not like it feels like he's taking a step back. They also got questioned about that. Was there a setback?
Yeah.
Why was he practicing and now he's not? Like, they probably just want to slow play this thing and not give any expectations. You might be onto something there. Here's the question, though. We want to hit the phones hard on next. We'll open up the lines for you guys at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. If we give you the three categories of low, medium, or high, what is your level of concern about Daniel? Low, medium, or high concern about durability for him moving forward? This is the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels not going to be able to play on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. Commanders come in 3-4, but he's going to miss the game with a low-grade hamstring strain. Doesn't sound like it's going to be long-term. Marcus Mariota going to get the start, though. The Giants are expected to sign wide receiver Ray McCloud after he was released by the Falcons yesterday. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was back at practice for the first time since he injured his hamstring on September 28th. He was limited in practice, though. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is having surgery on his fractured collarbone. He should be back in 8 weeks or fewer, according to multiple reports. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin and running back Bucky Irving still going to be out for Sunday's game for Tampa Bay ahead of their bye week. In hockey, as heard right here on The Fan last night, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1. NBA action tonight. The Wizards begin their season in Milwaukee, taking on the Bucks. 8 o'clock tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Wizards going to be without Bilal Coulibaly. Will Riley was listed as questionable, but the rookie is going to be good to go for tonight. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We're going to Kansas City with the law firm Condoria and Murad, sponsoring a fun little show trip. We'll be in Arrowhead Monday night for the game, thanks to Condoria and Murad. And they sponsor this show. They'll take care of you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Jaden Daniels got hurt last year, didn't miss any time, but for about a month didn't play at the same level. And we were going round and around and doing this bit about what's happening and why isn't he playing well. Well, turns out he had a broken rib and he played through it. And we only know this because he acknowledged it in a video that he was doing with Justin Jefferson this offseason. Fast forward to this year. So for his rookie year, 17 regular season games, 19 games total. There's about a month where he was compromised by a broken rib. Not that big of a deal. We're 8 games in after this week. He will have played in 5 of them. He will have missed 3 of them. That percentage, just some quick math, means that he will have missed about 40% of the season to this point with 2 different injuries, a knee that lingered and then this hamstring. And we don't know, is he going to play next week or not? If he were to miss next week, Danny, then he will have played in right around 55% of the games, almost a timeshare with Marcus Mariota. And so the question we're asking people, and I think the only reason this is coming up, honestly, it probably wouldn't be brought up even as a one-off 3-sentence conversation if not for this having been one of the massive storylines about him coming out of school. It was the only thing that was going to keep him from being really good, according to most people. And it looks like that now, by the way. He is a superstar if he's healthy. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the league if he's healthy. He gives you a chance to win every single week if he's healthy. You're going to pay him $250 million, $300 million, whatever that contract looks like a few years from now, if he's healthy. But it's 3 injuries in a year and a half now. Lastly, before I tag you in, I guess here's what I would say. If I had a month where I just spent a bunch of dumb money, okay? And my wife looked at my credit card, and she was like, all right, he spent this at this restaurant. That seems ridiculous. He went to the Caps game. He bought 2 jerseys. That's weird. But I have had, like, in my track record, Danny, I'm just not a big spender. And my budget for the year, I'm not spending a lot of money. She would probably be like, damn, you spent a lot of money this month. And it wouldn't be the end of the world. If you went into this month going, hey, Grant, you're spending a lot of money. This is a problem. You need to spend less money. And then I spend that money, it feels like a pretty significant deal, right?
Yes.
You know, when the whole conversation about him coming in was, are we sure he's going to be able to stay healthy the way he plays at that size? And now 3 times in a year and a half? The average is, what's 24 divided by 3? 8 games?
That's 8.
So like every 8 games, he's going to have something at this average. So the question we're asking you is, are you concerned? And we're going to give you 3 options here. Level of concern, low, medium, or high about Daniels' durability? Or is it just a huge overreaction after a couple fluky things in year 2?
It's high. And the nature of this position, you take a lot of shots, and people will point to guys that got hurt a lot, right? I mean, the big body, I'm talking about big bodies, like Ben Roethlisberger. They didn't name him Little Ben. It's Big Ben, right? He's getting smacked in the pocket, holds onto the football forever, took hit after hit after hit, always dealing with something. Then there are guys that, are built differently that played forever, like John Elway. Brett Favre took massive hits everywhere, 6 ways from Sunday, trying to make hero plays, and they never miss time. You never know. I mean, it's like baseball pitchers. I would have told you that Mark Pryor would still be pitching, throwing 220 innings a year with his easy mechanics and perfect delivery, and that guy couldn't get through a couple of seasons. You never really know. But all we talk about, though, is process when it comes to these sorts of things. Your best practice, your best process to keeping players healthy. And generally, fragile or thinner or less stout guys that play this style are more susceptible, at least to my rudimentary brain, than the next dude over that looks like Drake May does, more of a bulldog. Or you pick a Josh Allen, who I know gets hit a ton, but never seems to miss time because he's inflicting as much damage as he may be taking. So this was my only concern about Jayden Daniels. I love the prospect. I love the kid. Still do, by the way. But this is what's got me up at night, is this feeling of we can't seem to escape it now. And some of it, you guys are right. It is freaky. It is a freaky moment or one awkward hit. And it can happen to anybody. As durable as Tom Brady was. Missed a year because, got hit in that low way, and that was his ACL, and he just missed a season. And that was that. That can happen to anybody. I understand that it's football. But if you start talking about the number of injuries that are affecting him in this short of a time, and that was the knock to your point, you got 1 and 1, I'm asking you to tell me the answers too. That's kind of my point here, is we need to be afraid until we got a much bigger sample that quells that. And I would love for this to be a footnote. I want you guys in 3 years, God willing, you and I are still flapping our gums, hanging out and doing the show. You could call me and say, play the audio from the middle of October that time when you were worried about Daniels' health. What an idiot you were. And I'll
he
laugh
hasn't
along.
missed the game since the Chiefs Monday night.
I'll chuckle along with you if that's the case. But until we get a big sample of him being just fine all the time, it's right to be concerned. He's so important. He's so important. Nobody, not Adam Peters, not Josh Harris, not Bill or Cosme or Jordan McGee, none of those dudes. They'll all come and go. This is the team. This is the organization. This is the reason that you're one of the cool kids right now, even though you're 3 and 4. Like, this kid matters more than anybody they've had.
Low, medium, high level of concern about his durability after a third injury now and a second in less than a half season of football. 800-636-1067. So Danny's going high.
High.
I'm actually medium on this. I think that it's true that these things are kind of fluky and that he could absolutely go the rest of the year when he comes back with nothing happening. I do think that that's true. But I also think his style of play, the hits he takes most in the league since he joined the league because of all the tackles of this player when he's running around because he has the highest scramble rate in the league. And because of his frame, I think fluky things are going to happen more often. He gets crunched and his rib breaks when he gets rolled up on at the end of that Panthers play, falling awkwardly. If you're just a big-bodied dude who just kind of dives down and lands on your stomach and your chest and you're not kind of getting folded up in an accordion at the end of that play, maybe you don't break a rib. I want to go around the room really rapid fire here because we got full phones, then we'll get to the calls. 800-636-1067, but I want to hear if there's any kind of disagreement from our guys. So you're going high level of concern,
Yes.
medium level of concern. Darius, low, medium, high on Daniel's durability moving forward now, big picture.
I'm going to go medium level of concern. I think the injuries that he has suffered so far have been kind of fluky, and I think it's going to be one of those things where he can learn to adjust and make adjustments like Lamar Jackson did. Lamar Jackson made adjustments throughout his career to where he's not missing as many games to this point as he's missing games
Interestingly,
now.
he's hurt.
You're right in the middle of missing
course,
games.
right,
But
yes,
recently, yeah.
Timing of your point is not great, but I certainly
Not
understand
great.
what
But
you're
yes,
saying.
No,
I think
yeah.
there will be a career correction
Sure.
at some point.
So
in the
you
near
and I are
future.
in lockstep on the fluky thing, or kind of just yeah, these injuries. But my point is, every injury is a fluke in the NFL.
Sure. Yeah.
Nobody goes out there and goes, all right, time to tear my ACL or whatever, and then they do it. Of course, you could literally define every single injury that way, by the way. Every quarterback injury, certainly. Am I in the pocket, taking a helmet to the knee, Tom Brady? Boom. Am I running and somebody, hip drops me from behind and there goes my ankle, Dak Prescott? Yeah, they're all fluky injuries. Some guys are more susceptible for them based on factors, right? Ryan, low, medium, high.
I'm at a medium right now. I think that's fair to say because, again, this is now 3 injuries over the first 24 career games with him. Now, the reason why I'm not going to say high is because in college he was pretty relatively healthy at this point, and I think he's put enough pennies in the jar for me to say that I'm not going to be very concerned about this moving forward. But as of right now in the NFL, there have been a lot of injuries, and I look at other quarterbacks who have not had this at this point, and so I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, he played a dozen or more games 4 times in college. He was obviously in school 5 years, but one of those years was the pandemic year where he only got to play 4 games. So he proved pretty durable. And like when he did get knocked out of games, I remember the big concussion or whatever that was in college. The next week, he was back on the field. And kind of what he's done here. I mean, he's proven toughness and really wanting to rush and get back as fast as possible. All right, Toby, low, medium, high.
I would say low to medium. I'm definitely on the lower side of the medium and probably the lowest here. It's just, you look at the game against Atlanta last year, there was a big chance he could have got hurt significantly in that game, and thankfully so far the injuries that he's sustained have been playable or miss a few weeks. Now, unfortunately for this season, it's been miss 2 weeks. Now it's going to be and miss another game, and that's kind of stacking in the same year. But if it were an ACL similar to like RG3, that'd be much higher. But the fact that it's been little things that you can recover from in a week, and he's even seemingly avoided some, then I'm not as high as everyone else.
I forgot that Atlanta play. That is the scariest looking play ever. Like, I don't even like watching it back. I still don't know how everything in his knee wasn't shredded. But that's true. That actually might give you a little bit of hope that there's some Gumby in him where he's like, some guys went with that play, you're cooked. And then some guys, it's like, holy shnikes, he didn't get hurt. All right, maybe he's one of those dudes who you're a little more bendable, flexible, whatever.
Well, kind of to the point, I actually thought you were talking about a different play in the Atlanta game where they had to call timeout because he was groggy getting up and Marcus Mariota had to help him to his feet.
Well, that was like it felt like more of a concussion-y type thing, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of my point.
Remember,
he's
talking about where he got folded like a chair.
No, I know. I remember that one. I'd forgotten about that one. I remembered it right after he said it. Like, oh my God, there was that terrifying play. Like,
well, the Bucs
Giants game
last year.
There you go.
People sleep on that. The week 1, he took 2 massive hits. And it was early in that first game he ever played.
Spun his helmet around.
Absolutely. I will say that happened less as the year went on. I give him a lot of credit for that. It seems like he has already started to recalibrate and make some adjustments. And I don't think he takes like huge hits generally. Occasionally, when he's running between the tackles in the middle of the field, there's nothing you could do about it. And there's a conversation if you want to have it, we could have about that. But some of those design runs downhill kind of.
Yeah.
But like outside in space, he's done a pretty good job. He hops around. He kind of gets to the ground.
Yep. He had the one in the wild card game against Tampa Bay where he ended up bloodied afterwards on the sideline.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, where he could have gotten out and he chose not to.
Yeah, got the cut on his face, whatever. But
I mean, this is going to sound dumb. In a playoff game,
not as worried about that.
I don't remember the game situation, but like at some point, like
you're pretty close to got to have a territory all the time.
Yeah, football's happening. But yeah, like there are definitely times where he does not always say, all right, I'm going to avoid the contact. But I think compared to the Tampa game or after week 1 last year, I guarantee, I don't remember having any conversations about this, but I was screaming about, oh my God, this guy will never
We're not going to
last.
make it. Yeah.
It's a very different thing now. And these injuries have been way more fluky to that point. All right, let's go to the phones. Dave's in Raleigh listening on the Odyssey app on Grant and Danny. What's up, Dave? How are you?
Hey guys, love the conversation. It's definitely high on my end. I don't even know how anybody can say it's low. I mean, the very fact that, like you guys said, he hasn't taken big hits and he's already gotten hurt 3 times is exactly why it's high. I mean, the guy's frail. He's fragile. And, I mean, I asked you guys, if you guys knowing now what we know, if he misses 2 to 6 games every year, would you guys all trade places with Drake May at this point in time? I would.
Well, look, if he's going to miss 2 to 6 games, you just said every year, obviously, I think that's a lot of games.
That's a lot.
So everyone would say yes to that. Also, Drake May could get hurt this weekend. I mean, he was in the blue tent with a concussion protocol thing. Now he got forced off the field after he slammed his head on the ground, shook his head. I mean, it was the most obvious concussion ever.
Sure.
Somehow came right back into the game. But look, he's bigger. So at 6'5", 6'4 and a half, 230, whatever he is, theoretically you'll hold up a little better. But to answer his hypothetical, it's not even a Drake May thing. A Caleb Williams, yes. Jackson Dart, yes. Like, if he's going to miss, you're saying 4 to 6 games a year?
Yeah, an average of 4 games a year.
That doesn't work. I mean, that is unsustainable. Lamar did that for a few years with the Ravens, and they couldn't make the playoffs. And it's just, no. I mean, nobody would sign up for that. Obviously, that would be a disaster. You're also mentioning the thing that is happening this year, for sure, but that would be the worst-case scenario. Like, if at the end of this season he missed, I'm just going to say, what is he? This will be his 3rd one?
Yes.
So let's say he comes back, but he misses another game at some point, and he missed 4 games this year. And then at the end of next year, he missed 4 games. Well, we're not going to be having this conversation where, are you worried? Are you nervous? What is your level of concern? At that point, it's kind of over for now. Like, he got hurt in year 1, played through it, but he, for a quarter of the season, wasn't right. Then you miss 4 games year 2, then you miss 4 games year 3. Yeah, this isn't working. This guy is not durable enough at a position where you have to be durable.
Now, Joe Burrow is going to win Comeback Player of the Year next year again for the 3rd time.
Correct.
Right? So I still wouldn't trade a whole bunch of people for Joe Burrow. Does that make? Let me rephrase
that's an
that.
interesting
Let me
way to
rephrase
look
that.
at it.
Like, I would still take Joe Burrow on my roster immediately, right? Just because when it's right, it's 50 touchdowns and he's incredible. But
I think that's because we've seen him get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If that year hadn't happened and he was just really good at times, I bet you'd trade him for, Allen or like
Mahomes or somebody. Yeah. obviously.
Would you trade if you're the Bengals like him for Justin Herbert? I bet you would.
Given
With his injury history?
3 season-ending injuries that
right
he's had.
now, moving forward for the rest of their career. Now, I think Burrow's a better player.
I do too.
But you're the Bengals. You get to just trade Joe Burrow for Justin Herbert right now. I would do that.
Yeah, whisper quiet in places you don't talk about at parties. You might do that.
And I think that's what this guy's saying. A good call, by the way, at a rally. But like, his point is, at what point does you being a little bit better not matter if you're not available?
We're not there, but that's one of those graphs. The blank around and find out graph where it goes like this, and then there's the cross line. Like, you get to that line at some point, right? Where I don't care how awesome you are if you can never play. And we're not there, by the way. Not even close to that. We're talking about multiple seasons of this kind of thing.
We're answering his hypothetical.
Exactly.
If he were to go a few years where he's missing 4 to 6 games. Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
So I'm at the high to extra high on this one, just because I came from RG3 and how that turned out. I mean, do you want this? You want your career to go 5 years, or you want to go 10 to 15 years? When's the last time you ever saw Patrick Mahomes run around the end? Do an end around, like maybe once a year. So,
I mean, he's actually running.
Yeah, Mahomes scrambles a ton. When they couldn't run it, he was running. But I see your point. I mean, like, you're saying he needs to find a way to protect himself more and make more plays scrambling to throw rather than scrambling to run. Okay, I think that's, we all like it until that massive run on a 3rd and 18 he rips off, or the first down against Tampa Bay where no one else is doing anything, for the game-winning field goal dunk.
I'm also not one of these folks that says he shouldn't run. Like, I just don't believe that, because I think that's part of the game now. But B, it's a huge part of his game. And yes, he can win from the pocket. That's the beauty of Jaden Daniels. Yes, he is a really good passer. Also, he ain't Jaden Daniels if he's not running. If you're not scrambling on 2nd and 10 and making it 3rd and 4, if you're not picking up a 3rd and 5 with a 7-yard scramble getting out of bounds, if you're not making teams worry about you constantly, that allows Washington's run offense to be number 1 in the league, and their tailback, who was a 7th-round pick, to average 5 yards per carry, then what's the point of having my Ferrari if I'm not allowed to go over 65? So I have no interest in a world where you can't run Jaden Daniels. Then if it's just passer Jaden Daniels, still a really good player, but that's a different prospect and a different player than the dual threat that he is. 800-636-1067, you want to jump in. Level of concern about the durability of the franchise QB who has been ruled out for Kansas City and won't play again this week. Low, medium, or high? Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders going to be without Jaden Daniels for Monday Night Football as he's dealing with a low-grade hamstring strain. Marcus Mariota going to get the start. Other news from around the league. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson was back at practice for the first time since he injured his hamstring on September 28th. He was limited in practice today, though, and the Giants are signing wide receiver Ray McLeod. In hockey last night, as heard right here on the Fan, the Capitals beat the Kraken 4-1. Basketball season opener for the Wizards tonight as they're on the road to take on the Bucks. 8 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tell him, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius Ryan on the production today as well. We're taking you up to 6:30 in 1 hour. Got a really good audio vault for you today, Danny. Worked hard on it. Darius and I have put together a winner. That's coming up in 30 minutes. All the best audio that we could find from the interwebs. A lot of football content.
I love the creepy audio vault guy from Tales from the Crypt that we have. I look forward to it. It's Halloween. It's the right season.
By the way, I would be so mad about this. An American Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles yesterday. Did you hear about this?
No.
Made an emergency landing in Nebraska after the pilots believed that someone was trying to break into the cockpit.
Okay.
Authorities in the airline reported. They thought there was an attempt to overtake the plane and hijack it, when in fact it was the flight attendants trying to communicate with the pilots knocking on the door. Now, why they couldn't pick up the little phone and talk to them?
Maybe maybe it wasn't working.
Maybe the technology wasn't working. The incident occurred on the night of Monday, October 20th, when Flight 6469 operated regional blah, 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 took off from blah, blah, blah in Omaha, bound for L.A. But the way that this is reported that I read, they're banging on the door to try to get the pilot to open the door to talk to them. He thinks, oh no, this is only going to happen if someone's trying to take the plane. We have to do an emergency landing. That's protocol. And then they put the plane down. And your whole day is...
Like, it's just a misunderstanding. I just wanted to see if you wanted some coffee.
You know? But we'll give you an extra bag of peanuts.
So this is...
You know that's what you're getting.
Forever ago, I was on a flight to Vegas, and some dude did the thing that they're like, it's a obvious message, everyone knows it now, but this horse's ass messed with the smoke detector because he had to have a cigarette.
Oh,
so important to him. And so it happened, and the pilot does his bit where he's like, folks, it seems that somebody messed with the smoke detector. We literally told you not to do that, but we're not sure who it was. So until you come forward, we're going to have to divert away from Las Vegas, and we're going to fly towards Arizona, where air marshals and a couple law enforcement personnel are waiting for us to touch down there. So until someone comes forward, that's where we're headed. And it's like, oh my God, you bastard. Like, you've ruined everything. And so we literally just took a left. Like, we bank left, like we're in a dogfight, old school Top Gun style, and we're headed to whatever Arizona. Until finally some knucklehead that reeked of smoke, like, hi, with me. Okay, I'll face federal penalties. Hope it was worth it, dingus. Well, anyway, like, added 2 hours to our flight. But, like, the idea is we were going to go land somewhere else entirely.
That's tough. Yeah, there's nothing worse when you're traveling than getting screwed over by something out of your control, normally weather. But when it's something like that, that's really, really unavoidable.
That's extra annoying.
That's more maddening than lightning that doesn't let you do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's Guy being a jerk.
Right. My selfish needs more important than everyone else.
Jaden Daniels has been ruled out. He will not play against the Chiefs on Monday night. Marcus Mariota gets start number 3 this football season. 8 games in, multiple injuries, 3 games down for Jaden Daniels now. Couple of injuries that we might look back on and say, no big deal. 3 injuries through 24 games does not a career make. But because the narrative coming out was there's going to be some questions with durability, we're asking you about that today. Low, medium, or high concern about Jaden being able to remain available moving forward. Danny is highly concerned. I've got medium concern. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast on G&D. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I would go 0 to low percent. And the reason why, guys, he's missed 3 games over the last 24. How many starting quarterbacks have been missed games since over the last 24 games? A bunch of them. I just think it's the nature of his position, playing quarterback, is the reason why he's high likely to get injured, not because of his body size. Because look at all the guys that are injured now. They all are typical quarterbacks, right? 6'2", 240, 230, and a lot of them get injured and out for weeks. So, no, I have very little concern. I just think we just need to protect them more, which is probably what we tend to do anyway.
Would you agree, though, Zeke, that in hindsight, having not missed any games last year was probably not the right decision?
No, not really, because, look, out of the quarterbacks that were drafted, McCarthy, I think a couple of them got injured too, right?
No, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Last year, he broke a rib. So last year he broke a rib, and he played through it for a month, and he played like a shell of himself. Whereas Mariota, every time he played great. So my point is, in hindsight, looking back at that, he probably should have missed a few weeks. He was tough and gutted it out, and they allowed him to do that. But they were probably worse off on offense because of it. So how different would it be? You're saying he's missed 3 out of 24. If he'd missed 6 out of 24, which is a quarter of the games.
Now, if he missed 6, that's different, but he hasn't. And to answer your question, you go around the league now and ask every starting quarterback, have they played with injury over the last 24 games? How many of them would say yes?
Oh, a lot of them would say yes. But again, you're right. He didn't miss 6 games. My point is he should have missed 6 games because playing...
He was injured and compromised,
badly, or he really wasn't bad because he's a special guy, but playing nothing like yourself, but just being on the field, it sounds like you're saying that's good enough for me. Even though he was hurt and he probably should have been out there, he was, and so I'm just going to check that in the good column. I'm saying there have been 6 or 7 games in his career where either he didn't play or because of an injury, he couldn't play like Jayden Daniels.
And I'm a Zeke guy. He's a great caller. I always appreciate him listening.
He's the man.
He said, though, this is the refrain you hear from a lot of people. Quarterbacks get hurt. I understand that. Like, pitchers get hurt. But there's a difference between a pitcher that throws 80 miles an hour throwing pus up there and someone that's max effort that's been engineered in the lab throwing 102. I bet you the guy that throws 102, despite being frail, is more likely to get hurt. Now, there are always guys that are freaks of nature that slip through the cracks and are exceptions to the rule. But the point is, if you're making a bet, and that's really all sports is executives making a bet. Every player you sign is someone you didn't sign. You're betting the guy that you sign is going to be better than every alternative. Everybody you cut, the alternative that you have is better. You're just making bets. If you're making a bet, it's like playing blackjack. You do the best odds, and the best odds are someone that's of a slight frame in a high-contact sport is more likely to get hurt with the same collision than someone that's stout. I understand the stout players have gotten hurt too, but this to me is so intuitive and so simple. The argument ends up being, other people get hurt also. So that doesn't mean we're concerned about my guy. Forget about every other quarterback that's ever lived. Go to the simple, inescapable fact that we're going, these are fluky injuries. What's fluky about contact from a guy that's got the ball in his hands every play?
Yeah.
What's fluky about someone that moves quickly, trying to move away from a defender that's trying to sack him? See the Parsons knee injury. What's fluky about a guy being in the pocket during a pass rush where he gets hip drop tackled, no call by the way, for straining something? There's nothing fluky about that. It's there's going to be more collisions. We were lucky last year it wasn't worse with some of those hits that he took. Right? I mean, we've done this dance before with Hal. We did it with Griffin when he gets folded up and you're going, oh my God, it's terrifying. And he pops back up until he doesn't.
Top of my head here, because I'm kind of counting as we're doing this on the fly. I've got right around 18, 19 quarterbacks he asked how many guys have played more games or been more durable or whatever. Probably, somewhere between 17 and 19, dating back to the beginning of last year, which would mean you're in the bottom third of the league in terms of durability at the position. But just looking at it, guys that haven't really missed time, top of my head, Goff, Baker, Geno, Darnold, Lamar, not Lamar, rather. He's hurt right now. So he's about even with Daniels probably in games played because he played all 17 last year. Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray is banged up right now, but I would think has played in more games than Daniels. Knicks, Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. I mean, all of these guys have a higher kind of game started. Bryce Young, Drake May, Tua even, actually. Now, he might get benched.
So that would hurt his game squad.
But you know what? He only played 11 or 12 last year, so actually he'll be lower. Yeah, all these guys were either benched or missed time. So yeah, that's the list. So probably, right outside of the top half of the league in terms of games missed. His point's definitely well taken. A lot of quarterbacks get hurt. It is the nature of the position.
Yeah, you're going to get hit. The whole point of the defense is try to hit you.
Let's go to Nathan in Centerville. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, what's up, boys? I'm on medium to high. I mean, there's some things that you can't protect, and his job as a quarterback is to learn how to, when you're in the pocket and you feel a guy on you taking hits, try to learn how to fall and not get crunched up and break a rib. It's going to happen every now and then. But the thing that concerns me most is what we're dealing with now is he's a play extender. He's got that kind of horseshoe up his butt, can kind of extend and create off script, and that's always going to be his instinct to try to break out of the pocket, break out of the sack, and extend the play and turn something that's chaos into a magical, 30-yard gain or whatever. And that's where you're going to get these weird things like what happened this time where you're pulling away and your leg twists funky or your ankle kind of twists funky, your knee goes in a different direction. And that's where it's really concerning because when you're frail and you got those skinny legs, that's where it comes more so than like just general, oh, he fell on his shoulder and now his shoulder's out of place, or his whatever Joe Burrow was dealing with his wrist a couple years ago. That kind of stuff you can't avoid. It's he's trying to extend and keep going, and you're going to be twisted in all sorts of different ways with these massive humans pulling at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
So you're on the high answer.
Yes.
So maybe I shouldn't be. I'm actually really surprised by how many people are saying they have a high concern. I just think it's too soon and not enough intel on injuries for that. I know it's 24 games and I know it's 3 injuries, but to Toby's point, this could be really, really minor. This could be a 1-week hamstring thing where you probably shouldn't play and there's a little bit of precaution involved, and then you're right back against Seattle. I'm not saying that's great, but that's a lot closer to a nothing burger than like, damn, I just can't trust this guy to be on the field. As we're taking these calls, and we'll keep doing it, and we're getting these tweets at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, I'm actually very surprised as someone who's on the medium side, because if you made me go high or low, I guess I'd be high over low, just because coming in, this was a concern I had. But, like, I'm squarely in the medium pile, and I'm a little surprised by how many people are already legit scared about it.
What's interesting is the opposite end for me. I'm surprised that the people, given what we've been through here in this town, that just dismiss it and just sort of shrug their shoulders and go, it's low. Injuries happen. And as if it's like not the most important thing going on. You know what I mean?
So
like it's just this.
Your argument is based, it seems like you keep coming back to like how valuable he is and how big of a deal if he's not around, which I don't even think is relevant to the, like, I'm almost talking about just his body, the shots he takes, will he be available? And you're adding in, well, if he was a wide receiver, it's not that big.
You're right. I am adding that in, but just given what we've all gone through in this town, I can't believe as many people as there are just kind of going, guys get hurt sometimes, and just sort of shrug their shoulders. Like, you aren't concerned at all? Like, at all?
Yeah.
Hard for me to believe.
I don't understand people not being not being concerned at all. Without going like fully, Miss Regina, his mom, who did the like stop talking about Robert Griffin. Past is not prologue here to me. I just don't think it's the same. How do I want to put this? Mike Jones wrote a good column about this in The Athletic, where he basically said Robert Griffin's career did not get derailed solely because he hurt his knee. And this idea that every time this guy is a little bit hurt, everyone says, oh my God, here we go again. Like, I'm not in that camp. That's not how I view it. But I do think that he is more at risk of injury based on how he plays and based on how slender he is than the average quarterback. And I thought that coming out, and nothing has changed my mind on that.
Yeah.
Through 24 games, I guess. That's the easiest way I could put it. 800-636-1067 is the number. Talking about the durability of the QB1, the guy that is going to be leading Washington for many, many years to come and is responsible for getting them back to the promised land. Jayden Daniels, you're listening to Grant and Danny. With Jaden Daniels out against the Chiefs, we're talking QB durability on Grant and Danny. He's missing his third game of the season. So let's say he comes back against Seattle. Here's the one point I would make, though, about the rest of the year. I don't know how you could have confidence that he won't miss any more time this season, especially coming off of a hamstring injury, which generally, those things don't just go away in a week or two, right? They can be reoccurring. There's just no way to know that something doesn't get re-aggravated, something doesn't get pulled. And you talked about this earlier in the show, but the hips connected to the elbows, connected to the shoulders, connected to the knees, connected to the big toe or whatever. But you know how this works. You got a knee thing. Now on the other leg, you got a hamstring thing. It could be the next thing. How many guys have gotten injured because...
The compensation injury, yeah.
Yeah, they're compensating for something else. So how much money would you be willing to bet that he's going to play every single game the rest of the year when he comes back? I don't know how you could have high confidence in that. And if that is true, if you agree with me on that, then how could you not tell me that there's some concern about durability?
So our dude Gilo, who remains the best, I wonder, he's been tweeting us that his concern level's low, and I just don't see any further risk to him than I would anybody else. How many injuries, and again, I don't want to be flippant about this because this is a very serious thing, talking about a guy's career. How many injuries in a relatively short amount of time would it take for folks that say, he just, players get hurt? How much would it take before you start to go, I got to change my eye line?
Great question, because the players get hurt thing, if he comes back and a couple of weeks later, it's turf toe, or, a couple of weeks after that, it's like, oh, well, his non-throwing hand got cut or something, and now it's wearing an extra glove. And, or finger, I don't even want to talk about the possible injuries.
I get it, totally.
It's weird.
It's like when it happens when Brady, I didn't mean to cut you off, but when Brady's gone plays for 15 years, tears his ACL, and plays for another 10, that's a fluke. That's what a fluke looks like, right? I don't have any kind of data points other than I get this really small sample.
People keep, and Gilo did too, he brings up Joe Burrow, and he's like, well, Joe Burrow gets hurt all the time.
Totally.
And I'm like, yeah, and it's a huge damn problem.
He's injury prone, as far as I'm concerned
Guess what? The Bengals' entire era got derailed because of it. Zach Taylor might get fired because of it. That entire regime after the Super Bowl, they had 3 bites at the apple that have completely evaporated because of it. Yeah, he does get hurt. And it's probably the reason why we don't talk about him as the best quarterback in the NFL very often. Because every time you start to get into that convo and you played an MVP level like last year to keep your team in the hunt with the worst defense that almost made the playoffs ever, you're out for another 3 games. Let's go to RJ and Laurel. What's up, RJ? How are you?
I like to stay stoic, so I'm going to go low. I think this is actually more of an opportunity for us to figure out, is this team good? Where do we need to, improve? We're actually in a unique situation because we're about to see this kid, I think his name's Josh Simmons, like the tackle that the Chiefs drafted after
if he plays,
Connerly.
He's been away from the team.
Oh, he's been away from the team. So, my point is just like, Jaden was the obvious pick. We need to figure out, are any of these O-linemen or defensive players special or very good? Because we can't keep one thing that's similar to the RG3 story is that we're trying to put the team on this kid's back, shoulders, arm, and knees.
So I think it's a good call, but it's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at it as a blessing in disguise.
I want to ask him your question, though, because he's on Team Gilo, so to speak, of like low concern. So what would have to happen for your concern meter to go up?
Okay, for my concern meter to go up for Jaden, and we'll keep it like my concern for Jaden, I think is similar to everybody else's. The kid's hurt. We just got to make sure he stays healthy. His big thing is he has to take the check down, just like Mariota.
No, but hold on, but just directly, RJ, these 2 injuries and these 3 in 24 games don't have you concerned about his durability. So from that, what would make it so that you called in one day and were like, yeah, I'm just not sure how healthy he can stay? Is it another 2 injury? Like, what would be the line of demarcation?
One is the severity of the injury, right? If he's just banged up, we could be looking at a guy that's kind of like that light frame basketball player, like a Steph Curry. First 1, 2, 3 years, he's going to be a little bit banged up, but he has to get bigger, in a slim way. And plus, we got to get a better line and give him better D and all that stuff like that.
Right. That's a great call. I appreciate you. The get a better line thing is not the answer, I don't think, to keeping him healthy, because he hasn't been getting hurt in the pocket. He doesn't get hurt because he's taking shots from the blind side with the tackle getting beat. The hamstring thing this past week where he loses the ball and goes to the ground was in the pocket. He hurt it the previous play running out of bounds, grabbing at the back of his leg. Then it was re-aggravated The broken rib was at the end of a 46-yard run, and then the Packers game, the knee was running. So like the line thing, I'll dismiss that one. I always want a better line because I want to protect my best asset, and
it's helpful to win football games. Yeah, I'm into
the more time he has, and the better your line is, the better this player can be, who could be a superstar. So yes, they need a better line. I don't know how relevant that is to like what we're talking about right now in these injuries, but I think he did give a good answer there, which is he's kind of on the Toby side of things. If he's suffering big long-term injuries, that's
a la Burrow,
very, very different than he's banged up and he's going to be questionable, and we're going to be wondering if he's practicing it every few weeks.
I think that's fair.
It's not as alarming to people.
Yeah, I think that actually is a very reasonable answer to the question.
Audio Vault comes your way next. Want to get into some of the best audio from the internet on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. It will be at Craft House, Fairfax. They have a great menu. They have delicious beverages. We'll be there. Football fans will be there. Come on out and get ready for week 8.
Remember last time we were there? I think it was towards the end of the season, and it snowed a bleep ton. Remember that? It was freezing, and it snowed a bunch there,
Yes.
and it was like kind of this flash storm, and we're like, well, we're inside eating Appies. We're good.
That was one of the craziest flash snowstorms
It's like
I've
a
ever
thunder
seen.
snow or something.
Yeah. Good. Look at you.
Yeah, right?
Doug Kammerer.
Derecho. You just say words.
Danny Kammerer over in front of the green screen. It definitely was a thunder snow.
Thunder snow. Which sounds, by the way, like a made-up thing a kid says.
Do you have a Thunder Buddy?
Thunder Buddies for life, right, Johnny?
You need a Thunder Buddy. Everyone does. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad.
What can they do for you? How about this? Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for the Audio Vault. We find the best audio online so that we can play it for you all in one segment on Grant and Danny. Halloween's coming, baby. All right, I want to start with the last clip I sent you, Darius, that Tua clip. And I want to start with that because I can't believe he said this out loud. One of the biggest knocks about Tua has, since day one for him in the NFL, been his size, his height. And one of the main things you hear people complain about when they watch Tua's tape is he doesn't see things in the middle of the field sometimes. If he's not in the throwing lane or he's not moving around or you don't get him out of the pocket, just because he has an issue with his height. You would think that would be something that you wouldn't want to then acknowledge as a problem, right? You just don't want to say the quiet part out loud about your limitations. Although I guess when you make $55 million already, nothing matters. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, that ink is dry.
This was Tua today on some plays where Jalen Waddle was wide open but didn't get the ball.
Yeah, I think with that, some of it has to do with being able to see guys, with their guys also up front and our guys. And I'm not the tallest guy in the back there either. So being able to see, and then, sometimes when that happens, you don't want to just throw it blindly.
I think that is an honesty that's refreshing. And he's giving you a real answer. So I'll credit him there before I move on. I just can't believe he said that. Like, imagine if CK and you were going back and forth on how good you are, what your value is, and like there's this thing that he just can't get past, right?
Yeah.
There's something that sticks in his craw where he's like, I'm just not sure about, give me something. Well, what could it be?
You ask these really verbose questions in the hope that the guest will give a nice long answer. And just ask your question, you wussy.
And in this context, you just come out and tell everyone.
Yeah, I can't ask questions real well. I do these long verbose things because I'm terrified the guest is going to give you a short answer.
Am I crazy, or is it weird that he said that?
I didn't hear it that way. I mean, to me, I thought it was. I found it refreshing.
But
so
it is,
I know what you're saying.
Such a limitation.
Yeah.
It is quite literally why he can't be great, in my opinion.
I think what I would have done if I'm trying to walk this tightrope is. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the read takes you elsewhere. Sometimes you get a certain look and you're coached to do a certain thing.
Exactly.
Or like this. So I think I would have qualified it that way. I don't know that he meant like, yeah, I'm too short to see, even though he's like Baker Mayfield's height.
He's acknowledging that he can't ever, basically, he has to do more to be great. He's got to find the passing lane like Drew Brees was so good at, or you got to move him out of the pocket. That was always the debate. That's the point. I think with Bryce Young, with Tua, with guys like that, Kyler certainly in this mold, where there was a time where we stopped caring a lot about quarterback height. But now with the data and the information that we have coming back on a lot of these guys, we see that if you have a Russell Wilson, if you have, fill in the blank with those other guys I just named, it's not like you can't win, but you have to do things to combat that issue. And for him to just come out and say, yeah, my height is a detriment. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I'm
not the biggest guy back there.
Really surprised by that.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of quarterbacks having a tough time, you know who's not a big Justin Fields fan, it sounds like? His owner Woody Johnson.
What's your confidence level in Aaron to turn it around?
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we've got. You know, I mean, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently with, at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do for the remainder of the season.
So what gives you hope then?
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good. And if we can just complete a pass, it would look good. We got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something. Otherwise, it's hard to have a game that you can win.
I don't know that I've ever heard an owner eviscerate a quarterback like that.
I just can't believe that.
If we could just complete a pass, that's a tough comment.
I mean, and the rating thing, what numbers? Because quarterback rating, if he's looking at that, it's a 91 for Justin Fields. I'm not telling you that's great, but that's middle of the pack. Like, what is he just saying? Is he basically just trying to say, like, yeah, he's poorly rated, he's not very good, which, he may be right
I think
about.
he's talking about quarterback rating.
Yeah,
but he could be talking about any. I mean, if you look at EPA per play or.
Oh, I'm not telling you Justin Fields is good, but it's
yeah.
like, his 91 is what Matt Ryan was doing 7 years ago. Like, I don't know. It's just it's a very, I can't believe it is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So quarterback rating's a terrible stat in general because it basically just means touchdowns and interceptions with completion percentage. There's not a lot of other stuff involved. Having said that, okay, we bring it up sometimes. It gets brought up for reason. But anyone who's like citing quarterback rating as the sole way to evaluate a quarterback is a dummy, just generally speaking. That it's just like not the best number. But I don't know if that's what he meant or not. I honestly. Justin, I don't know if you said his rating is 91.
Yep.
I mean, nowadays, if you're having a really good season, you're probably around 100.
You're around 100, yep.
When I was a kid, if you had a 90 quarterback rating, you were a star.
You were a star.
Speaks to, though, Justin Fields has been horrendous.
Yeah.
So I don't care if his quarterback rating was 102. It couldn't be. But it would just mean he hasn't turned the ball over a lot. I mean, he's going to be benched and he should be benched. But I don't remember an owner doing whatever that was.
I can't believe that.
He said if we could just complete a pass. That's like the Little Giants if we gained a yard celebration. He said what he said. You heard it. Mm-hmm. This is what I wrote down as a paraphrasing of what I heard. He basically said, it's hard to win when you have a quarterback playing this badly. He has ability, but he doesn't play like it. When we have a quarterback like that, you're going to get these kind of results. You can't win with bad quarterback play. If he could only complete a pass, we'd be fine. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that is
oh, my
crazy.
God. You oversee an organization where they just paid that guy.
Yeah. And they had Aaron Rodgers, not that he was the end-all, be-all, or the answer, but Woody didn't want Aaron Rodgers, supposedly. He told the new regime, I don't want this guy around. I heard one story listening to WFAN with Boomer Esiason. I don't know who reported on this or where they got this intel from, but that apparently Woody Johnson used to bring in food trucks in the parking lot, and he would have these food trucks on like Fridays or something. And then after they started losing, in the same way that John Harbaugh rips out the fun stuff, the ping pong tables and all the things that were there for the players in the lounge at the Ravens facility, Woody Johnson stopped doing his food truck Fridays for the team. And so there was no food for them to eat, and they all loved the food trucks. And so Aaron Rodgers, after he did that, said basically as a bleep you, with his own money, he just got the food trucks to keep coming, and he paid for them for his teammates. And apparently that ruffled Woody Johnson's feathers. There was also the time where his kid talked about Madden ratings, and Aaron Rodgers made fun of that on Pat McAfee. So I don't think those two guys liked each other very much.
I think you're correct about that, yeah.
Which is not a short list for Aaron Rodgers, necessarily. Were you going to say something, Darius?
I was going to bring up the Madden ratings bit, because I remember that from last year where, people were making fun of him for citing Madden ratings as basically a player evaluation tool.
Which is tough.
Which is really tough.
Like, never, ever speak into a microphone again if you're my owner and you reference Madden ratings as to who's good and who isn't. All right, Teddy Bruschi. Now, you thought Woody Johnson went hard on Justin Fields. I want to know what Mike McDaniel did to Teddy Bruschi. I want to know what he did in his cornflakes, if they've ever met before. Like, my goodness, Teddy Bruschi had blood on his hands after this. This was from Countdown before the Dolphins got worked by the Browns on Sunday.
This coach, this
tuning out when owners hire head coaches, okay, this is what I want you to think about. That's the voice, and that's the picture, and that's the man that your players will be seeing every single day at 8 in the morning all the way to 6 when they leave. He speaks to them in front of them, at practice, in the meetings, all the time. You want that in front of your players? Look at that picture. Is that the one that you want leading your franchise, okay? That's what you got to think about, because that kind of picture, I'll just be honest with you, I don't see it with Mike McDaniel, okay? If I had to see that man in front of me with some of the things that I've seen him say, and I've watched a lot of his press conferences, and I've watched a lot of him from the Hard Knocks a few years ago, I don't know how I'd be able to play in that locker room, to be honest with you. The man that I want leading me that's going to take you to championships is someone that's the exact opposite of that man in Miami.
Woof. Teddy Bruschi. So I don't know what he's referencing and what he takes so much offense to.
Maybe there's some clip of McDaniels sort of,
Well, the picture is just him looking really disheveled, honestly. But is it the nerdiness that he's saying? Like, this is the guy that I'm supposed to listen to? Look at him. Look at him. Well, what does he mean by look at it? Is it how nerdy he looks, like he never played football? Is it that he's disheveled and, like he's not taking care of himself or something? Is it that how he talks? He stumbles over his words, his sentences when he says, what should take 5 seconds takes 15, and he's making fun of that? I'm not really sure. Here's what I know, though. This is the exact same guy that everybody loved a couple years ago. For the quirkiness, the nerdiness, the long-winded answers, the being disheveled and dressing wacky and
he's the eccentric professor.
Nothing has changed other than the fact that they've gone from good to bad. And now all the stuff that they loved him for, they hate him for. That's interesting to me. But is Teddy Bruschi right? I mean, when you if you hear some of his answers, they're really awkward. And especially when the team's losing, they've gotten really hard to listen to. Where someone asks about Tua, and he'll say, I'm going to make this up, but he'll say, he is struggling. He'll go, look, with this player that you're asking about, Tua, the quarterback, Tua.
That's pretty on point, by the way.
Tua's struggling a bit. Like that's how he says it.
Yep.
Is that what he's referencing? Like, you can't be a leader of men. I can't take you seriously. You can't run the room if that's how you do your press conference? Or like, what is he saying that he hates so much?
I think you've hit it. It's at a certain point, people get tape on you and they figure out the thing that they couldn't figure out before. Like that play that Miami ran 1,000 times where it's play action one way, it's boot the other, somebody vacates the spot, and then the next guy runs into the space that was vacated, and they're ripping teams apart. Well, people figure out how to stop that because they got tape and they make millions too to figure out how to solve you. And once the scheme stuff slows down, what else do you got? Where's your counterpunch? And that can be in the form of Bill Belichick, who didn't have a lot of charisma, never has, saying, you do these 3 things, you'll win the football game. And then that comes true time after time after time after time after time. You get yourself some longevity, right? Like there's got to be more than just, I drew this amazing play on a napkin one time, right? And I think that may be what Bruschi's referencing, just because, get what he went through, et cetera, just in the life of an old school football guy where occasionally there's got to be some gravitas of the guy in front of you to give you the Al Pacino any given Sunday speech. Maybe he's referencing that.
Who's got a better chance to win in today's NFL? Mike McDaniel with a quarterback or Bill Belichick?
Right now, McDaniel.
I'd agree. I mean, but Bruschi, he wouldn't say that. He's saying you cannot win with this guy. You need a Bill Belichick, basically, is what he's saying. All right, let's go Vic Fangio on Jackson Dart. Fangio's the D coordinator of the Eagles. Jackson Dart is the quarterback of the Giants. Vic Fangio was asked about the young QB.
To go up against Jackson Dart once already, what's kind of the lessons learned about what you guys need to do better this time around?
One lesson's learned, and the teams that need quarterbacks that bypass them, they're going to regret that. Obviously, very athletic, an elite scrambler.
The amount of praise from other teams this week for Jackson
It's happening
Dart,
fast, isn't it?
Like people that play against him, coach against him, love him for whatever that's worth. The Broncos could not say enough nice things about him after that game. And that's one of the best defenses in the league. And they were basically like, we couldn't really do anything against him for 3 quarters. Now, he ended up having one awful turnover. It was a bad interception that costed him the game. But I always say Russell Wilson catches more shrapnel, more heat, more negativity than anybody else. If you want to talk about Q rating and positivity and people saying nice things, Jackson Dart might be the leader in the clubhouse this week. Drake May and him. Like, everybody wants to tell you how great they are right now. It's a good day to be Jackson Dart. But Vic Fangio has been in the league forever as a DC, likes what he sees.
100%. And I'm amazed it's happened this quickly. Because, again, the results have been good. I'm not telling you that they're not, but it's like, are we sure we're crowning someone too early that is kind of getting away on some backyard football and some scrambling and, a couple things that probably need polishing and cleaning up? I've been impressed. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a great starter kit there. But the amount of, to your point, the amount of praise that professionals who try to stop you for a living or trying to beat you are going, my God, they got one there. It's happened really fast.
All right, let's go to NBC's Today Show. It's the Audio Vault on Grant and Danny. All the best audio we found. We want to play you some of the clips that we think you'll enjoy as you commute home. John Tesh performed Round Ball Rock on the Today Show on NBC as part of their all-day-long NBA returning to NBC celebration yesterday. This is as good a sports anthem as there is, and he performed it live. And just like that, your boy is 7 again, and Michael Jordan's about to take on the Utah Jazz in the NBA Finals. And if you are younger than 30, you just don't get it.
Jordan, yes!
LeBron's your king. You should all be ashamed, by the way.
Yes!
Jordan, yes!
Did you guys actually see? So they did I guess this was their lead into the pregame. They did interviews with like younger players and were like, what do you think of when you hear the Round Ball Rock theme in NBA on NBC? And they're like, I wasn't born yet.
These guys born in 2004.
Yeah.
Like,
None
what?
of them knew. Everything they did yesterday for NBC coverage of the NBA was awesome. I went back and found a lot of it last night. Some of the guys were sending it to us in the chat or whatever. But it was so nostalgic. Clearly, they leaned into let's just get in a time capsule.
Yeah, remember how it was?
We don't have to do anything new or spice anything up. Let's just same music. The graphics looked kind of similar, honestly, like updated for sure, but comparable. It was great. Nice job. The broadcast with Mike Tirico on one call and Noah Eagle on another were fantastic. Just welcome back, NBA on NBC. It felt right. Felt like putting on a pair of shoes you hadn't worn in a while that were just right.
I think that's very well said. It was, I didn't get to watch any of it live. We had sports and stuff last night, so I kind of went back and watched some of the highlights. I admire that, right? Where you go, listen, we know what's going on. We know that we ripped this thing away from TNT, this beloved nest for this thing for so many years. We've got to remind you guys that we were great too once. Let's not try to do this revamped new thing and do 7 shouty shows before it. It's no. Let's try out Michael Jordan for an interview with the great Mike Tirico. Let's let you guys know that we still got our fastball. I thought that was really good.
Speaking of Michael Jordan being interviewed by Mike Tirico, I loved this clip. Wanted to play this for everybody. He talked about the most nervous he's been in a long time, having been a recent moment where he had to shoot a free throw. He apparently does not ever shoot basketball, doesn't like playing basketball. It feels like because of his age, he's got nothing to be gained from playing basketball. And yet a kid asked him to shoot a free throw. He said it's the most nervous he's been in a long, long time.
Seriously, it's the last time you picked up a basketball and shot it? I was at the Ryder Cup. Yeah. And I rented a house from the owner. Sure. He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet, thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? And I already paid for the house. It's not like they got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years. Stop it. In years. Stop it. Come on. And the reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago. Right. So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball. I hope you switched it. Absolutely.
God, I love Michael Jordan. The greatest. That's my GOAT, by the way, showing that genuineness sitting in the seat there. Your GOAT's telling me he's reading a book, and I just shot a free throw while we were talking. I read a book. Tell me about the book. I don't want to talk about the book. What page are you on? I actually just started the book. That's a genuine GOAT right there. That's the greatest to ever do it, Danny. That's
Thanks,
Michael
sir.
Jordan's music.
Yes, it is. That is Jordan's
How
music.
good was Michael Jordan?
That was so perfect.
God,
It was perfect. Scoring 35 a game when they scored 85 a game as teams.
Wouldn't you just kill to go back and be like 11 and watch a big Michael Jordan performance right now? Just like on NBC with Costas or Marv Albert? Who you want on the call?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Throw a dart, never get it wrong. But for me, it's Marv Albert. Jordan elbow, yes.
Will Luke Longley be there?
Yeah.
Will Bill Weddington be there?
Of course he will.
That Bulls logo still slaps, by the way.
Bill Cartwright's still winding up to shoot, like making the hand of a clock go all the way around to get to the top of his release, and he shot it.
Who's going to be your sharpshooter? B.J. Armstrong or Steve Kerr?
Well, you sleep on the idea that might be Craig Hodges coming off a couple super 3-point contest wins off the bench.
Jeff Paxson? No, what was his name? Judd Bushler?
The Judd Bushler.
Remember Judd? Who was
John Paxson?
John Paxson, but I'm not thinking of him. I'm thinking of the dude that always sat in the corner, hit the corner pocket three. I think it was Judd Bushler, maybe.
Yeah, Bushler knocked down a couple. He had a hit. There were Randy Brown signings at various points. Tony Kukoc. I go all day with that group. But yeah, just so perfect. And that interview was awesome. It's like,
Yes.
no, all I am is a billionaire mogul that just, wins at business and everything else. I haven't run teams all that well. But anyway, everything else I touch turns to gold. I haven't played in decades, and my Jordan apparel rake in more than anybody's going to see in their lifetime because of what I put into the bank.
You know I'm a Liam Cohen guy.
I do know that.
I love Liam Cohen.
Mm-hmm.
If I wasn't busy doing a Ben Johnson alert, maybe we'd have a Liam Cohen alert. I'm a Mark. But now I'm a bigger Mark, Danny.
Ben Johnson alert.
Liam Cohen is a little Giants guy, referencing the annexation of Puerto Rico in a press conference.
Until we clean up our football, guys, it's just it's going to be hard. And so that's the message, and the amount of detail. All I know is how to fix this is to pour into the fundamentals and the details and the basics, because it's not like, oh, we made up some new annexation of Puerto Rico play and we got a penalty on it. So the ones we can control by coaching.
Come on, man. He's going little Giants on you, Danny, in a press conference? That's my guy.
You're very excited about that, and I'm happy for you.
You're not excited about that?
No, it doesn't do anything for me. If there was a reference that was like more to directed towards me, I mean, he's your age. He's like a young guy.
What
doing that
movie could someone reference where you go, ooh, I really like that reference?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of a good football one. I mean, if you did like a major league bit, which I know wouldn't fit just because it's major league.
What about Varsity Blues?
That would work.
If
I'd allow
Kingsbury
that.
was talking about Tweeter or Billy Bob.
Yeah. But he's like, Coach, we'll block it. Coach Lance. Then I'm like, okay.
The 10, Miss Davis.
Good rep,
10.
Liam. Good rep.
All of our football discussion on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Tomorrow on the show, we are giving away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. So make sure you're listening at that time. We'll do that on Friday as well. And again, Friday's show in Fairfax at Craft House.
Craft House will be there. It is an awesome spot right in the heart of Fairfax. Awesome time last year. It will not snow this time. I can almost guarantee it.
It's the Toby Altizer Bowl tonight between the Washington Wizards and the Milwaukee Bucks.
How does he choose who to root for?
Well, it's so easy for him. The Bucks, he wants to be good and win a championship. The Wizards he loves and wants to lose as many games as possible so they can get the number 1 overall pick.
Oh, I guess he's a Bucks fan.
So tonight, Toby, we're rooting for Trey Johnson to go for 26 in his debut and a loss, right?
Yeah, I'm rooting for Trey Johnson. We'll leave it at that.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
So how many Altizer personalities do we have now? We've got Toki. We've got Toby. We've got Wokey, but that was only that one time. What else do we have?
Brokey, which is
Brookie.
Brookie, excuse me. Yeah, so that's
now
Bucks.
we've got Pukey.
And Pukey.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Matt and Stafford.
So then I'm going to go with Bucky. What about Bucky?
Oh, yeah. Bucky's. The chain where you can get barbecue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
8 o'clock tip for the Wizards and the Bucks. We've got a season preview show ahead of Wizards basketball with our buddy, the very handsome, very, very good smelling, wonderful looking Nick Ashew.
Oh, yes. Nick Ashew next?
Yeah, Nick
sexy.
Ashew.
That is so sexy.
You think it's like comfortable at his house, or might it be really hot? What if it's really hot at his house? What would he have to do?
Take shirt right off.
Oh,
it comes right off.
Shirtless show.
Right off.
Is he streaming? Where can I find it? Is he streaming tonight? Anyway, Grant and Danny saying so long on The Fan. Nick is next, and then soon enough, we're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.